A Line in the Sand by Gerald Seymour. Read by Anthony Head. Prologue. He knew it was the last time he would be there. He stepped through the double door of the administration building, held open for him, and the sinking afternoon sun blasted against his face. He blinked hard, momentarily blinded, and stopped disorientated in his tracks. He lowered the glasses from the crown of his head onto the bridge of his nose. They were all around him, crowded in the doorway, and they were his friends, more than just the people he did business with, true friends. The car was waiting. The driver stood beside the rear door and smiled at him with respect. The technicians, engineers, and managers pressed close to him to shake his hand, hold his arms, and brush-kiss his cheeks. The women who worked at the computers and the design benches were behind the men, and their eyes beneath their close-wrapped headscarves were lit with warmth, but they did not touch him or speak. The friendships had been nurtured over many years. When he'd left the office of the project manager 3 or 4 minutes before, he had started a stuttering progress down a shadowed, cool corridor, stopping by each door to make his farewells. He had been wished a good journey, a safe return home, and he had been told how welcome he would be when he came back the next time. He knew there would not be a next time. The sun, full and gold, turning to scarlet, hit his face and pierced the protection of his darkened glasses. He grinned and responded to the friendship and trust that was shown him. He had betrayed their trust. The project manager took his arm, led him towards the car, murmured appreciation that he'd fallen in with the change of schedule, and squeezed his arm in implicit thanks for the present of a Toshiba laptop. On each visit, 3 times a year, he brought many presents with him to the complex, and they had a sliding scale of value dependent on the position in the complex of his friends. He brought with him computer equipment and gold or sterling silver ink pens, toilet soaps and packs of toothpaste. He had come, as always, 5 days before, his bags weighted with the gifts that cemented the friendship and bound the trust. The vomit was in his throat, and he swallowed hard. As their friend, each time he came, he was invited to restaurants to eat battered prawns or shrimps or whitefish, and he was invited to their homes. It had taken years of visits to build the friendship and the trust that were a sham. The driver opened the door of the car. The project manager was flicking the buttons of a personal organizer, a secondary present from the previous visit, to confirm the date on which he would next return. He looked past the project manager at the straggling line by the double doors, all smiling and waving. He said it again, as he had said it many times in the last 5 days. It had been no problem for him to change his schedule and come a week earlier than originally planned. He wished them well. He did not know what would happen to them. It was the mark of their friendship, their trust, that they had left the cool, air-conditioned offices and design rooms to stand in the ferocity of the sunlight to see him on his way, and he had betrayed them. He could not look into their faces or into the eyes of the project manager. Before he ducked down into the car a last time, he raked the buildings, scarred by the sun and the salt carried from the sea by the winds, as if it were important that he should remember each final detail. What Gavin Hughes saw. The complex was a series of wire-fenced compounds. Above the wire mesh fences around each compound were the silver and rust-coloured coils of razor wire. At the gates to each compound were sandbag sentry points that were covered with decaying canvas to give shade from the sun. The watchtowers at the corners of the compounds were built on weathered wood stilts, and the dipping sunlight caught the barrels of the machine guns jutting above the parapets. Between the compounds were 4 anti-aircraft defence positions, 2 with multiple-barrel Ehrlichen guns, and 2 housing a cluster of squat ground-to-air missiles. If it had not been for the friendship and the trust, Gavin Hughes, who was a salesman in engineering machinery, would never have gained access to the complex. He saw the entrance tunnel to the building with the buried concrete walls and bomb-proof ceiling, and that was Project 193. He saw the dun-painted building into which he had never been admitted, that housed Project 1478. He saw the building where the hot die forge was installed, where heated metal for the warhead cone was compressed and then cooled for turning and grinding and milling, the home of Project 972. The buildings were spread out across the bright sand, scattered inside the complex perimeter that stretched 3 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width, and contained the lathes, mixers, presses, and machine tools. He would be asked the day after, or the day after that at the latest, what he had seen, what was different from before. He dropped down to the back of the car, and the driver closed the door behind him. He wound down the window and reached out to shake the project manager's hand, but he still could not look into his eyes. He freed his hand and waved at the crowd by the double doors as the car pulled away. They drove past the 3-story dormitory block that was used by the Chinese. He'd never met them. He'd seen them from a distance. They worked on Project 193, where the lathes shaped the solid fuel charges, and past the tennis courts, which were floodlit in the cooler evenings and had been built for the Russians, to whom he'd never spoken. He had passed them in corridors, but his friends had never made the introductions. They worked on Project 1478, where the machines he had supplied mixed the coating capable of withstanding the temperature of 3,000 degrees generated in the core of the missile tube, and past the volleyball court, scraped from the coarse sand and stone by the North Koreans, and played on in the half-light of dawn. The driver slowed as they approached the main gate of the complex. Gavin Hughes was sweating, and he loosened his tie. He twisted and looked through the rear window, back at the small group still standing by the main doors of the administration building, toy figures waving him on his way. 2 guards came forward. When he'd first come to the complex, they had scowled and taken their time over studying his papers. Now they grinned and saluted, their automatic rifles slung casually on their shoulders. 3 visits before, he'd brought one a Zippo liquid fuel lighter with a Harley-Davidson motif. On the last visit, he'd brought the other a carton of Marlboro cigarettes. This would be his final visit. He would never see these men again. It had been made plain at the last briefing. In a discreet second-floor room of a Georgian house behind the line of gentlemen's clubs in Pall Mall, the satellite photographs of the complex had been mounted on a display board. The images of the roofs of the buildings were pinpoint sharp, and the entrances to the underground workshops, the tennis courts, even the volleyball area, and the positions of the anti-aircraft defences. This was Gavin Hughes' kingdom. He had access. He was a salesman for standard engineering machines, and he could tell them what they needed to know when the images failed them. At the last briefing, the night before he'd flown, over the tired sandwiches and the stewed coffee, he had told them why his visit had been moved forward a week, what was happening at the complex on the days that he should have visited if the original schedule had been maintained. None of their satellites and high-optic lenses could provide them with that kernel of detail. The meeting had been suspended. For 2 hours he'd been left in the room with only his controller, an ungiving and aloof woman, younger than himself, for company. When the meeting had resumed, the senior man requested he repeat the ground covered earlier, why his visit had been put forward. In the second session, 2 new men had been present. An American, perspiring in a suit of brown herringbone tweed, had sat behind him and to his right and never spoken. A leather-faced Israeli, a Star of David in gold hanging in the chest hair under an open-necked shirt, had been equally silent. Afterwards, the controller had walked him back to his hotel and warned her agent to go carefully on this visit, take no risks. Her last words before they parted reiterated what would be his fate and his death if he created suspicion, as if Gavin Hughes did not know. As the guards shouted their farewells, the barrier at the gate was lifted and the car powered away on the straight road through the dunes. It would be half an hour to the airport, and then the feeder flight without formalities to the capital. If he made it through the security check, another car, another driver would be waiting the next morning for him when he came off the flight at Heathrow to ferry him to another briefing. If they knew the depth of his betrayal and were waiting for him at the final security check, then they would hang Gavin Hughes, as his controller had told him, from the highest crane. He didn't know what would happen at this place in the next few hours or days, and hadn't an idea what his own future held. Chapter 1. The Harrier contorted to clean the clammy mud from underneath its wing feathers. It worked hard at the clinging dirt, as if its primitive, wild mind demanded cleanliness before the start of the day's long flight north. The dawn sunshine glossed the rusted gold of the feathers. The bird worked at them with its vicious, curved, sharpened beak, pecked at the mud, spat and coughed it down into the marsh water below the perch on a dead, stark tree. At first light it had hunted. It had dived on a brightly crested duck, the bone-stripped carcass of which was now wedged in a fork of the dead tree. The mud had speckled the underneath of the wings when it had fallen, stone-fast, onto the unsuspecting prey. Abruptly, without warning, it flapped with a slow wing beat away from the perch and abandoned its kill. It headed north, away from the hot, wet wintering grounds of West Africa. It would fly all day, without rest, on an unerring course that retraced its first migratory route. As a killing bird, a predator, the harrier had no sense of threat or hazard. They had been right over the tent camp, bucking in the strength of the gale before they'd seen it. They'd searched all morning for it, forced lower by the lessening visibility from the whipped-up sand. The pilot of the lead helicopter had been sweating, and he was supposed to be the best. With many hours of desert flying experience, good enough in Desert Storm to have flown behind lines into Iraq to supply the special forces. They'd been down to 100 feet where the wind was most treacherous, and the wipers in front of him were clogged by grains of sand. Only a minute after he'd rapped his gloved fist on the fuel gauge and muttered into their earphones that they had little time left, the Marine Corps major had spotted the camp, tapped the pilot's shoulder, and pointed down. The colonel of the National Guard had softly mouthed his thanks to his God. Dwayne Littlebaum had heard the excited voices on his headset and thought this might be a good game for kids, reckoning himself too old for this sort of serious shit. They'd put down beside the tents. The two following helicopters, which were also flown by Americans, were talked in and disgorged the local National Guardsmen. The rotors lifted away 2 of the camp's 7 tents, but the pilots had refused, no argument accepted, to cut their engines. They wanted out, and soonest. As the 30 National Guardsmen corralled the camp, the rotors and the wind threw the fine grains in stinging clouds into their faces. The 2 tents had come to rest in bushes of low scrub thorn 100 yards from the camp, but the bedding that had been with them, and the clothes, was still in loose flight, scudding over the sand. The pilots broke their huddle. They shouted into the ear of the Marine Corps major. The storm was not lifting. The gusting sand would infiltrate every aperture in the helicopter's engines. They should get the fuck out. Not negotiable. Now. It was already clear to them, to the Saudi colonel, to the men of the Saudi Arabian National Guard, and to Dwayne Littlebaum, that the raid had failed. The man they sought had evaded them. Littlebaum felt it keenest. He stood in the center of the camp, huddled against the wind and the blast of the rotors, the sand crusting on his face, and gazed around him. The information had been good. It had come from the interception of the signal of a digital mobile telephone. The antennae on the eastern coast had identified the position across the gulf from which the call had been initiated, and the position in the empty quarter where it had been received. It should have led them to the man Dwayne Littlebaum hunted. There was one prisoner. The man was heavy-set, jowled, and he lay on his stomach with his arms bound behind him at the wrist and his ankles tied sharply. He wore the clothes of a Bedouin tribesman, but his physique and stomach were too gross for him to have been from this group of camel herdsmen. Littlebaum knew the face of the prisoner from the files, knew he came from Riyadh, was a courier for the man he tracked. The tribesmen huddled on their haunches around a dead fire surrounded by scorched stones. The colonel yelled at them, kicked them, and they keeled away from him. Twice he whipped them with the barrel of his pistol, but none cried out, even when they bled. They were small men with twig-thin bodies, impassive in the face of his anger. They could be shown the blade of a sword or the barrel of a gun, but they never talked. The camels were hobbled to pegs and kept their heads away from the force of the wind. Littlebaum thought the nameless, faceless man would have ridden on a camel into the blast of the driven sand. There would be no tracks, and no chance of pursuit from the air. He knew only the man's reputation, which was why he sought him as if he were the Grail. The patience of the lead pilot was exhausted. He was gesticulating to the colonel, pointing at his watch, at his helicopter, and back into the eye of the storm. The colonel gave his orders. The prisoner was dragged helpless towards a fuselage hatch. Above the scream of the wind, Duane Littlebaum heard behind him the crash of gunfire, then the camels screaming. Without their animals, the Bedouin would either starve or die of thirst or exposure in the wilderness of the empty quarter. It was a shit country to which he was posted, with a shit little war, and he'd failed to find his enemy. Perhaps it was because one of the emaciated tribesmen ducked to avoid the blow of a rifle butt, but for a brief second the dead embers of the fire were no longer protected against the wind. Littlebaum saw black shreds of paper lifting in the gusts between the charred wood. He scrambled through the Bedouin and the National Guardsman, fell to his knees, whipping out the little plastic bags that were always in his hip pocket. Carefully, as he'd been taught at the Academy at Quantico more than 2 decades ago, he slipped the scraps into the bags. As he squinted down, he fancied that there were still faint traces of Arabic characters on the fragments. He was the last into the helicopter, holding his bags as if they were the relics of a saint. They lifted, and the camp in which he had placed such hope disappeared in the storm of driven sand. No. I appreciate that this is a difficult moment for you, but what I am telling you is based on information gathered within the last month. No. Of course, it's a difficult situation for you to absorb. No. Difficult, but inescapable. It's not a problem that can be ignored. No. They're serious people, Mr. Perry. You know it. We know it. Nothing has changed. For God's sake, you were in Iran as often as I'm in the supermarket. I cannot conceive that you are incredulous to what I'm saying, but this is not accountancy or commerce, where you would have the right to expect definitive statements. I can't give you detail. It is intelligence, the putting together of mosaic scraps of information, then analyzing the little that presents itself. I am not at liberty to divulge the detail that provided the analysis. You have been there. You know those people. If they find you, then they will seek to kill you. Jeff Markham stood by the door watching Fenton doing the talking, and recognizing already that Fenton had made a right maggot of it. The man, Perry, had his back to them, and was gazing out of the front window as the late winter rain lashed the glass panes. As the senior operative, Fenton ought to have made a better fist of it. He should have sat Perry down, gone to the sideboard, rooted for a whiskey bottle, poured generously, and put the glass into Perry's hand. He should have communicated warmth and commitment and concern. Instead, he trampled with the finesse of a buffalo into Perry's home, and now it was fast going sour. And as it went sour, so Fenton's voice rose to a shrilling bark. Jeff Markham stood by the door and remained silent. It was not his place to intervene when his superior fouled up. He could see Perry's hunched shoulders tighten with each new assault. Perry's voice was low and muffled, and Markham had to strain to hear the words. "You're not listening to me." "No." "I cannot see what other option you have." "My option is to say what I have said. No." "That isn't an option. Listen, you're in shock. You are also being willfully obstinate, refusing to face reality." "No, not again. I won't run." He heard the hiss of his superior's exasperation. He glanced down at his watch. Christ, they hadn't even been in the house for 15 minutes. They'd driven down from London, come unannounced, had parked the car on the far side of the green onto which the house faced. Fenton had smiled in satisfaction because there were lights on inside. They'd seen the face at the window upstairs as they had opened the low wicket gate and gone up the path to the door. He'd seen Perry's face, and he'd thought there was already recognition of their business before they reached the door. They wore their London suits. Fenton had a martinet's moustache, painstakingly trimmed, a brown trilby, and a briefcase with the faded gold of the E2R symbol. There was no porch over the front door, and Perry would have recognised them for what they were, a senior and a junior from the security service, before they'd even wiped their feet on the doormat. He made them wait, and allowed the rain to spatter their backs before opening the door. Fenton was not often out of Thames House. He was a section head, consumed by the reading of reports and attendance at meetings. In Jeff Markham's opinion, Fenton had long ago lost touch with the great mass of people who surged back and forth each day along the Thames embankment under the high walls of the building on Millbank. To Fenton, they would have been a damned bloody nuisance, an impediment to the pure world of counter-espionage. Markham wondered how he would have reacted if strangers had pitched up at his door, flashed their IDs, muscled into his home, started to talk of life and death. Fenton snapped. "We have conduits of information, some more reliable than others. I have to tell you, the information we are acting upon is first class. The threat is a fact. I won't run again." Fenton's right fist slammed into the palm of his left hand. "We're not urging this course of action lightly. Look, you did it before. No. You can do it a second time. No. I have the impression that you wish to delude yourself on the strength of the threat. Now, well, let us understand each other. I am not accustomed to leaving my desk for a day, journeying into this sort of backwater for my own amusement. I won't run again. Final." Fenton brayed at the back of Perry's head. "There is evidence of a very considerable danger. Got me? Hard evidence. Real danger." From where he stood at the door, Jeff Markham thought that Perry's silhouetted shoulders drooped slightly, as if he'd been cudgelled. Then they stiffened and straightened. "I won't run again." Fenton ground on relentlessly. "Look, it's a pretty straightforward process. Getting there is something we're expert at. You move on, you take a new identity. A cash sum to tide you over the incidental expenses. Just leave it to us. New national insurance, new NHS number, new inland revenue coding. Not again, no." "Bloody hell, Mr. Perry, do me the courtesy of hearing me out. They have your name, not the old one. They have Frank Perry. Get that into your skull. If they have the name, then I have to examine the probability that they have the location." Perry turned from the window. There was a pallor now to his cheeks, and his jaw muscles seemed to slacken and flex again. There was weariness in his eyes. He didn't cower. He stood his full height. He gazed back at Fenton. Jeff Markham didn't know the details on Perry's file, had not been shown it, but if he deserved the threat, then there was something in his past that required raw toughness. "It's your problem." "Wrong, Mr. Perry. It's your problem because it's your life. Your problem and you deal with it. That's ridiculous." The voice was a whisper. "Men like you. They came, they told me of the threat, they told me to quit, run. I listened, I quit, I ran. I'm not spending the rest of my life, every day that remains of my life, like a chicken in a coop, wondering if the fox has found me. It's your responsibility, it's owed me. If the fox comes, shoot it. Understand me? Shoot it. What did you ever do for your country?" Jeff Markham heard Fenton snort, and the cut of sarcasm. "Oh, we're there, are we? Playing the patriot's card. A man of letters once said that patriotism is the last refuge of scoundrels. I worked for my country. My head was on the block for it, while lining a damn deep pocket. I'm staying. This is my home." It was a good room, Jeff Markham thought. There was decent furniture, a solid sideboard, and a chest of dark wood, low tables. It suited the room, which was lived in. He could see it was a home. When he was not sleeping at Vicky's, he lived in an anonymous, sterile, one-bedroomed apartment in West London. Here, a child's books were on the floor, an opened technical magazine, and a cotton bag from which peeped a woman's embroidery. Invitations to drinks and social functions stood on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. If it had been Markham's, he, too, would have tried to cling to it. But he'd seen bodies, in Ireland, of men who'd not covered their tracks, had made themselves available to their killers. He'd seen their white, dead faces, the dried blood pools below their cheeks, and hair matted with brain tissue and bone fragments. They could whistle up the removals company. There were people who did discreet business for them. They could have him loaded within 24 hours, gone, lost. Fenton jabbed his finger at Perry. "You won't get the sources from me, but I can tell you that they have given this matter, your life, your death, very considerable priority. Are you listening? I'm not leaving my home. They are starting on a journey. We don't know when they began it. Could be a couple of weeks ago. For them, Mr. Perry, it is a long road. But you can be certain that at the end of it, you are their target." The dhow had brought dried fish and cotton bales across the Gulf. The cargo for the return journey was boxes of dates, packaged video cassette recorders and television sets from the Abu Dhabi warehouses, cooking spices brought from Indian traders, and the man. The dhow's large sail was furled, and it was driven by a powerful engine. The man was the important cargo, and the engine was at full throttle. He sat alone at the bow and stared down into the foaming water below. The previous night, each of the 5 crewmen had seen him come aboard in the darkness, slipping silently down the quayside ladder. Only the boat's owner had spoken with him, then immediately given the order for the ropes to be cast off, the engine to be started. He'd been left alone since the start of the journey. The call to his mobile telephone had come just after the crewman had seen him lean forward and peer down to watch the dark shape of a shark, large enough to take a man, swimming under the bow wave before it dived. None of the crew approached him, except to offer him a plastic bottle of water and a bag of dried dates. Then the man had lifted his face. The scarred redness around his eyes, the upper part of his cheeks and his forehead were raw. The crewman swabbing the deck, stowing the ropes, taking turns at the wheel, understood. He'd come through the stinging ferocity of a sandstorm. He had talked quietly into his telephone, and none of them could hear his words in the several minutes the call had taken. It would be late afternoon before he would see the raised outline of the city's buildings, the mosque minarets, and the angled, idle cranes of the port. They did not know his name, but they could recognize his importance, because they had sailed with their hold half empty at night to bring him home. He wore the torn, dirtied clothes of a tribesman. He smelt of camel's filth. But the crewman and the owner, simple, devout men who had sailed through the worst gale storms of the Gulf waters, would have said that they held this quiet man in fear. Later, when they had a good view of the buildings, minarets, and cranes of Bandar Abbas, a fast speedboat of the Pastaran intercepted them, took him off, and ferried him towards the closed military section of the port used by the Revolutionary Guards. They felt then as if a chill winter shadow was no longer on their dhow, and they tried to forget his face, his eyes. "The last time I did what I was told to do, for your own good, you were sensible, Mr. Perry. I had only 2 suitcases of clothes. I even cleared out the dirty washing from the bathroom basket and took that with me. Self-pity is always degrading. The men in bloody raincoats, they'd packed all my work papers, said I wouldn't need them again, said they'd lose them. Where did my life go? Into a landfill? Dredging history rarely helps. I had 6 hours to pack. The men in raincoats were crawling all through my house. My wife, as I understand, about to divorce you, and with a friend to comfort her. There was my son. He's 17 now. I haven't seen him since. I don't know what exams he's passed and failed. Where he's going, what he's doing. Always better, Mr. Perry, not to sink into sentimentality. I had damn good friends there. Never said goodbye, not to any of them. Just walked away. I don't recall from the file that you were under duress. It was a good company I worked for, but I wasn't allowed to clear my desk. The raincoats did that. Fenton sneered. "The directors of that company were lucky, from what I read, not to face a customs and excise prosecution, as you were lucky." "You bastard! Obscenities, Mr. Perry, in my experience, are seldom substitutes for common sense." "I gave up everything." "Life, my friend, is not merely a photograph album to be pulled out each Christmas Day for the relations to gawp at. Little to be gained from wallowing in the past. Life is for living. Your choice. Move on and live, or stay and write your own funeral service. That's the truth, Mr. Perry, and the truth should be faced." The rain was heavier outside, beating a drum roll on the window panes. The darkening cloud came out of the east, off the sea. Jeff Markham stayed by the door. He could have reached beside him to switch the lights on to break the gloom, but he didn't. Markham knew his superior's performance was a disaster. He doubted Fenton had the sensitivity to appreciate the castration of a life. Perry had run away from a wife who no longer loved him, a son, friends and neighbours, even his office, the banter and excitement of the sales section, everything that was past. Frank Perry was a damned ordinary name. If there had been 6 hours for him to quit his house, then the time allotted to choosing a new name would have been about 3 short minutes. Maybe the raincoats had saddled him with it. Perry had turned back to the window, and Fenton paced as if he didn't know what else to say. Markham wondered whether Perry had gone, a year or 2 later, to watch a school gate from the far side of a street, to see the boy come out from school, a leggy youth with his shirt hanging out, his tie loosened. Maybe the kid would have been alone, still traumatized from his father's disappearance. The raincoats would have told him that kids couldn't handle secrets, that they blabbed, that he endangered himself and the kid if he made contact. They would have tracked Frank Perry's former footsteps, his one-time life, until they were convinced that the trail was broken. Fenton wouldn't have understood. "You have to face facts, and facts dictate that you move on. And my new home, new family, new life, new friends, start again. Dump my new home, put my new family through the hoop. They'll cope, there's no alternative. And in a year or 3 years, do it all again, and again after that, and again. Do it forever, peer over my shoulder, wetting myself, keeping the bags packed. Is that a life worth living? It's what you've got, Mr. Perry." Fenton rubbed his fingernail against the brush of his moustache. Despite the gloom, Markham could see the flush on his superior's cheeks. He didn't think Fenton was an evil man or a bully, just insensitive. He'd do a memo, they liked memos back at Thames House, to administration on the need for counselling courses in sensitivity. They could set up a sensitivity subcommittee, and they could call in outside consultants. There could be a paper, Sensitivity, dealing with obstinate, bloody-minded, pig-headed, ordinary members of the public. There could be 2-day courses in sensitivity for all senior executive officers. Fenton beat a path between the toys and the embroidery. "I won't do it." "You're a fool, Mr. Perry." "It's your privilege to say so, but I'm not going to run. Not again." Fenton picked up his coat from the arm of a chair and shrugged himself into it, covered his neatly combed hair with his hat. Jeff Markham turned and quietly opened the living-room door. Fenton's voice was raised. "I hope it's what you want, but we're going into an area of unpredictability." It would be in the 3rd week of its migration. The bird would have left its sub-Saharan wintering grounds around 20 days earlier, and have stored weight, strength and fat in the wetlands of Senegal or Mauritania. It would have rested that last night in the southern extreme, the Charente-Maritime, and hunted at dawn. He sold insurance for a Paris-based company. Annuities, fire and theft, household and motor, life and accident policies, in a quadrangle of territory between La Rochelle in the north, Rochefort in the south, Niort and Cognac in the west. The trade to be gained at a weekend when clients were at home and not tired was the most fruitful. But in March and October, he never worked weekends. Instead, early in the morning, he left his home at Loulay with his liver-white spaniel and drove a dozen kilometres into the winter-flooded marshland of the Charente-Maritime. In the boot of his car was his most prized possession, an army Betinsoli over and under shotgun. Every Saturday and Sunday morning in the early spring and the late autumn, he parked his car and carried the shotgun, wrapped in sacking, a kilometre away. His sport, as practised by his father and grandfather, was now opposed by the city bastards who claimed to protect the birds. It was necessary to be covert, to move after each shot, because the bastards looked for men enjoying legal sport to interfere. In the remaining months, he shot pheasants, partridges, rabbits, and foxes. But the sport he craved was in March, when the birds migrated north, and October, when they returned south to escape the winter. That Sunday morning in late March, he saw the bird first as a speck and swung his binoculars up from his chest to make the distant identification. He had already fired and moved twice that morning. The dog had retrieved a swallow, crushed by the weight of a shot, and a spotted redshank, which had been alive. He twisted its neck. The swallows flew in tight, fast groups and were easy to down. The spotted redshanks came in clusters and were not too difficult to shoot. But the bird coming now from the south, low over the reed beds, was a true target for a marksman. He knew the markings of the harrier, could recognize them with his binoculars at half a kilometre's distance. It was a worthy target. Those birds always flew singly, low, at near to 50 kilometres per hour, a ground speed of 140 metres in 10 seconds. A marsh harrier would pay for his weekend's cartridges. His friend Pierre, the amateur taxidermist, always paid well for a raptor, and top price for a marsh harrier. He crouched, his breath coming in short spurts. The bird had such good sight, but he was low down and hidden by the marsh fronds. He rose and aimed. The bird was straight ahead and would pass directly over him. He could see the ginger-capped crown of the bird and the ruff at its neck. It would be a juvenile, but it had fed well in the African winter. He fired. For a moment the bird dipped, bucked, then fell. The dog bounded forward, splashing into the marsh water. He fired the second barrel and shouted, urging the dog forward into the wall of reeds. He was still reloading when the bird came past him, within 5 metres. Its flight was level to his head, and then it was past. It had a laboured, fractured flight. The wings beat unevenly. His hands shook, and a cartridge dropped from his fingers into the water. He howled in frustration. When the gun was loaded and the dog was back beside him, he swung. The bird was beyond range, but he heard it scream. He watched it for a long time, with his eye, then with the binoculars. It went north, for La Rochelle. If it had the strength, it would pass by the estuary at Nantes and the river at Rennes, then reach the Channel coast. He thought his pellets had hit the muscle, ligament or tendons in the wing, but not the bone. Bone fracture would have brought it down. From the look of it, the bird would not survive a crossing of the Channel to an English landfall. They were crowded in the hallway, pressed close together against hanging coats. The family's boots were scattered on the tile floor. There were tennis rackets in the corner, a bright plastic beach bucket and spade, a chaos of stones from the shore. It was the same comforting clutter that Jeff Markham knew from his own parents' home. Perry reached past them and pulled the door open. There was an old bolt on it and a new lock. Jeff Markham shuddered. In Belfast, the psychopaths had sledge-hammered through doors to do their killing. Fenton tried a last time. "Is it that you're frightened of telling her?" "Who? What? Frightened of telling your wife what you did? Is that the problem?" "They never told me what I'd done. Said it was better I didn't know." "She doesn't know about before?" "She didn't need to know." "Lived with a secret, did you? Festering, is it?" "Get out. My advice, Mr. Perry, is to come clean with her, then fall into line. Tell them, back where you came from, no. So much better, Mr. Perry, if you'd had the guts to be honest with your wife. Isn't she just common law?" Fenton was on his way to the gate when his feet slipped on the wet brick of the path. He stumbled and cursed. Jeff Markham was going after him when his sleeve was grabbed. The rain ran on Perry's face. He hissed, "This is mine. It's all I have. I'm not running again. Tell them that. This is my home, where I live with the woman I love. I am among friends, true, good friends. I won't spend the rest of my life hiding a rat in a hole. This is where I stand, with my woman and my friends. Do you know what it's like to be alone and running? They don't stay with you, they're the raincoats, do you know that? With you for a week, 10 days, then gone. A contact telephone number for a month, then discontinued. You are so bloody alone. Tell them, whoever sent you, that I'm sorry if it's not convenient, but I won't run again. Fenton was at the car, crouched behind it to protect himself from the rain. Markham reached it and opened the door for his superior. He looked back. Perry's door was already shut. Chapter 2. Behind the cottage homes of brick and flint stone, where climber roses trailed and the honeysuckle was not yet in leaf, the ornamental trees in the gardens were shredded of colour, and the sea was slate-grey with white flecks. Between the houses and through the trees, he saw it stretching away, limitless. A solitary cargo ship nudged along the horizon, maybe out of Felixstowe. The sea was like a great wall against which the village sheltered, a barrier that had no end to its width and to its depth. God, don't spare the horses. It was the reason he'd been fetched out for the day. Fenton wouldn't have wanted to drive, or have to face the vagaries of train timetables and a waiting taxi. Jeff Markham's function was to drive, not to play a part in what should have been a reassuring and business-like making of arrangements for the removal van's arrival. He had the wipers going, but the back window was a disaster, as if a filled bucket had been tipped on it. He reversed cautiously, couldn't see a damn thing in his mirror, then swung the wheel hard. The car surged forward. Fenton was writhing out of his dripping coat and nudged Markham's arm so that he swerved. He veered towards a woman in a plastic cape pushing a bicycle. Before he'd straightened up, the tyres sluiced the puddle over her legs. There was a shout of abuse. Fenton grinned. First sign of life we've seen. Markham should have stopped to apologise, but kept going. He wanted away from the place. He knew nothing of the sea, and it held no particular attraction for him. He thought it chill and threatening. They went past a small shop with pottery and postcards in the window from which faces peered. They would have heard the woman's protest. There was a tea-room beside the shop, shuttered for the winter. They swept past the village hall, a low-set building with an old Morris outside. Then there was a pub with an empty car park. Thank the Lord, the open road beckons. Could you live here, Jeff, in this dead end? They had both seen it. The estate agent's for sale sign was propped in an untrimmed hedge, beside a crazily hanging gate with the faded name on it, Rose Cottage. Beyond was a small overgrown garden, then a darkened cottage with the curtains drawn, no light showing. The rainwater cascaded from the blocked gutters, and tiles were missing from the roof. It would be 3 bedrooms, bathroom, 2 reception, kitchen in need of modernisation. And it would also be, down here on the Suffolk coast, £90,000 before the builders went in. But all that was irrelevant to Markham. He was wondering how Perry was facing up to the devastation they'd left behind them. Sort of place, Jeff, where the major entertainment off-season would be screwing your sister, or your daughter, or your niece, eh? Not since he'd come back from Ireland and gone to work on the Mid-East Islamic desk had he heard his superior utter anything as crude. He was shocked. Wouldn't have believed Fenton capable of such vulgarity. The bitter little confrontation with Perry had rattled him. They went up a long, straight road, first flanked by terraced houses, then, as he accelerated, by larger houses oozing prosperity, set back in gardens with tarpaulin-covered yachts in the driveways. The church was on their right. Jeff Markham was good on churches, liked to walk around them, and this one, through his side window, looked to be worth a quarter of an hour. A fine tower, solid as a fortress, a wide nave, safe as a refuge. Beyond it was a stark facade of flint ruins. The clerestory windows opened to the concrete grey of the cloud. He turned his head to see the ruins better. There was a chuckle beside him. About as dead as the rest of the wretched place. Fenton, he knew, lived in Beaconsfield, not on his own salary, but on family money. Couldn't have managed Beaconsfield, the restaurants, the delicatessens, and the bijou clothes shops where his wife went on a desk-head's wage. Money was seldom far from Jeff Markham's thoughts, nagging like a dripping tap. Vicky and his future were about money. He was driving faster. It was strange, but he hadn't seemed to register the village when they came into it, less than an hour before. It hadn't seemed a part of the present and the future. The village was history, to be left behind once the removal van had arrived. But no removal van was coming, and the village, its layout, entry and exit route, topography, community, was as important as any of those isolated white-walled farmhouses in South Armagh, Fermanagh and East Tyrone. Fenton was again massaging his moustache, and showed no interest in what was around him. Through the trees was a shimmer of silver grey from stretching inland water. The road in front was straight and empty. He had no need to concentrate. Markham's mind was on the landscape, as it would have been if he had been driving in Ireland. They reached the crossroads and the main road for Ipswich, Colchester and London. He paused for traffic with the right-of-way, and the smile brightened on Fenton's face. He checked the distance they'd come since leaving the house. About bloody time. You never said, could you live there? Damn sure I couldn't. It wasn't for Markham to pick a pointless argument with his superior. I couldn't, but it's right for him. Come again? He chose well, Perry did. Don't give me riddles. Markham pulled out into the main road and slashed his way through the gears for speed. He wants to make a stand, he won't run. It's good ground for him. One road in and the same road out. The sea's behind, and it can be monitored. Natural barriers of flooded marshland to the north and the south with no vehicle access. If you were in a city street or a town suburban road, you couldn't get protection like that. He chose well, if he's really staying. They would be back in London on Millbank in 3 hours. Then the bells would start clamouring and the calls would go out for the meeting. He went like a sleepwalker around the ground floor of his house, and seemed not to recognise the possessions they'd collected over 4 years. Frank Perry felt a stranger in this house. He'd made himself 3 cups of instant coffee, sat with them, drunk them, and paced again. Of course he knew the reality of the threat. Whatever had been done with the information he'd given in the briefings at the house behind Pall Mall, he would have made a lasting enemy of the authorities in Iran. He'd assumed that the information had been used to block sales of equipment and chemicals from the factories of the old Eastern Bloc and from Western Europe, from the works of his old company in Newbury. There would have been expulsions of Iranian trade attachés, the loss of their precious foreign exchange resources, and the program would have been delayed. Of course the threat was real, and he'd known it. However hard he'd tried to put the past behind him, it had stayed with him. Sometimes it was a light zephyr wind on his face, sometimes it was a gale beating against his back. For 4 years it had always been there. He'd never been able, and God, he'd tried to escape the past. Through those years Frank Perry had been waiting for them. He couldn't have put features to their faces, but he'd known they'd come in suits, with polished shoes, with a briefcase that wouldn't be opened, with knowledge that would only be partially shared. They'd be so recognisable and predictable. From the moment he'd seen them run from the car to his front door, he'd known who they were and what they would tell him. He had rehearsed more times than he could count what he would say to them, and finally said it. He stopped pacing. He stared out of the window across the green. His fists were clenched. Everything he could see, the homes of his friends, the shop, the hall, and the pub at the end of the road, were as normal and unremarkable as they'd been before the men from London had come. It was hard for Frank Perry to believe that anything had changed. But it had, and he knew it. His fingernails pressed hard into the palms of his hands. He would fight to hold everything that was precious to him. Merrill Perry held the umbrella over the child's head and sheltered him all the way from the car, through the gate, up the path to the front door. The child shivered as they waited for the door to be opened. The Carstairs lived in a fine house on the main street, the only road through the village. They both worked and had good positions. She would only just have reached home, and he wouldn't be back for an hour. The child bolted through the open door. "You're a saint, Merrill, thanks ever so." "Oh, don't worry about it, Emma. Wouldn't let him get soaked." "You wouldn't, others might. Look, you're drenched. You're a sweetheart." I'm doing tomorrow, and you're doing the rest of the week, right? Actually, Merrill, I was going to ask you, can you do all this week? It's a real bash at work, and Barry's in too early to take them. I'll make it up the week after. No problem. What friends are for. Oh, you're brilliant. Don't know what I'd do without you. The door closed on her. Her ankles were sodden, her stockings clammy. She liked Emma Carstairs, and Frank was Barry's best friend. They had good times together. The school run to Halesworth had been their first touch-point. She hadn't had friends, not like Emma and Barry, before she'd moved to the village. She hurried back to the car, the rain lashing her while she furled the umbrella. Off again, taking Donna home. She turned by the village hall, then went back past the church and up the lane to the council houses. She dropped Donna at her front gate. "Thanks so much, Mrs. Perry." "You'd have drowned at the bus stop." "Vince didn't stop, nor that stuck-up Mary Wroughton." "Oh, leave off, Donna. Probably they didn't see you." "I'd have ruined my hair. You're really kind. And I'll see you next week when Frank and I are out. Always enjoy babysitting at yours, Mrs. Perry. Thanks again." The girl was out of the car and running for her front door. Her Stephen was scowling beside her, but he was 8, and any child of that age objected to babysitters. She poked him. He put his tongue out at her, and they both laughed. He'd had behavioural problems in the city, but not since they'd moved to the village. The best thing she could have done for Stephen was to bring him here. She drove back into the village. There were no cars in front of Mrs. Fairbrother's, no guests checked in. Past the Martindale's pub, too early to be open. Vince's van was outside his terraced house. Strange that he hadn't seen Donna at the bus stop. Dominic Evans, he was always nice to her, was running back into his shop with the ice cream sign, probably going to shut up early. He was always helpful. And Ewan. She parked as close as possible to their front gate, and Stephen scampered for the door. Peggy's bicycle was askew against the Wroughton's garage door. Merrill was locking her car, umbrella perched over her head as Peggy came down the Wroughton's path. "Merrill, hold on." "Yes, Peggy?" "I've that typing for you. You said you would." "Of course I did. For the Red Cross and the wildlife." "No problem. Can't thank you enough. Don't know what I did before you came. Oh, Merrill, you couldn't manage the Institute's minutes. Fanny's got an awful cold. I think there's a lot of it about." "I'll do it. Thanks, Merrill." "You should get on home, Peggy. You look like a hose has been turned on you." "I tell you, Merrill, those people seeing Frank when you were out, they drove right through a puddle. Could have avoided it." "I used the F-word and all. Quite made my day using the F-word." Stephen had left the door open, and the rain was driving onto the hall tiles. She took off her coat and shook it hard outside. She called, "Frank, we're home." "I'm in the kitchen." There was no light on downstairs. Stephen would have gone straight to his room for his books and his toys. She went into the kitchen. He sat at the kitchen table, but it was too dark for her to see his face. "You all right, love?" "Fine." "Had a busy day?" "No." "Visitors?" "No, no visitors." It was the first time in the 4 years she'd known him that she could have proved that he'd lied. She said she would make a pot of tea and switched on the light. Kicking a cat would have been too easy, and beating his balding head against a wall would have been poor satisfaction. Littlebaum wondered if they knew in Audubon, West Iowa, the good, solidly ignorant folk as they scratched a living and paid taxes where their sweat money went. Did they know in California or South Carolina where it ended? In Texas? In Montana? If it were not for the tax money, Saddam Hussein might have been in Tehran, and the Ayatollahs might have made it to Riyadh. And they treated him, the representative of those taxpayers, like a dog's turd, but he kept smiling. All day he had waited at the guarded headquarters of General Intelligence and been shuffled between various air-conditioned offices. They offered him fruit juice and cake, polite talk, and he had achieved nothing. The prisoner, for Littlebaum he was number 87/41, had most probably been below him all through that day in the basement holding cells. It was the 5th time he'd tried to win access to the prisoner, without success. The man would be in the cells, and maybe his mother would not recognize him. Maybe he was without fingernails. Maybe a fine cord had been knotted tightly around his penis while water was poured down his throat. Littlebaum did not have the name of the man he hunted, nor the face. He had footprints. The prisoner might have told him the name, described the face. His driver took him back to the embassy. He could demand time of the ambassador and shout a bit, and the ambassador would shrug and mouth sympathy. He could send another protest signal to the Hoover building, and it would be filed along with the rest. Later, he would be in his windowless office behind the bomb-proof door guarded by the young Marine, and he would stand in front of the big wall map of the region with his herringbone jacket loose on his shoulders and look at the footprints, at the bright-headed pins. It took 2 weeks from the event for Littlebaum to be able to put another pin in the map, to mark another footprint. From the pins hung little paper flags carrying a date. For 2.5 years he had followed the footprints, and they made a pattern for him. There was a digital mobile telephone that made scrambled, voice-protected calls from and to an office in Tehran of the Ministry of Information and Security. The computers could not break through the scrambled conversations, but they could locate and identify the position from which the call had originated or been answered. His pins, with their carefully dated flags, were scattered over the map surface of Iran and Saudi Arabia. It was 2.5 years since the explosion at the National Guard barracks in Riyadh, in which 5 of his countrymen had died. The pin was there, and dated the day before it happened. 2 years since the lorry bomb at the Khobar Tower Air Force Base outside Tehran had killed 19 Americans, and that date pin was there the day before the massacre. Each atrocity enabled him to track a man without a name and without a face. It took 2 weeks for the computer to log the locations. There was a pin in the empty quarter, dated 43 days back, and he had bypassed every bureaucratic instruction, ignored every standing order, worked the contact game, won the one-time favor, tasked the Marine Corps helicopters and the Saudi National Guardsmen, and still been too damned late. And there was a pin in international waters along the trade route between Abu Dhabi and the Iranian port of Bandar Abbas. No name, no face, only footprints for Duane Littlebaum to follow, as if he were a shambling, slow-going bloodhound. Mary Ellen brought in the day's communications from the cipher section, and coffee. Sometimes she put whiskey in it, which, in this arrogant, ungrateful, corrupt country, was almost a beheading offence. She was blue chip, with a Ph.D., old money off Long Island, and she seemed to regard it as her life's work to look after a middle-aged man from poor farm stock out of Audubon in West Iowa. It took 16 days from the time the antennae or the dishes sucked in the streams of digital information for the computers to locate the positioning of the receiver and transmit it to Duane Littlebaum. She passed him 2 pins and 2 dated flags. Mary Ellen was too short to reach that far up the wall into northern Iran. He grunted and stretched. He drove home the pins where there were 2 tight clusters. He drank the coffee. She said, and he did not need her to tell him, "It's where he always goes. He calls from Alamut, then the next day from Kazvin, then silence, then the call again, then the killing. It's what he always does. That paper we got, the burn paper, what did Quantico scratch out of that?" She shrugged, as if the Hoover building hadn't bothered to report back what the forensics at Quantico had learned. "He's going for killing, yes?" "It's what the footprints say. He calls from Kazvin, and the day before from Alamut. It's like it's his ritual. Then he moves, and then he kills." Hassan Isabach had called for a volunteer to strike down a vizier. A young man without fear had stepped forward, and Nizam al-Mulk was stabbed to death as he was carried in a litter to his wife's tent. Hassan Isabach had inscribed, "The killing of this devil is the beginning of bliss." The words had been written 906 years before in the place where the man now sat. Every wall of the mountain fortress constructed by Hassan Isabach was now broken. It was the 8th time he had climbed the mountain, taken the narrow path used only by the sheep, wild goats, and foraging wolves over the scree slope. The drop beneath him did not frighten him, but if he had slipped on any of those climbs, he would have died. He was 2,000 meters above sea level, perched on a small rock high over the valley. It was where he found strength. Among the fallen stones of the fortress, it was difficult for him to imagine it as it had been. In the valley had been the garden of paradise. In the fortress had been the discipline of self-sacrifice and obedience. The young men who gazed down on the garden and learned their skills in the fortress were the fidais. Their trade was killing. They understood their duty and the personal sacrifice it required. They yearned for their reward, a place in the garden of paradise, where there were groves of sweet fruit trees, clear tumbling streams, and women of great beauty. He had slept in a tent by a small fire, and at dawn had packed up and started his climb on the path over the scree. Whether in sunshine or in the winter's mists, whether the snow had fallen and the path was treacherous, he made that pilgrimage to the destroyed fortress. He would reach it and sit for hours with the silence of the valley below him, and consider the mission he had been given, the requirement for obedience and self-sacrifice, and the reward of a martyr's glory. When the sun lowered or the clouds darkened, he would make the call on the digital phone given to him by the man who was like a father to him, like Hassani Sabach had been to the Fidais, and he would start the descent. He would reach the four-wheel drive vehicle as darkness fell and drive back to the camp at Kazvin. From Kazvin, he would start on his journey as, long ago, the Fidais had started theirs. "What's the matter with it?" He put his fork down noisily. "Isn't it good enough for you?" He pushed away the plate. Now he looked down at the table mat. "It's not much. It's what Stephen likes. A bit late to start complaining. You've had it before." He'd cut through half a sausage and eaten it. He'd forked a few chips and hardly any of the beans. "What's the problem, Frank?" Her boy had cleared his plate. He had a muted fear in his eyes, a child's loathing of adult argument. "All right, it's not much, but I had a long day. I did that typing. Come on, Frank, what's it about?" He shook his head, jerked it from side to side. "Are you ill? Do you want an aspirin?" Again he shook his head more slowly. "For God's sake, Frank, what is going on?" There was a violent scrape of Stephen's chair as the boy fled the kitchen, the clatter of his feet on the stairs. Then his bedroom door slammed. "You know what? He did really well in his English assessment, better than he's done before. He was bubbling to tell you, but he didn't have the chance, did he? Come on, Frank, you're always so good with him." His head was sunk in his hands. They hadn't spoken, not properly, since she had come home and had recognized the lie. She'd been in the kitchen doing the typing for Peggy before cooking supper, and he'd been in the living room. He still hadn't put a light on. He turned his chair away from the unlit fire on the television so that he could sit and stare out of the window. Dusk had come early, and he hadn't drawn the curtains. He gazed out onto the green and the street light on the far side. He hadn't listened to the news bulletin as he usually did, or opened the paper she'd brought him. Merrill had never known him lie, and she felt a desperate anxiety. When she'd met Frank Perry 4 years before, she'd been a single mother without a name for her son's father, working in a small company in East London, pushing paper, when he had come to advise on the engineering required for the heating system in the old factory floor. He'd made her laugh, and God, it had been a long time since anyone else had. Next week, when Donna came to babysit, they were going out to celebrate the 4th anniversary, 3rd of April, since she and Stephen had come to the village with their cases, all that they owned, and moved into the house that she and Frank had found. Living here with him, she would have said, had given her and Stephen the best years of their lives. She touched and tugged at her fair hair nervously. "Is it about me?" "No." She took Stephen's plate, stacked it under hers. "Is it about him? Has he said something, done something?" "No." "It's about you?" "My problem," he said. His words were muffled through his hands. "Aren't you going to tell me?" "When I'm ready." She was up from the table, carrying away the plates. "Of course we're not husband and wife. We're only man and woman with a bastard child. Makes a difference, doesn't it?" "Oh, don't talk such rubbish. Don't hurt yourself." "Frank, look at me. Is it what we don't talk about? Is it that forbidden area, the past? 2 men came and you lied. Did they come out of the past?" He pushed back his chair, took the plates from her and put them in the sink. He held her close against him, and his hands were gentle on her hair. He kissed her eyes as her tears welled. "Just give me time, please. I have to have time." He gave her his handkerchief, then went upstairs to Stephen's room to ask about his English assessment. She tipped the food from his plate into the bin, wiped the table, then went back to typing the Institute's minutes and the details of the Wildlife Field Day and the Red Cross Bring and Buy morning. She heard him talking with her boy. Because 2 men had come from the past and he had lied, she thought, somewhere in the darkness outside the window, there was danger. The previous evening, 4 men and a woman from the Mujahedin-e-Khalq had been brought in a closed lorry to the camp at Qazvin. Normally it was the corpses of executed criminals, rapists, drug dealers and murderers that were dumped at the Abiyak camp. But because the 4 men and 1 woman were filth and apostates, they were alive. He had heard them singing in their cell in the night, low, chanting voices. They had headed north from the training base in southern Iraq and crossed the frontier in the mountains between Sakez and Mahabad and had been ambushed by the Pastars. Most of the raiding party had fled, but 5 had been captured. After interrogation, trial and sentence, they had been brought to the Abiyak camp at Qazvin. Normally the corpses were propped against bare wood chairs or low walls of sandbags, but once, when an Air Force officer had been found guilty of spying for the Great Satan, he had been offered as live target practice. It was not a camp like a military compound, but was constructed as a small town on the outskirts of Qazvin. It was a miniature Babel, for the recruits spoke in many dialects, with a sprawl of concrete houses and shops, a market that sold vegetables, meat and rice, and a mosque. For many years the Abiyak camp had deceived the spy satellites of the Americans, but no longer. Now there was stricter security around the perimeter and greater caution on all methods of communication. Only the best, the most determined of the Palestinians, Lebanese, Turks, Saudis, Algerians and Egyptians were brought to the camp to finish their training. Many came to watch, marshalled by their instructors into small groups of their own nationality. In front of them, in the sandscape that stretched the perimeter wire and then the open country, were the low heaps of sandbags and the chairs. He wore a scarf across his face. Even the most dedicated and determined of the recruits might be captured, interrogated, might not have the resolve of those who'd gone from the mountain at Alamut. He did not cock his Kalashnikov automatic rifle until the terrorists were brought out from their cell and were within hearing range of the metal scrape. They were not blindfolded. They were led to the chairs and the sandbags. Their ankles were not tied. The Air Force officer who had spied for the Great Satan had tried to run, which had made for a better shot. It would be good if some of them ran. They were between 30 meters and 100 meters from him. They were denounced by the commander of the camp, who read from a page of text. There was a silence, and the sun caught their bared faces. He shot 2 with a short burst and saw them spill over, dead. He fired a long burst into another, a dozen rounds, and watched as the body kicked in spasm. He used many shots on the 4th man, but his mind was clear enough to reckon when he had 1 bullet left. She was furthest away, the last. She stared back at him. None of the men had given him the satisfaction of running, and neither did she. He shot her in the forehead, and she fell backwards. There was applause. He cleared his weapon and walked away. As the recruits blasted at the corpses, it hardened them to fire at real bodies. He made a call on his digital telephone. He was ready to begin his journey. I cannot fashion it out of nothing. I can only pass on what I've been given by the Americans, and I've done that. I've gone to the edge of my remit. If you can't shift him, that's your problem. Penny Flowers had cycled over from Vauxhall Bridge Cross to Thames House. A rucksack and a mauve helmet sat beside her chair. It was the end of her day, and she was tired, Jeff Markham thought. She wanted out and the ride home. She was older than him and more senior. She didn't acknowledge his presence. He sat at the far end of the table and took the minutes of the meeting. May I just go over the ground once more? Stop me if I'm wrong. We have FBI material on a raid into the Saudi deserts following an intercepted but scrambled telephone link. They miss their targets but retrieve sheets of burned paper which are sent to their laboratories for examination. Barnaby Cox was a high flyer, and Jeff Markham had heard it said often enough that promotion had come too fast for his slender ability. He headed G Branch, with responsibility for the prevention of Islamic terrorism and subversive activity in the United Kingdom. His route to survival, as Markham had heard it, was a dogged pursuit of detail and a fierce avoidance of decision-taking. The weight of responsibility had prematurely aged his features and greyed his hair. "Which is what I told you yesterday afternoon, Barney. Their forensics came up with the name of Frank Perry in capitals, Roman characters, a date and a time, and a wharf number in the port at Abu Dhabi in Arabic. There was a secondary call the next day from a position located as mid-Gulf between Abu Dhabi and Bandar Abbas. The Americans checked the name Frank Perry with their own computers, drew blank, tried us. We registered. That's what I told you yesterday." It was not Harry Fenton's style to show deference to the younger man who had leapfrogged him on the advancement ladder. Fenton was back on tried and trusted home territory. He had private means and didn't care about the pension, but he had failed that day and there was an exaggerated edge to his voice. Jeff Markham doodled on his pad, waiting for something of value to note. "Unless I'm given facts from which a threat-level assessment can be made, there's not really much point in me sitting here. Resources don't grow on trees. Frankly, it's pathetic that a man at risk cannot be persuaded to move to a safer berth." The superintendent from Special Branch spoke. He'd come into the room and jerked off his jacket, ready for a fight. He was already bored. Jeff Markham knew the spat for influence between the branch and the services was already explosive. It amused him to watch. "Fatal, the use of businessmen, never worth it," Cox mumbled. "He's simply a silly little man without the wit to know when he's being offered common sense," Harry Fenton said. "But we, damn it, are obliged to react." "I'll need some facts if it's to come out of my budget," the superintendent shot back. So, pass the load to Jeff Markham. The junior would write a report, and decisions could be suspended until it was circulated. Beside his doodles of Victorian gravestones with a couple of church steeples, he wrote down Penny Flower's extension number at Vauxhall Bridge Cross and the policeman's number at Scotland Yard. He left them as a whisky bottle was lifted out of the cabinet and went back to his cubbyhole between the partitions on the outer walls of the open-plan area used by G4. There was a photograph blown up by the copier above his desk. The Ayatollah Khomeini glowered down at him, fixed him with a cold, unwavering stare. It was good to have the picture. It helped him to understand. The image on the wall was better than anything he read or was told. It was a snapshot to suspicion and hostility. He rang Vicky to tell her he couldn't make dinner. She was giving him the treatment, and he put the phone down on her, didn't bother to continue a scrap with her. He opened the file on his desk and gazed at the 3 useless sheets of paper that dealt with an identity change 5 years previously. Nothing was in the file about a life and a name before that change. They'd gone down to the country at half-cock, underprepared the familiar story. He rang Vicky back, made his peace, and said at what time he would meet her. He wrote on a sheet of paper the questions he would have to answer if he were to write a decent report. What was the history of Frank Perry? What had he done, and when did he do it? What were the consequences of Frank Perry's actions? What should be the threat level assessment? What was the source of the American information? What was the timetable for an attempt at a killing? The one thing he wouldn't write was that he rather liked Frank Perry. The area was quiet, the partition sections either side of him empty. The face above him peered down. The eyes, long dead, preserved in the photograph, were without mercy. He rang registry, told them what he needed. Jeff Markham lived a good, safe life, and he wondered how it would be if he were alone, unthreatened by the enmity of those eyes. He walked along Main Street. The rain had eased, left only a trace in the gathering wind. There were few streetlights and no cars moving. He did not know what he would tell her or when. He could recall each day and each hour 5 years back of the first month after he had left the cul-de-sac house in Newbury with his 2 suitcases. 2 days with the minders in an empty officers' quarters in the garrison camp at Warminster, 4 days with the minders in a furnished house at the Clifton end of Bristol, 5 days with the minders in a hotel on hard times outside Norwich, after which they had left. 2 more days alone in that hotel, then 3 weeks in a guest house in Bournemouth, then the start of the search for something permanent and the absorption of the new identity, the move to a flat in southeast London. In those first days, he had felt a desperate sense of shamed loneliness, had yearned to call his wife and son, the partners at the office, the customers in his appointments diary. In those endless briefings on his new identity for hour after hour, Penny Flowers had demanded he put the old life behind him. She had no small talk, but emphasized coldly and reiterated that if he broke cover, he would be found, and if he were found, he would be killed. And then she'd gone with the minders, had cut him off, left him. And the night they'd gone, he, a grown man, had wept on his bed. "Evening, Frank?" He spun, coiled, tense. He gazed at the shadow. "Only me? Seen a ghost? Sorry, did I startle you? It's Dominic." "Afraid you did. Obvious, was it? Like I was going to shoot you. Just taking the dog out. I hear Peggy's lumbered Merrill with the typing for the wildlife field day. It's very good of her. I was doing the group's accounts this evening. Your donation was really generous, thanks. Prefer to say it myself than just send a little letter." "Don't think about it." "It's worth saying. It was a good day when you and Merrill came here. Wish all the foreigners slotted in as easily." "We love it here." "Can't beat friends, can you?" "No, I don't think you can." "Well, we've had a little piddle. Time to be getting back, and sorry I startled you. Oh, did Merrill tell you about the field day for the wildlife in May, and the RSPB lecture we've got coming up? Hope you can come to both. We're doing the Marsh Harriers on South Marsh for the field day. Any time now they're back from Africa. It's an incredible migration, fierce little brutes, killers, but beautiful with it. Better be getting back. Good night, Frank." The footsteps shuffled away into the night. Dominic seemed to love the dog as much as he did Ewan. Perry walked on, and took the path beside the course of the old river, now silted and narrow, and across the north edge of South Marsh. He climbed, slipping and sliding over the huge barrier of stones the sea had thrown up, and went down onto the beach. His feet gouged in the sand, wet from the receding tide. From between the fast cloud that carried the last of the slashing rain, moonlight pierced the darkness around him. The silence was broken only by the hissing of the sea on the shingle. He scanned for a ship's lights, but there was nothing. He didn't know what he would tell her of the past, nor what she should know of the future. He walked in the darkness, grinding his feet into the fine pebbles and the emptied shells. He turned his back to the sea. The great black holes of South Marsh and North Marsh were around the clustered lights of the village. He felt a sense of safety, of belonging. It was his home. He moved on, retraced his steps, and came back into the village. Brisk footsteps were hurrying towards him. A bouncing torch beam lit the pavement, then soared and found his face. "Hello, Frank, it's Basil. Choir practice drifted on while I'm laid out, and same as you, I suppose. I felt like a prisoner in the vicarage with that dreadful rain today. Got to get out, get a bit of air before bed." "Evening, Mr. Hackett." "Please, Frank, not the formality, not among friends. Even those forgive me whom I do not see on Sundays. A deserved slap on the wrist." "Not to worry. It's what people do that matters, not where they're seen to be. If all my worshippers were as involved in the welfare of the village as you and Merrill, I'd be a happier man. You look a bit drawn. Had bad news?" "Everything's fine." "Before I forget, I hear Merrill's visiting Mrs. Hopkins. She's very kind, a great help to that lady. Awful when arthritis cripples an active woman. And I've got you down for churchyard grass-cutting this summer, on my rota." "No problem." "Well, bed beckons. Night, Frank." Good night." He walked across the wet grass of the green towards the light above the front door and his home. He still didn't know what he would tell her, or when. Chapter 3. The atmosphere hung like gas, poisoned in the house, and had for 3 days and 3 evenings. It clung to the rooms, eddied into each corner, was inescapable. They went their own ways, as if the atmosphere dictated that they should separate themselves from each other. The stench of the silence they carried with them was in the furniture, in their clothes, and had seeped into their minds. He stood on the green beyond his front gate and gazed out over the rooftops toward the expanse of gunmetal grey sea. Stephen came down the stairs each morning, gulped half his usual breakfast, and waited by the door for his mother to take him to school, or by the gate for the other half of the school run to collect him. He came home in the afternoons and bolted for his room, came down for his supper, then fled upstairs again. The atmosphere between his mother and his stepfather had filtered into his room. Twice from the bottom of the stairs, Perry had heard him weeping. It was a bright morning. There would be rain later, and the wind brought a chill from the east. Since he had pleaded for time, Merrill had not spoken of his problem. She was brisk with him and busy. She called shrilly to him for his meals, dumped his food in front of him, made sharp, meaningless conversation while they ate. It was as if they competed to be the first to finish what she had cooked, so that the charade of normality might be over more quickly. If he spread work papers on the kitchen table, then she was in the living room with her embroidery. If she had an excuse to be out, she took it. Spent all of one of the 3 days helping with the nursery class and staying late at school to scrub the floor. He knew that she loved the house and the village, and that she feared that both were being pulled by the poison from her. They slept at night in the same bed, back to back, apart. The space between them was cold. She had looked into his face once, the only time that her eyes had flared in anger, when she'd pushed him aside and run up the stairs to her son's room in answer to his weeping. He watched the gulls flying lazily over the sea and felt jealous that such matters did not trouble them. His life, many times in those 3 days, played in Frank Perry's mind. He remembered his many friends at Shiraz, where the gases were mixed, before the projects moved to Bandar Abbas, where the warheads were constructed and more friends there. They had entertained him and kissed his cheeks when he gave them gifts, and were deceived. At the thought of his betrayal, he screamed silently across the winter-yellow grass of the green, and the rooftops where the first smoke of day crawled from the chimneys, and the open depths of the sea. It was not his fault. He hadn't been given a chance to do otherwise. Emma Carstairs drove up, smiling and chirpy. She pushed the door open and belted her horn. Stephen ran past without looking at him, and dived for the car as if to escape. Frank heard Merrill's brisk shout behind him. The car drove away. There was a call for him. The Home Office in London. He went back into the house and heard her washing up the breakfast things. She hadn't asked him why the Home Office had rung. He picked up the telephone. He felt like a Philby or a George Blake. Bettany, who had rotted in jail on an Official Secrets Act sentence, and would have felt like this when he made his first communication with the Soviets. He took the phone card from his wallet. Jeff Markham had come out of Thames House, doubled back behind the building, scurried up Horseferry Road for the first bank of telephones. The brewery answered, through to marketing, a shout for Vicky. He felt he was breaking faith, and the furtiveness exhilarated him. He told her that the bank was giving him an interview for a place in investment brokerage. His application had been shortlisted down to the last 3. She squealed. She said he was brilliant. He gave her the details. She growled that she would bloody murder him if he blew it, and started on about her teaching him interview technique. She'd wanted him out of what she called that creepy job and into proper work since they'd first shared a bed. He rang off. He wouldn't have dared make that call inside Thames House. He felt elation that he'd been shortlisted, and the same sense of shame as when he'd sent off the application to the bank with the necessary limited personal background. It was what Vicky had told him to do. She had torn the job advertisement from the situations vacant. He took the back streets to the bridge, crossed over. The great building, the home of the Secret Intelligence Service, the green and cream and tinted glass monstrosity, was enemy territory to most of his seniors at Thames House. When Cox or Fenton went across the river to Vauxhall Bridge Cross, they always said, after they'd legged it back, that they felt they ought to wash their hands. He asked for Miss Flowers, and the security staff at reception looked at him and his security service ID as if they were both worthless. She took him into a bare interview room on the ground floor. She laid a file in front of her on the table and leaned her elbows over it, covered it with her bosom. He talked. We went down underprepared to see him, went with big holes in what we knew. We knew that his new name and identity were blown open. How and where is what we did not know. We told him his life was under threat, but we didn't know the extent of the threat. It was difficult to assess who was the blind and who was the one-eyed. We're sending him the blue book. We need help, and have to have answers to questions." She snorted derisively. "Ask away." "Whether I'll answer, that's a different matter, and you should know the importance we give to the Iranian weapons program. Attention among the ill-informed was directed towards Iraq, which is just comic cuts, cartoon strip stuff. Iran is the big player. Iraq has no global following. Iran is a focus point for billions of Muslims. Iran matters." She guarded the file with her elbows. "Who was Frank Perry?" His name was Gavin Hughes. He was a pushy young salesman in an engineering manufacturing company at Newbury. He sold commercial mixing machines, mostly for export. What was the Iran link? The Iranians wanted mixing machines for their program WMD development. You know what that is, don't you? Weapons of mass destruction, microbiological, chemical and nuclear. But the export to Iran of those machines is blocked by legislation, enforced by customs and excise, isn't that right? The machines are dual purpose. You were informed of that, and the customs interest. The same machine can be legally exported to mix chewing gum or toothpaste to industrial quantities, and illegally exported to mix explosives and the chemical precursors for nerve gases and biotoxins, which are the anthrax or the such-like end of the business. His company's machines with falsified export declarations were for the equipment of military factories. And what was his importance? He's a sharp salesman, as I said, everybody's good guy. People warm to him, people want to be his friend. The man who is liked and makes friends, he gets access. The access was disproportionate to the importance of the product he supplied. No need to go to Tehran to meet him. Have him down to Shiraz or Bandar Abbas, sort the problem out there and save time. He's a popular man and not stupid. He doesn't push his luck, just keeps his ears and eyes open, and he oils the friendship with gifts. It gets so that he's hardly noticed when he's there. I'm not exaggerating, he was remarkable. One of the most valuable assets we've ever had. Who was the controller running him? I ran him a bit myself at the end, when it was leading up to the sensitive time. We were into him about 18 months before it finished. We'd picked up the illegality bit. He faced a customs and excise investigation, and he'd have gone to prison. We had him well stitched, and he knew it. He was always very cooperative. You don't need to know who recruited him, did the heavy stuff and pulled him on side. They wouldn't give you the time of day. What happened at the end? What finished it? We and other agencies became aware of the pace of the development of chemical warheads. We needed to obstruct, or at least impede, that progress. Necessary action was taken. What was the action taken? You should never try to run, Mr. Markham, before you've learned to walk. That's not your concern. Sorry, but it is my concern if I'm to be in a position where I can access the contemporary threat level. If you've ever rammed a stick into a wasp's nest, then you make the wasps angry. They want to sting you, at which point you're advised to get the hell out. That'll have to be good enough for you. How would the Iranians have known that he was the source of the information? They're not idiots, certainly not in our eyes. At the same time they were cleaning up the debris, he disappeared, left home and work. Yes, they could put that together. They would have been very angry. Has he been looked after? What you already know. New life, no customs and excise feeling his collar, new identity. We treated him well and expensively. Well, that's a minimum of 5 years ago. Would their anger have lasted? With the action that was taken? Yes. The anger might have matured, but it wouldn't have diminished. Well, what are we supposed to do now? God, why'd you ask me? Water under the bridge as far as we're concerned. He's no earthly use to us or anyone now. Just another engineer doing whatever engineers do. But if he was brilliant and remarkable, we owe him. Understood, you've done that, offered help. I know his reaction, too. He's made his bed. We don't acknowledge debt to civilians, businessmen. They worked for us. We explain the risks. They stand on their own feet. Actually, we were surprisingly generous in this case. Nothing is owed. One last thing. What was the quality of the information on the renewed threat? There's an American in Riyadh, a funny little fellow from the FBI. He's their Iran guru. He dug up Perry's name, a little consolation on a failed raid. If you call him, don't have a pending appointment and don't expect him to draw breath and let you get a word in. Get the message. Perry or Hughes is a spent cartridge. He's of no importance. At the reception, they'll show you the lavatory. The American in Riyadh is Littlebaum. The electric fan always distorted the television picture, and the cranking air conditioner set in the wall did the damage to the sound. Mary Ellen was responsible for catching the local language news program because Littlebaum found it hard to remember schedules. He was at his desk, the fan blast riffling the papers in front of him. This small section of the embassy building that he used with Mary Ellen and the larger area in an adjacent corridor, the agency's place, were not served by the building's main air coolant system. The pipes had been cut off and sealed. A security review 2 years back had decided that the Bureau and the agency should be protected from the possible hazard of lethal gases being fed into the system. So they had their own air conditioners, a nightmare of noise and unreliability that needed the backup of electric fans. The local language news bulletin was usually a catalogue of the King's Palace meetings and the public appearances of the Prime Princes. The picture was awful, the sound worse, and the content negligible, so he let her monitor it. Even above the clatter of the air conditioner and the whine of the fan, he heard her gasp. Littlebaum swung in his chair. The man's head was down, his voice a monosyllabic whisper. God damn it! The man was dressed in a white thobe, the long shirt dress, was round-shouldered as if hope had gone from him. Under the loosely draped gutra, the scarf covering his head, his eyes had lost their light. Damn, shit, damn! The man mouthed a rehearsed confession. Littlebaum listened as he confessed to terrorism and subversion of the kingdom. He was shrunken, as if dehydrated from when Littlebaum had last seen him, dragged in the sand towards the waiting helicopters. The bastards, the lying, deceiving, double-talking bastards. He grabbed his herringbone jacket and ran, a fast, waddling gait for the door, the corridor, the grill gate where the Marine stood guard, the elevator and the ambassador's floor. He stood to his full squat height, and his body shook with anger as he hammered his complaint. It is just obstruction. I have been blocked to General Security 6 times, and I have made 24 more calls to General Security, the Ministry, God knows who else. I have not only been denied the chance to talk to this man myself, I have not been permitted to read the interrogation dossier. They are supposed to be fucking allies! I know, sir, about their delicate sensibilities, and I know they are a proud and independent people, and please don't tell me to humor them, but I don't give a shit what happens in this country. The place is a cesspit. It is corrupt, devious, lying, complacent. Americans died in Tehran and Riyadh. If this man is on TV and making a confession, then he has been tried, convicted, condemned. 3 Americans died in Riyadh, 19 in Tehran. Finding the killers of Americans is my job! This man, sir, was in contact with an organizer who I am paid to track and find. This man could give me the name and the face of that organizer, but I am blocked. When he has been one-way ticket to Chop Chop Square, I have lost the chance to get from this man that information. I was so goddamn close. So what the fuck are you going to say to our sweet, good allies? I have been working more than 2 years for this one chance so I can hunt the bastard down. What are you going to say? The ambassador wrung his hands and said he would make telephone calls, which was what he always said. Littlebaum went back to his section. The fan blew the papers on his desk, and Mary Ellen put a decent slug of brown in his coffee. The coffee, laced with whiskey, might just make him forget that he had no face and no name to work towards, and that he did not know where the footprints led. The wind whipped about her and could not move her. The sea swell bucked beneath her and did not shake her. She was out of the Karg Island terminal, the property of the National Iranian Tanker Corporation. Her call sign was Ekuz. Her length, bow to stern, was 332 metres. Her beam, port to starboard, was 58 metres. Her draft, the waterline to the lowest point of the hull, was 22.5 metres. She was loaded with 287,000 tons of Iranian crude. Her speed through the water, regardless of weather conditions, was a constant 21 knots. She had been at sea for 13 days, routed from Karg Island, past the port of Bandar Abbas, through the Straits of Hormuz, north up the Red Sea to the canal, away from Port Said and into the Mediterranean. After navigating the Straits of Gibraltar, her last reported position had her giving a wide berth to the sea lanes leading to Lisbon. She was 2 days sailing from the western approaches of the English Channel. Her crew complement was always 32 Iranian and Pakistani nationals, and the master would give that number in truth to the immigration authorities at the Swedish refinery. She was a monster, carving her way forward, moving remorselessly towards her destination. "Just read it, Mr. Perry. It's all in here. I can't say it's anything that pushes back the frontiers of science. It just states what's sensible." When she walked out of the front door, Merrill had been crying. She tried not to cry in the house, but she'd cried when she was on the step and going down the path. Perry had seen her dab her eyes when she reached the car, and then he'd closed the door. He was not ready to tell her. It would have been easier if she'd confronted him. He'd been leaning against the hall wall, head in the coats, when the bell had rung. A card had been proffered, Home Office Central Unit, and a smiling, middle-aged man had been following him into the house. "It's all in the pamphlet, what we call the Blue Book, because it's blue. Vary a route to and from your home. Keep a constant watch for strangers whom you might suspect of showing a particular interest in the house. You haven't a garage, I see. Car parked on the street, that's a problem. Well, you look like a handyman. Get an old car wing mirror, lash it to a bamboo pole, and check under the car each morning, under the main chassis, and especially that naughty little bit hidden above the wheels. Doesn't take a moment. Imagine anywhere under the car or under the bonnet where you could hide a pound bag of sugar, but it's not sugar, it's military explosive, and a pound of that stuff will destroy the car with a mercury tilt switch. Always best to be careful and do the checks. Doesn't take a minute." They wandered through the house as if the man were an estate agent and the place was going on the market. But it wasn't. He was staying. No quitting, no running. The furniture was eyed, and the ornaments and the pictures and the fittings in the kitchen. He'd made them both a mug of tea, and his visitor had taken 3 biscuits from the jar, munched them happily, and left a trail of crumbs behind him. "It's mostly about the car. You shouldn't think you're alone. I don't get many days in the office. So many army officers who were in Northern Ireland, they all need updating. I've a lovely list of gentlemen I visit, and judges and civil servants. You shouldn't get in a flap. Nothing's ever happened to any of my gentlemen, but what I tell all of them, watch the car. I'll be leaving brochures of the locks on offer, doors and windows, all fitted at our expense. You know, we spend £5 million a year on this, me and my colleagues, so don't get depressed and think you're the only one. They didn't tell me, never do, who you rubbed up the wrong way." They came down the stairs. The biscuits were finished and the mugs were empty. The man darted back into the living room. There was a grimace on his face, as if he'd forgotten something, and that was a personal failure. "Oh, the curtains." "What's wrong with them?" "Dreadful of me not to have noticed. There are no net curtains. There should be. Your wife can knock some up. She hates net curtains. Your job, Mr. Perry, not mine, to make her like them. I'm sure that when you've explained it. Do you have net curtains at home?" He hadn't thought, and realized his stupidity as soon as the question was asked. "No call for them. I'm not a threat. I've not trod on anyone's toes. Net curtains, you see, absorb flying glass from an IED, that's improvised explosive device, a bomb to the layman." He was grateful for the time and advice. He wished him a safe journey back to London. "Final advice, be sensible, read the Blue Book, do what it says. Don't think that from now on, what I always say to my gentlemen, life ends, you've got to live under the kitchen table. If there were a specific danger, say threat level 2, they'd have moved you out of here, feet wouldn't have touched the ground, or, God forbid, there'd be armed police crawling all over your home. Good day, Mr. Perry, thanks for your hospitality. Let my office know what locks you want, and don't forget about the net curtains. I'll call again in about 6 months, if it's still appropriate. Good day. It's not that bad, or you'd have the guns here, or you'd have been moved out." After he'd read the pamphlet, he hid it among his work papers where she never looked. Frank Perry still did not know what and when he would tell Merrill. A jammy old number, the branch men in London called it, a proper trolley ride for the geriatrics, and let them try it. He cursed. He was 51 years old, working out the time to retirement, and too damned old for this caper. His problem? He was trying to do single-handedly the work that should have been given to a 4-man detail. It had been fine at the terraced house, where he had picked up his target easily enough. The target had walked, and the detective sergeant had trailed him on foot into the centre of Nottingham, into a camping equipment shop. The detective sergeant had fingered wet weather coats, while the target had selected, then paid cash for a sleeping bag, heavy-soled walking boots, wool boot socks, camouflage trousers, and tunic that were all ex-military stock. He might have been old, near to retirement, but the detective sergeant still registered his target's height and the size of the boots, which were at least 2 sizes too small for the target's feet. All the university cities in the country had a pair of branch men attached to the local police station. Used to be Irish work, not any longer. It was the Islamic thing that preoccupied the detective sergeant and his partner, Iranian students studying engineering, physics, chemistry, metallurgy, and the zealots who recruited among the campus kids. It was work for a dozen men in this city alone, not for 2 poor bastards. The security service provided the names and addresses and bugger all else, leaving the detective sergeant to tramp the streets and type the bloody reports. The target was careful, and had twice ducked into shop doorways and let him come past. His shoes, new, hurt his feet, and he was bursting for a leak. The detective sergeant was trained in surveillance, but it was damn difficult to make the tell when it was down to one man. They had ended in a bookshop. He'd eyed the paperback thrillers while the target had been searching very specific on shelves across the shop. He had not had this man before. There were usually so many targets that they came round on a rota every 4 weeks or so. It was only 3 months since the young fellow, wet behind the ears and up from London, had given the sparse detail of the security service interest in Yusuf Khan, Muslim convert, formerly Winston Summers. One of many, the tall, wide-shouldered Afro-Caribbean, was under surveillance around 1 day in 30, 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening. He didn't know why this 30-year-old cleaner at the university was on the list for sporadic surveillance. His was not to reason why, his but to do and bloody die, and bugger all glory for his pinched feet and aching bladder. The target had taken a book, gone quickly to a vacant cash desk, and paid in notes and loose change before heading out into the street. The detective sergeant was good at his work and conscientious. He checked the shelves where the target had searched. UK travel and guides. The man was out in the street now. A woman was at the cash desk, with a child in tow, choosing a gift token card. He'd lost half a minute before he'd used his shoulder, shown his warrant card, and demanded of the assistant what book her previous customer had purchased. The dumb girl had forgotten, had to check back in the point-of-sale computer. He stood on the pavement outside the shop and cursed. He couldn't see his target, and narrow arcades led off both sides of the main street. He swore. He quartered the arcades and the precinct, checked the bus stops and the precinct, but couldn't find the bobbing head he sought, or the bright-coloured shopping bags. As his son would say when his birthday came round, when the detective sergeant had to dig in his wallet to pay for the amplifier or the tuner, "Pay peanuts, Dad, and you get monkeys." They paid for one man to do a surveillance once every 30 days, and by 11 o'clock in the morning the monkey had lost its target. He would find a place to leak, then walk back to the dismal street of little terraced houses to sit in his car, fashion the excuses, compose his report, and have not an idea why Yusuf Khan, formerly Winston Summers, had purchased boots, camouflage trousers, and a tunic too small for him, heavy wool socks, a sleeping bag, and a guidebook to the coastal area of North Suffolk. What the policeman knew of that area from a wet, cold, and miserable caravan holiday 22 years back was endless grey seas and marshes, but it would go in his report for want of something better. "Were you followed?" Yusuf Khan did not think so. "Have you done anything to create suspicion?" Yusuf Khan knew of nothing. The intelligence officer was a man of sophistication and poise. He came from a childhood spent after the revolution in a villa of quality set in the foothills of the Alborz. The previous owner had fled in 1980, and his cleric father had been awarded the property, which looked down on to Tehran's smoggy sprawl. He was fluent in German, Italian, Arabic, and English, and could pass in casual London society for Palestinian, Lebanese, Saudi, or Egyptian. To the unaware, he might be from the deep south of Italy, perhaps Calabrian or Sicilian. He had been 3 years in London, and believed he understood the heartbeat of the British psyche, and that understanding had led him to recruit Yusuf Khan, formerly Winston Summers, Muslim convert. He was a religious man himself, prayed at the given hours when it was possible, and the obsession of the converts to the faith was something he found ridiculous but useful. He preyed on the converts, trawled for them in the mosques of the splinter communities who set themselves aside from the traditions of the Sunni and Shia teaching. He searched for them in the universities. The best he found, those who displayed a fervent adoration of the Imam Khomeini, he recruited. Yusuf Khan had been subject to police investigation in Bristol, following a knife attack on an Arab businessman who had kissed a white woman on the street outside a nightclub. Unemployed, embittered and alienated, living in the East Midlands city of Nottingham, attending the mosque of Sheikh Amir Mohammed, Yusuf Khan had been identified 3 years earlier for the intelligence officer. 23 months before, with the trust already built in their relationship, The intelligence officer had told Yusuf Khan how he might best serve the memory of the Imam. It had been a long evening of persuasion. The following day Yusuf Khan had walked away from the faith, taken a job as a cleaner at the university. He monitored the attitudes, friendships, and conversations of the Iranian students in the engineering faculty. He found and befriended a girl who was now converted to the faith and was useful. The trust grew. The intelligence officer met his man in the car park of a restaurant by the river. There were too many high cameras in the streets of the city and at the entrances to the multi-story car parks. The engine ran, the interior heated, the windows misted. They were unseen and alone. "You will not be missed from work." His friend the girl had telephoned the university and reported his head cold. "You are certain you have not created suspicion?" Yusuf Khan was certain. He was told that he should not go home again until after his part in the matter was finished, to where he should take a train, where he should hire a car, the grade of the car, and where he should sleep before the given time. His list was checked, the clothing, the boots, the sleeping bag, the rucksack of khaki canvas he had bought the day before and collected from left luggage at the bus station. Everything was checked, the book, the maps, the photographs, and he was passed another tight roll bundle of banknotes. He was told of the affection for him of men in high places, far away, whose names he would never know, of their gratitude for what he did, and of how they spoke of him with love. The intelligence officer watched the swell of Yusuf Khan's pride, and smelt the chili on the man's breath. He reached into the back of the car, unzipped a big sausage bag, and revealed the contents. He saw the bright excitement in Yusuf Khan's face. He showed him the launcher wrapped in a tablecloth, the shells, the automatic rifle with the folded stock and the loaded magazines. He opened the canvas rucksack beside the bag, revealed the grenades. He held the man's hand, squeezed it to give him reassurance, and drove him to the railway station. He said that in the Farsi language the Imam was known as Batal al-Mustarafin, and that he was the champion of the disinherited, and therefore he was the champion of Yusuf Khan. He said that Yusuf Khan would deserve the love of all those who followed the word of Imam Khomeini. The intelligence officer did not tell him that the cornerstone of his work in London was deniability. When they reached the forecourt of the railway station, he told Yusuf Khan what the Ayatollah Fazlallah Mahalati had said. He spoke with fervour. "A believer who sees Islam trampled underfoot and does nothing to stop it will end up in the 7th layer of hell. But he who takes up a gun, a dagger, a kitchen knife, or even a pebble with which to harm and kill the enemies of the faith has his place assured in heaven." He watched Khan into the station carrying the rucksack and the sausage bag which sagged under the weight of the weapons. On the way back to London he would call in at a small mosque in the town of Bedford to a cultural association for which his embassy's support was well known, for a meeting that would help create the necessary factor of deniability. "Don't mind me saying it, Frank, you look bloody awful. Had the taxman round? You look like I feel when he pushes his bloody nose in." Martindale belly laughed without enthusiasm. He kept the pub in the village, the Red Lion, and had enough cash flow problems not to need the burden of his customers' difficulties. "Say nothing, admit nothing. If you have to say anything, tell them the dog ate the receipts. Come on, Frank, don't bring your troubles in here. Trouble-free zone, this bar. Come on." Frank looked into the thin face with its dour smile. He'd been nursing a pint for half an hour. The regular gang was in, and there had been whispering before the landlord had come over with the cloth to wipe the spotless table. It had been good of Martindale to fetch him up to the bar. Vince cuffed his shoulder. "Not right now that you got the tax man on your back, not you. What about a game of arrows, Frank? Tell you, each time you go for treble 20, you reckon that's the tax man's face. Last time they came sniffing round me, I told them to piss off. Oh, I can get down and do that chimney of yours next week. Don't think I'd forgotten." Vince was the local jobbing builder, a one-man band. The previous November's big storm had shifted some of the roof tiles, and he'd gone up a ladder in the wind and rain with the sure-foot grip of a mountain goat. If he'd waited for the storm to blow out, the rain would have been in the attic and dripped into their bedroom, and it would have been a hell of a big job. Vince talked too much, played at being a hard man, but wasn't. It embarrassed Frank that he'd brought his problems into the pub. If a guy was asked here how he was supposed to say he was fine. If he was asked if he was well, he was supposed to say he was in good shape. Everyone there had problems, came in for a drink to forget them. There was a short, awkward silence. Then Gussie said, "Shall we throw together?" Why not, Gussie?
You've an education. Do you know about Australia, Frank? I'm thinking of going there next year. What a team, you and me. You take first throw. If it dries up a bit, a couple of weeks, I'll be down to dig your garden. You should be thinking of getting your vegetables in.
Gussie passed him the darts. He was a big, strapping, amiable youth, thick as a railway sleeper, not the full shilling, but he kept his mother and the younger children on the pittance he earned as a labourer in the piggery. He propped up the bar most nights and talked to the older men as a bread-winning equal. He dug the vegetable garden in less than half the time it would have taken Frank, and charged too little. Nice boy, but he'd never get to Australia. Paul took the empty glass from his hand. No argument, my shout. Be a pint, right? You've had one quiet one, time now for 3 noisy ones, right, Frank?
That's very kind of you, Paul, thanks.
I'm thinking of co-opting you to the village hall committee, you being an engineer. Won't be any problem, they'll do what I tell them. Place will fall down if we don't do something, and I'm the only one with the wit to realise it. I reckon we'd worked well together, being friends. Of course, I'd take the main decisions. You up for it? I'd be pleased to help. Paul was not the chairman of the village hall committee or of the parish council, but his way always won through because he was better briefed than any of the others. His life was the village, as had been his father's and his grandfather's. Inquisitive, but harmless. If his ego was massaged, he gave his friendship without condition, and Frank Perry, former salesman, could manipulate vanity with the best of them. He even quite liked the man. He played darts with Vince, Gussie, and Paul through the evening. He didn't talk much, but let the conversation ripple around him and warm him.
You heard, Paul, what happened at Rose Cottage?
I heard it was under offer. Do you know what they were asking? Gussie chipped in.
I was told it were over 100 grand. There's more to be spent. The last thing this place needs is more bloody foreigners. No offence, Frank.
We only want people here who knows our ways and respect them. As the games were restarted, as the pints kept coming, Frank threw more accurately. It was his home. His friends were the publican, the jobbing builder, the piggery labourer, the big man of the village hall committee, and the parish council. God, he needed friends, because there was a blue-jacketed pamphlet hidden among his papers where Merrill wouldn't find it. He and Gussie lost both their games, and it didn't matter to him. He stepped out into the night. They were going their own way, and behind him Martindale was switching off the bar lights. His friends shouted encouragement to him.
Good luck, Frank. Keep smiling.
Frank, I'll be in touch about the hall. Look after yourself. For a year he'd been without friends. From the time the last of the minders had driven away, left him to his own devices, until the day he'd come with Merrill and bought the house on the green with a view to the sea. 12 endless months he had been without friends. He had lived in a one-bedroom flat in a new block a couple of streets away from the centre of suburban Croydon. In all those months, trying to wear his new identity, he had never allowed himself more than 6 words on the stairs with any of the other tenants. They might have been good, kindly, warm people, but he hadn't felt the confidence to test them. Fear of a slip, of a single mistake, had isolated him. The first Christmas had hurt. No contact with his son. He hadn't sent a present, no cards hanging from ribbons, no visit to his father and mother in the Lake District for the New Year. Through that 24 hours he'd sat alone in the flat and listened to the televisions, the laughter, the cheerfulness echoing up the stairwell. And he'd seen people arriving, arms loaded with wrapped presents. His company had been a bottle. When he ventured out to pubs as the evenings lengthened, he always took a chair and table furthest from the bar and the camaraderie. He'd learned that he mattered to no one. He had sunk, the signs were clear enough to him, and it had taken a supreme effort to shake off the loneliness. He had started to read the trade magazines and look for small freelance work. The second company he'd visited had employed Merrill. He could remember so clearly that he had bounced away from the company's offices with a contract in his pocket and her smile in his mind. He waved over his shoulder, and their laughter, flung among friends, roared after him. He walked on and wondered where he would find an old wing mirror to lash to a bamboo pole.
What makes you think, Mr. Markham, that you have any of the qualifications required for modern banking?
I'm used to high-pressure work. It matters when I make decisions that I've chosen the correct option. I can work on my own and I can work with a team. She sat the wrong way round on the chair, leaned on the back of it, splayed her legs either side of the seat so that her skirt rode up. Balls about high-pressure work, but the right sort of balls. Hit team. It's an emphasis word. They like that. Why, Mr. Markham, do you wish to walk away from the security, of safe civil service employment? You could join us. You could be found unsuitable and out on your ear with your bridges burned. Why? My present work, and you'll respect that I'm bound by confidentiality, has been challenging and responsible, but the nature of the beast, it's limited. I'm capable of spending more time in the fast lane. I don't expect to be found unsuitable. Great, that's what they want, arrogance. And they want the rounded man. Mr. Markham, what are your hobbies, recreations? Shit! It was the telephone. So they don't want to hear about Herefordshire churches, no? The telephone stayed ringing. Hill walking. Give them long-distance hill walking, exploring the inner man. You can't move for bloody bankers on Snowdonia or Ben Nevis, for Christ's sake, and skiing. He couldn't ignore any longer the ring of the telephone bell. I'll field it. It was Fenton, opening with a caustic, savage quip about clock-watching. Had he gone on the stroke of 5? He was to get back in soonest. There was no apology for the time of night at which he was summoned back. He left Vicky. If he'd stayed longer, she'd have killed him, or lifted the skirt higher. He drove into central London against the homeward traffic from the theatres and the restaurants. He parked on a double yellow as the Big Ben clock hammered out the midnight chimes. Fenton showed in the single sheet of paper a Special Branch Detective Sergeant's report of a routine surveillance. Markham knew Yusuf Khan, convert, zealot in the Hizbul Tahrir, pupil of Sheikh Amir Muhammad, cleaner at Nottingham University, knew him as well as he knew 100 others from the files. The report was the familiar story of a fuck-up. The target had been followed, lost, not found again. While he was followed, before he was lost, he had been on a shopping jaunt. A cleaner, no skills, at the university took home not more than £125 a week after stoppages. 3 weeks' wages gone in an outdoors shop, cash, and out of generosity because the boots wouldn't have fitted. And the book? There was a giant wall map in Fenton's room, floor to ceiling, which Montgomery would have appreciated, or perhaps Wellington. Fenton used a snooker cue to do the business. Its end wrapped the area covered by the guidebook, North Suffolk, then stabbed a line where land became sea and rested there. The guidebook covered a dead-end place, a one-street hole. He held in his hand the routine report from Special Branch, and he felt the night cold. I'd ring her if I were you, Jeff, and postpone the nookie. And don't get to be a timekeeper, Fenton smirked. Go to work, because I want it on my desk at lunchtime. The threat, what it is, where it's coming from. He had said it himself. He chose well if he won't run. The queue end was beside the name of the village, which a man wouldn't leave, where a home was protected only by a door with a new lock and an old bolt. The wind whipped about him and snatched at his coat. He was alone in the darkness. The sea cried beneath him, and he sat on the deck far forward of the lights of the tanker's bridge. The night hours were precious to him, when he could escape from the claustrophobic confines of the cabin, which was like a prison cell during daylight because he had been told he must not attract the crew's attention. He stayed there until darkness came, and then he slipped out, glided silently along the hushed corridors of the accommodation block, and eased open the watertight door that led to the wide length of the deck space above the crew's tanks. In the night, in the darkness, with the great throbbing power beneath him, he felt the strength of his people and of his God. Frank Perry had walked for nearly an hour past the green, down to the darkened boatyard with the stilted walkways over the river mud, then out on the raised path towards the North Marsh. He was at the place where the tidal river merged with the inland water mass and the slow swaying reed beds. There was a crescent moon up and a shallow light on the beds. The silence was broken only when he disturbed a swan that clattered, screaming away. He rehearsed what he would say, what he would tell her, and he peed the beer out of his bladder and into the still water at his feet. If they had had their way, Fenton and the younger man who had not spoken, then he, Merrill, and her boy would by now have been rootless flotsam. Maybe they would have been in a hotel or an army camp, or in an empty chalet complex that was available because the holidaymakers had not yet come. There would be nothing to hold on to but the handles of packed suitcases forever. If he'd moved her on, if they were now in an unknown bed listening for danger in the night, alone, perhaps she would have stayed with him for 3 months, a year. But finally she would have gone. It was his home, and her son's home, and he prayed, mumbling, that she would understand. He would stay where he was safe, where she was, where his friends were, and her friends. He was drunk. He had accepted 2 more pints than was good for him. It was so long since he'd been drunk, the Christmas before last, lights on the tree, Stephen in bed with his new toys around him. They'd shared a bottle of whiskey, sprawled on the sofa, her head on his waist, and stayed there until the bottle was finished, then helped each other up the stairs, tittering. He had thought himself blessed. But he could remember as clearly when he thought himself cursed. It was the second night after the minders had checked him into an army barracks, and at his insistence they had permitted him a single phone call. They'd huffed, complained, left him in no doubt that they were doing him a great favour and would only drop the rule book that once. Perry had rung his father. Every moment of the call was seared sharply in his memory. "Hello, Dad, it's Gavin. Dad, please don't interrupt me and don't ask me questions, and don't try to trace this number because it's ex-directory and you'll only waste your time. I've had a difficulty overseas and I'm changing my identity. I don't exist anymore. I have a new name and I'm starting out a new life. I've left home. They don't know where I am. I won't be able to make contact again. It's for the best. If I came to see you and Mum, I'd be endangering you as much as myself. Please don't think badly of me. There were good times, and we should all cling to them. I don't know what the future holds, but I won't ever forget your and Mum's love for me. Forgive me, Dad. I'm not Gavin anymore. He's gone. Look after yourself, Dad, and kiss Mum for me." He'd rung off. The minders had been around him, and they'd nodded coolly as he put down the phone, implying that he'd done well without bothering to say so. His father had never spoken. There had only been the silence in his ear. That silence on the line had been the moment when he'd known he was cursed. He would not quit again. He listened to the retreating cry of the swan, watched its ghostliness over the reed beds and the quiet water, and turned for home. His car was parked in the front of the house. He paused beside it, then crouched and felt with his fingers into the hidden space above the front near-side wheel for a bag of sugar. "Got a flat one? Got a puncture?" Jerry Rawton stood in his door holding his cat, a spiteful little beast that killed songbirds. His neighbour always put it out last thing at night. He lied. "I thought I had. False alarm." The cat was dropped and ran to the cover of darkness. Rawton asked, "Are you all right? You've not looked yourself the last few days, Frank." "Haven't I?" He straightened and rubbed the dirt off his hands. "What I wanted to say, and Mary, if there's anything wrong and we can help, you've only to shout." "Do I look that bad?" "You said it, Chief. Pretty grotty. Just yell. It's what neighbours are for." "Thanks, Jerry, I'll remember that. You're very kind, both of you. I appreciate it." He went inside, locked the door, and pushed the bolt over. He went to bed, alone, his back to hers, cold. He would tell her in the morning. It could wait until then. Chapter 4. They walked on the beach, their feet crunching on the smoothed stones of red agate, opaque quartz, and pink granite, and on the pebbles of cisterine, slate, and Torridonian rock, and on the broken scallop, whelk, and mussel shells. He didn't speak until they were quite alone, away from a pair of winter shore anglers with their long rods resting on triangles of gawky legs, away from a woman and her toddler, who threw flat stones that bounced, then sank into the first wave line. and away from the site of their village, behind the sea barrier of raised, shifting rocks, away from the world. He had told her, at the house on the green, that he was ready to talk. She had made 2 curt telephone calls to cancel her commitments for the morning, and she'd seen her boy, Stephen, charge for a sort of freedom into the Carstairs car. They walked together, but they were apart. Her hands were deep in the pockets of her coat, as if she intended to prevent him from taking her fingers in his. Perry didn't work his way round to it. There was no delicacy, no subtlety. It would have been kinder to her if he'd come upon it slowly, but kindness wasn't in his script. He wanted the weight of deceit off his back. You tell a lie, and each day it's harder to retract. The lie breeds a life of its own. It gets so that the lie becomes the truth. You become comfortable with it, even though you dread the moment the lie will be found out. The lie is easy at the beginning, but it becomes, gradually, more and more, the hell that you carry. He paused, stared at the stones and shells under his feet, then pressed on. Frank Perry is a fraud and doesn't exist. A woman gave me that name. She asked if it was all right for me, and I said that I didn't care. I had a new name, new numbers, new life. It was to block out the past. He wanted to reach her, to close the gap between them. She was pale with shock, never looked at him. The waves beside them broke on the shingle pebbles and were spent on the sand. Everything I am telling you now is the truth. My name is Gavin Hughes. Gavin Hughes, until this week, was dead and buried. He died so that Frank Perry could survive, was buried for my protection. Gavin Hughes was a chancer, everybody's friend, the good guy with good fun and good chat. Gavin Hughes had a wife, and perhaps she had seen through him and was growing out of love with him, and he had a son. Gavin Hughes had a job, selling, and responsibilities, and was envied. He was the good guy who won trust. Gavin Hughes falsified the sale dockets, betrayed all those who trusted him, went and sold mixing machines in Iran, and reported back to the intelligence people. Everything about Gavin Hughes was a lie. Above the bluster of the wind and the rumble of the spent wave surges on the pebble shore were the cries of the birds on the south marsh behind the sea's barrier. Gulls and curlews, whimbrels, sandpipers, and avocets wheeled and dived. She never lifted her head or helped him. The machines were for military use in Iran. It was illegal to export them for the manufacture of weapons and missiles. All the documentation was lies. I betrayed my company and my colleagues, and they didn't ask questions because the order book stayed full and the end-of-the-year bonuses kept coming. I had good friends in Iran, kind, ordinary, decent friends, and I broke their trust and gave them presents and sat their kids on my knee in their homes and reported on everything I learned to the intelligence people. Something was planned. I don't know what, because I wasn't on the need-to-know list. I was told that it was better for me that I did not know. There was a last visit to Iran and a last debrief back in London, and the links were cut like a slice with an axe. Gavin Hughes died overnight. I walked out of my home with 2 suitcases and was buried by the following morning. Whatever was planned, from the information I gave, made the death of Gavin Hughes a necessity. It was for my own protection. At the top of the wall behind the beach, where the sea never reached, the straggling plants grew from the stones: glasswort, sea lavender, wormwood, and beet. As he had known the names of each of the integral parts of the mixers, the screws, nozzles, end-plate jackets, the cord blades, the air purge seals, now he knew the names of the plants and the pebbles. What I told the intelligence people was used in an action against the Iranians. My life was considered in jeopardy. I ran. I quit. For a few days, not many, I was like a package that was moved around, a parcel in a sorting office thrown between military bases, safe houses, empty hotels. I left behind my family, my job, my friends, everything I'd known. And I started again, and I found you. With you, I made a new home, new family, new friends. I was so damned lonely before you came. I have never been back. I didn't tell you, but 2 months ago I went to see my father. They'd done that appeal, what they put on the radio when a parent is dying and has lost track of a child. Imagine what they thought in the hospital. An old man is sick and his middle-aged child has disappeared out of his life. I told you I had a business meeting. He didn't die. He wept when he saw me. He called me by my real name. I didn't tell him who I was and where. I came home to you and the lie was alive again. I thought the lie would last forever. He walked on, towards the far-distant bright little shapes of beached boats hauled up high for the winter. It was a moment before he realized she was no longer abreast of him. He turned. She sat on the stones where they made a line against the wet sand that marked the extent of the tide's encroachment. He went back and sat close to her. Take a transcript. Spit, pick your nose, urinate in the corner. Anything is permissible provided you've taken a transcript, Fenton had said. Jeff Markham was slumped at his desk. He had spent the night at his desk, and his head ached enough for him to have taken 2 paracetamols, washed down with a corridor dispenser's coffee. His mouth was foul, his socks smelt, and he'd broken his house rule. There wasn't a clean pair in his desk drawer. A run over with the electric shaver didn't help. He was rattled. Fenton had been in at 6, scrubbed fresh, following behind the cleaners with their sprays, hoovers, mops, and buckets. Fenton would not have had more than 4 hours' sleep, and it didn't show. The hookup was complicated. They needed voice security, and there were 2 choices. He could go to Vauxhall Bridge Cross and have the FBI agent attend the British Embassy in Riyadh's diplomatic quarter, walking distance from his own workplace, or he could take a cab over to Grosvenor Square into their London Embassy's FBI section and have the hookup direct to the Americans' office in the Saudi Arabian capital. He chose to travel himself. He was exhausted. He would get more help from Grosvenor Square than Vauxhall Bridge Cross. A transcript is accountability. Neither party can then wriggle off the hook, Fenton had said. What hurt most, Jeff Markham had been asleep when his superior had opened his door. By his watch, he had been asleep for 9 minutes, woken abruptly by a little hacked cough from the doorway. He had been up all night, playing linkage with the small network of night-duty officers in London, talking, pushing, trading favours with the Special Branch NDO and the woman at Foreign and Commonwealth and the man at Vauxhall Bridge Cross. The minute he drifted off to sleep, he had been discovered. It hurt. "And where's the zealot? Where's his guidebook? His known associates, where are they?" Fenton had asked, a rasped voice. Through the night he'd been searching for those answers. Alone in his small partition section, his eyes flicking only occasionally towards the pinned-up snapshot of Vicky, he had been with the sub-file on Yusuf Khan and with the mother file of Operation Rainbow Gold. The mother file was the net result of the most expensive operation in resources and manpower with which Markham had been involved since his return from Ireland. Rainbow Gold was the setting up of a United Nations inquiry front, grandly named the United Nations Committee for the Eradication of the Harassment of Ethnic Minorities, Islamic. Rainbow Gold had started up New York and London offices for Unchem I. Resources had been found for the rent of offices and for the printing of Unchem I literature, and the wages of correspondence writers and the telephone answerers, manpower for the writers and researchers. Those who knew of it in Thames House called Rainbow Gold a bottomless well in the budget of G Branch, Islamic, but out of the hearing of Barnaby Cox, who was the suckling parent of the operation. It was the only way to dig deep. Islamic society was damn near impossible to infiltrate. The religion, the culture, the hatred of the Muslim radicals in the United Kingdom could not be penetrated by the usual tried and tested procedures. Researchers, vetted and hired, carried the literature to the selected mosques of the UK, talked, listened, explained. It had taken 3 years of resources and manpower for Rainbow Gold to begin to win trust, and a desperate amount of G Branch, Islamic's, budget. So slowly, water dripping on stone and eroding lichen, Rainbow Gold had opened a small door into the world of the radicals. They had tried with the Irish, with the Committee of Human Rights for the Irish in UK, Chiriuk, but they'd been too smart to buy it. The name of Yusuf Khan, formerly Winston Summers, was a product of Rainbow Gold, and the name of Sheikh Amir Muhammad, the spiritual teacher of Yusuf Khan, was from Unkem I. Farida Yasmin, formerly Gladys Eva Jones, associate of Yusuf Khan, had also been trawled in by Unkem I. It had taken Markham all night, between the nagging phone calls to Special Branch and the other night duty officers, to turn up the name of Farida Yasmin Jones. And when he had found it, the waves of tiredness had caught him, and he'd slept. Markham said, "SB have a base camp outside Yusuf Khan's place. Since they lost him, there's not been sight or sound." "Typical. Try and keep your eyes open, or do you want a bed moved in?" With the sarcasm was the twinkle in Fenton's eyes. "Associates?" "Just one, a woman. I'm about to get SB to put surveillance on her." "They're IOs?" "The big boy was out of London most of yesterday. We picked him up at that study college at Bedford that gets its funding from Com. The little guy was in the embassy all day. If I need you, where will you be, Mr. Fenton?" Markham's father had gone to work each day in a worn suit with the fear of redundancy haunting him. He had preached the need for financial security to the young Jeff. In his last year at Lancaster University, studying modern history, he had gone to the Milk Round Careers Day. The crowds of students had been thickest round the stalls offering graduate opportunities with British Airways, the big accountancy firms and Imperial Chemical Industries, but he'd avoided the crush and gone to the civil service display. He'd said to the earnest woman on duty there, blurted out a whisper, that he wanted to join the security service. It had seemed to offer a winning combination of a job for life, coupled with clandestine excitement. The woman hadn't put him down, had merely filled in his details, and he'd dictated 100 words to her for the application about his wish to contribute to the safety of his country. He'd sat the civil service examination, done adequately, and been called to a shapeless interview in an anonymous London building. His parents had been told by the neighbours, murmured over the garden fence and in their street, that they'd been asked questions about young Jeff. No skeletons had been found in the positive vetting because there weren't any. He'd been accepted. He'd done 3 years as a probationer in Dog's Body of excruciating boredom in front of computer screens, with occasional days for surveillance training and tracking East Bloc trade attaches across London. Everyone said it would get better when the probation time was completed. 3 years of similar frustration on the Russia desk, but the Cold War was over and the team had the lethargy of yesterday's crisis. Everyone said it would improve when he was transferred to Ireland. 3 years in Belfast had turned up interesting and occasionally frightening work. Everyone said he should wait for promotion. He'd come back from Ireland and been put on the Islamic desk, and in London his salary chit seemed to go less far every month. Islamic desk was hardly the stuff of Defence of the Realm, and ran a poor third to the obsession with Ireland and the East European culture. He'd met Vicky. Vicky and he were engaged, and she'd found the advertisement in the newspaper and urged him to go for it. He hadn't yet faced up to the big problem of when to tell his parents that he wanted to jack in the security service and go for a life in the uncertain world of finance. They were so pathetically proud of what he did because he never told them about the mediocrity and paper-pushing. It would have been cruel to disillusion them, tell them that nothing he did mattered or affected an individual's life. He could recognize the change in himself since he'd applied for the job. He was sparkier and more daring, and quite prepared to ask blunt questions that raised Fenton's eyebrow. "If it's any business of yours, I'll be in my room arranging lunch dates. I'll scalp you if there isn't a full transcript. Now, remember what I said, young man, about us going into an area of unpredictability. It's looking like it might be a good deal worse than that." The great Leviathan shape of the tanker, monstrous in the thinning mist, crossed at right angles ahead of the course of the ferry. It was huge against the size of the closing car ferry. She glanced at it, saw it merge again into the mist wall, then turned away. From the cross-channel ferry, Charmaine, disappointed by another romantic cul-de-sac, pointed at the speck in the sky. The bird flew low over the churning mass of the sea, only just beyond the white whip of the ferry's bow wave. The unsuitable object of her imagined affection shrugged. "Just a bloody bird. What's special about that fucking thing? Come on back down." "Piss off," she said, and turned to watch the bird. Its wing beat should have been perfect in its symmetry. Charmaine watched it through a film of tears. Its right wing rose and fell in a tired and flailing way, and the left wing flapped harder as if to compensate. She was on a high deck, where she'd hoped the amour would not find her, and the line of the bird's flight was beneath her. She didn't understand how the crippled bird had the strength to make the great sea crossing. It was down near the breaking crests and the spume of the bow wave. The bird dropped, and the talons, startled and outstretched, would have splashed and skimmed the water. She heard its agony cry, and saw the frantic effort to climb again, to survive. She didn't believe it could make the landfall. If it fell again, if the water covered its wings, she wept uncontrollably. The ferry sailed on fast, and the bird, even when she screwed her eyes to see it, was lost in the bank wall of the mist. "Stop!" The driver braked, then crawled forward again. "Do it! Stop! Stop the car!" The eyes of the driver flicked uncertainly, as if an illegality was demanded of him. But he'd worked 9 years for Duane Littlebaum and knew better than to question. He stamped again on the brake pedal, then coasted the jeep to the curb. They were on Al-Imam Turki bin Abdullah Street. "Don't look where I look, Mary Ellen. Take a point in the other direction. Fix on it. Don't look." Out of her window, she took a point as instructed. The telephone office at the far end of Al-Dakhira Street. He kept his eyes on the square between the Central Mosque, the Palace of Justice, the big souvenir shop, and the mud-brick Mazmak fortress. All the old embassy hands called it Chop Chop Square. There was a good-sized crowd. Word would have spread fast. It was never announced first, but the sight of men bringing out plastic bags of sawdust was enough to gather a crowd. He'd seen the man pitched out of the back of the closed van. He recognized the prisoner, and the colonel beside him. He doubted that his ambassador had made the promised telephone calls or had bothered to pull rank. In the long distance he saw the drawn, frightened eyes of the prisoner, and the easy stride of the colonel as if he were going to a picnic lunch on the beach. It was the square where the crowds had gathered to see the beheading of the Princess Mishal, and of some of those fanatics captured after they had invaded the Grand Mosque at Mecca. It was where they beheaded Yemeni thieves, Pakistani rapists, and Afghan drug dealers. He lost sight of the prisoner behind the wall of heads, and with him went the last chance to put a name and a face to the footprints. They would never understand in the Hoover Building, the assistant directors who flew to Saudi Arabia not more than twice a year, and the desk analysts who never left D.C., why cooperation was denied him. He dictated reports endlessly that were typed up by Mary Ellen, cataloguing the Saudi deceit and vanity that denied him cooperation. On Mary Ellen's insistence, they had gone to buy new shirts, which now lay wrapped in paper on the floor of the jeep between his shoes. He saw a television camera held up to get a better view over the heads of the sword. The sword point would prick the base of the man's spine, and the instant reflex of the man would be to extend his neck. He saw a flash of light. The lakban held high before it fell. He heard the soft groan of many voices before the crowd began to thin, and then the corpse was dragged away. Another man carried the head by the hair. They would have their confession, and it would lie in a file. The bastards would play their dignity and not share. Sawdust from a plastic bag was scattered. He told Mary Ellen that she no longer needed to look at the telephone office, and instructed the driver to head back to the embassy. There was a message on his fax requesting his availability for a secure hookup. He glanced at it, felt nothing. Littlebaum had only old footprints to follow. She broke the quiet. She threw back her head, and the auburn of her hair flashed. She threw a stone savagely ahead of her towards the tide line. "Who are you?" "I am, will be, Frank Perry. You never met Gavin Hughes. This time I'm not running." "What did they say?" She stared in front of her. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She allowed him to take her limp hand. For what I did, the consequence of my actions, the Iranians would kill Gavin Hughes. He disappeared, ceased to exist. A new name, a new identity, a new home. He would have been hunted, but the trails had dried out, were lost. I am not trusted enough to be told how the Iranians found my new name. What I was told, if the Iranians have the name, then in all probability they've the location where I live. The men who came yesterday wanted me to move out, offered me a removal van, said, I quote the words, "There is evidence of danger. But I'm not doing it again, I'm not running. This is my home, where you are, and our friends. I don't have the strength for more lies. I'm staying. It's like I've drawn a line in the sand."
But they're experts, they're policemen or intelligence people. Don't they know what's best?
What's convenient, that's what they know, what's cheapest and simplest for them.
And you're right, and all their experience is wrong. Is that what you're saying? All they've done is send me a book about being sensible. It's not that bad, or they'd have done more. I know these people, you don't. They look for an easy ride. And me?
I don't know what it means, saying that I will stay for you or Stephen. I do know it's better than running. I've done that.
It hurts that you kept the truth from me, for fear of losing you.
The sea was grey-dark in front of them. The gulls hovered over them, screaming.
Her grip on his hand tightened and their fingers locked together.
And I told them what was owed me. Once before he'd asked for what he said was owed him. 9 months after they'd cut him off, 3 months before he'd met Merrill. Exhausted by the loneliness of his life, he'd taken the train from Croydon to central London and walked along the river to the monolith building at Vauxhall Bridge Cross. He had reached the gate, been stopped at the glass window of the outer reception building, and he'd asked to see Miss Penny Flowers. Did he have an appointment? He did not. Did he know that it was not possible to come off the street and ask to see an officer? He did not. He'd been told there was no procedure for such a visit. He'd said, "Do you want me to sit down here till you call, Miss Flowers? Do you want to call the police and have them cart me off and me tell them what I did and what I want?" The call had been made from the reception desk, and inside 10 minutes she'd been there. She was slighter than he'd remembered her, and had seemed older than in the heady days when she'd bought him drinks and meals and made him feel that he'd mattered. She'd taken him to an interview room and sat him down, and brought him a beaker of coffee, and looked at him with distaste. What did he want? He wanted to belong. Did he want more money? He didn't want money, but to feel that he was part of something. Did he want a job found for him? He didn't want to be found a job, but to feel some pride in what he'd done. She'd looked at him across the surface of the plastic-topped table, and said, "You don't belong with us, Mr. Perry. You're not a part of us, and never will be. On any given day there are, on our books, 50 men like you, and when they've outlived their usefulness, we forget them. You're past history, Mr. Perry." She'd shown him the door, and told him that she didn't expect to see him or hear of him again, and he'd walked out into the winter sunshine the better for the crisp 6-minute exchange. He'd shrugged his shoulders, straightened his back, and strode away. He had broken the link, and believed his dependence on them was cut. He'd taken the train back to Croydon, and reached the library in time to start his first trawl through the engineering magazines on the shelves. Turning the pages of advertisements, his mind had raced with opportunities and plans for a new life. For what he'd done, they owed him that new life, which her rejection had sparked. Her eyes were closed. His fingers played with the ring he had given her. He did not know what more he could say, and he waited for her to tell him whether she would go or whether she would stay. Classification, secret. Date 31st of March 1998. Subject Gavin Hughes, UK national. Assumed identity of Frank Perry, 294. Transcript of telephone conversation secure between GM, G-Branch, and Duane Littlebaum, FBI Riyadh. GM. Hello, can I speak please to Mr. Duane Littlebaum? DL, this is he. GM. This is Geoffrey Markham, G-Branch of the British Security Service. DL. Pleased to talk to you, Mr. Markham. How can I be of help? GM. You produced the name of Frank Perry. I'm sure you're a busy man. I won't go off on sidetracks. DL. Sometimes busy, sometimes not so busy. I've all the time you want. Correct, I found the name of Frank Perry on a sheet of paper burned. We had a raid down in the empty quarter. We got less than I'd hoped for. I sent the burned pieces of paper to our Quantico lab. Not that anyone's had the courtesy to come back to me in 2 months. Sorry, I'm griping. It's that sort of day. Is Frank Perry yours? GM. When your people had drawn blank on the name, it was sent to us. We have a Frank Perry. DL. You have my attention, Mr. Markham. GM. Frank Perry is an identity given a man after it was considered his life was under threat from Iranian hit squads. Perry was formerly a British engineering salesman, Gavin Hughes. What I need to know... DL. Come again, that name. GM. Gavin Hughes. DL. Expletive. GM. What I was saying, we are into threat assessment. I need to know where the name was found, in whose possession. DL. You got him secure? Of course you have. GM. Actually, he's at home. DL. What's his home? Is it Fort Knox? You got his home in a basement at the Tower of London? GM. We offered to relocate him. He refused. DL. Expletive. What did you tell him? GM. He was told that they had his new name, that in probability they would have the location of his present home, that they might come after him. DL. Expletive. Might? Expletive. GM. Please explain. DL. He's coming. He's on his expletive way. God knows why it's taken him so long. He is a top man, alpha quality. You'd better believe it, he's coming. What have you done for him, for Perry/Hughes? You got a unit of Marines around him? GM. We sent him our blue book. DL. Is that a Bible? Is that a joke? GM. Not a joke, a sort of Bible. The blue book is a guide to personal security, sensible precautions. DL. Expletive. GM. He should look under his car, vary his routes, the same as in any FBI manual. DL. The top man. There was once a code name for him I heard in Duran. It was, literal translation, the anvil. My dictionary, that is, open quote, a heavy iron block on which metals are hammered during forging, end quote. It's the entry below anus. It's the same meaning in Saudi Arabic where I've heard it, and has the same meaning in Persian Farsi. The people who go with him, what I've heard, they regard him as indestructible. To me, he's a hard man. Before you ask, Mr. Markham, I don't have his name and I don't have his face. What I have is a pattern of digital calls that we have failed to break into, but from which we get, when the computer is allowed time to work on it, locations. Before each hit, he goes to Alamut. It's spiritual for him. He was there just over 2 weeks ago. That's why I say he's coming. GM. Sorry, what's Alamut? DL. You know about Vitus de Montagna, the old man of the mountain? GM. Afraid not. DL. You know about the Fidais? GM. No, sorry. DL. So you don't know about Raymond II of Tripoli? Not about Conrad of Montferrat? Expletive. You don't know what was shown to King Henry of Champagne? It's about Alamut. If you don't know about Alamut, then, my friend, you're expletive with your threat assessment. Pause. Where are you located, Mr. Markham? GM. G Branch, Thames House, Millbank, London. Why? Shorthand is box 500. DL. Are you in charge of this guy's safety? GM. I seem to be getting the donkey's load. DL. Tell me, if the pressure grows on him, will Perry/Hughes crumple? In words of one syllable, if the crap comes thicker, will he accept the relocation offer? GM. I wouldn't have thought so. He talked about home and about friends. He ran once, says he won't again. Why? DL. How do I reach you? Brackets, DL given my personal extension number, personal fax number, GM. Close brackets. DL. I'll come back to you. Oh, Mr. Markham? GM. Yes, Mr. Littlebaum. D.L. Forgive me, and it's not my style to patronize, but you sound to me to be at the bottom of the heap. At the top of your heap are the guys who know to what use was put the information supplied by Gavin Hughes on the project at Bandar Abbas. When you've been told that, I promise you'll be in a position to make a very fair guess at the threat assessment and get Alamut into your head. Can I offer advice? My advice? Put some hardware adjacent to our friend. I'll come back to you. Fenton read the transcript, and his nails worried his moustache. His brow was furrowed, as if a plough's blade had cut it. Jeff Markham stood in Fenton's room and looked at the vinyl floor, then at the ceiling, where the cleaners had missed a spider's web, then at the walls, which were bare except for the leave chart for the section, then at the desk and the photograph of Fenton's family. He thought the transcript made poor reading. When he had typed it up from the tape supplied him by the Grosvenor Square people, he had thought he came across as an ill-informed pillock, a kid in an adult world. Fenton paced with the transcript. Geoffrey Markham blurted, "Do you know about Alamut?" Fenton nodded, as if it was basic for anyone working the Islamic Road to know about Alamut. "And do you know to what use was put the information supplied by Perry/Hughes?" Fenton shook his head. "Don't know and had no wish to." "What do we do now?" Abandoning the rape of his moustache, Fenton laid down the transcript pages and picked up his telephone. He dialed his PA in the outer office, gave the name and extension number for the superintendent from Special Branch, held the telephone loosely against his ear, and waited. Markham felt so tired. He wanted to be back in his own space, and clear of Fenton's room, where there was, he thought, all the fun of a mortuary chapel. He had known bad times in Ireland, when the weight of responsibility had seemed to crush him, but hadn't known it before at Thames House. In his mind was the picture of Frank Perry, defiant, bloody-minded, awkward, obstinate, like a vixen with cubs deep in the darkness when the hounds and the terriers came to earth her. It would be different at the bank. Pray to God that he pulled it off at the interview. Different and better. When he'd stood by the door in that gloomy living room, looking out of the window towards the rooftops and the sea, he hadn't quite believed that the threat was real. He could not conjure the image of a man of alpha quality coming. He headed for the door. "I'll be at my desk, Mr. Fenton. I've got a mountain of work." Fenton ignored him, and told the superintendent on the telephone that they should meet, that they should consider a protection officer. Markham's mountain was a missing man, who had bought all-weather clothing that did not fit him and a guidebook, and a woman who had left the address recorded on the file with no forwarding details. He rang Vicky, said he was thinking about his interview, said he did not know when he would be clear, said it wasn't his fault, not anybody's fault. The call came through as she worked at her keyboard, distracted her. She finished the entry, picked up the phone, and heard his voice. She had been Gladys Eva Jones, only daughter of a train driver out of the Derby depot. She had been a plain girl, with poor eyesight, a love of mathematics, and a desperate loneliness. Her school teachers, perhaps out of pity, had concentrated sufficiently on her that she won a place at Nottingham University. She had clung limpet-like to gangs of fellow students, and she'd seen the efforts they'd made to avoid her. One night, second year, drunk in the Union Bar, they told her to get fucking lost because she was so fucking boring and so fucking ugly. She'd gone to an abandoned lecture room to sob out her misery. She had been the girl found by an Afro-Caribbean cleaner, and she had wept on his shoulder. It was he, 6 years before, who had taken her to the classes of Sheikh Amir Muhammad. She had learned the 5 pillars of the faith, the Shahad, the Salat, the Zakat, the Saum, and the Hajj. She had recited the words, "There is no deity but God. Muhammad is the apostle of God." In her last year at the university, she had gone to her lectures wearing the shadur or the rupush. She had felt the protection of her faith and the respect it gained from fellow believers, and had taken the names Farida and Yasmin. Her degree was mediocre, but she knew that reflected the prejudice of her examiners. She had been turned away by many potential employers, but that reflected the prejudice of the management who interviewed her because she wore with pride her chador. Her mentor had been the Sheikh Amir Mohammed, her friend Yusuf Khan, and she felt herself to be safe in a world of enemies. She hadn't known she was under the watching eye of an intelligence officer from the Iranian embassy. 3 years after her conversion, when Yusuf Khan had appeared to abandon the faith, forswear the prayer meetings of Sheikh Amir Muhammad, and had left their small group, she had been rocked. At that time, her own obedience to the faith had been total. Without Yusuf Khan's friendship, her own commitment to the faith had gradually weakened. She had the intelligence to be aware of the change, but she had tried her best to ignore the weakening. At night, alone, she could analyze the shifting ground on which her faith was based. She had wanted a place for herself, had wanted respect. At first, the white girl, she had been a prized convert and a focus of the Sheikh's attention. But new converts had come to the small red-brick mosque, and she had sensed she was no longer the center point of interest. Even so, Faridi Yasmin had still been shaken to the core when the Sheikh, with Yusuf Khan sitting silently behind him, had quietly told her that she could best serve the true religion if she too were to seem to walk away from everything that was precious and reassuring. She had not doubted them. She had been obedient to their wishes. She had felt undressed, dirtied when she had gone for a job interview at a Nottingham insurance company 2 years back, dressed in a skirt and blouse and not in the black chador. She said her prayers each day at the appointed time in the privacy of her new bedsit home and in the insurance company's lavatory, but the comfort of the mosque was now denied her. For much of those 2 years she had been ignored. No contact had been made. At first she had been merely miserable, then resentful. The friendship of the mosque was in the past, and the present offered no warmth because she despised the other girls who worked around her. She had been given no explanation of why she had been recruited as a sleeper, nor what would be expected of her one day, until 6 weeks ago. Arriving back at her one-bedroom flat from another day's humdrum work for the insurance company, Yusuf Khan had been waiting on the pavement for her. After she had telephoned the company and pleaded a family bereavement, they had driven north, and the following week they had gone to the Suffolk coast. She didn't know who had instructed Yusuf Khan to contact her, but at last she felt a small sense of usefulness. Faridi Yasmin, an unknown soldier of Islam, had just come back from the lavatory when her telephone had rung. She hid her face from the other women tapping at their keyboards. The virgin Faridi Yasmin always felt pleasure flush her cheeks when he spoke to her, because they shared the secret of their faith and the secret of their work against God's enemies. Tell me you're right and it's not real. They try to frighten you. If you're frightened, then you're compliant. If you're compliant, then it's easier for them. What's easiest for them is when you run. If it was real, bad real. What they want is convenience. I stood my corner and they backed off. Because they backed off, I can't believe it's bad real. What's going to happen? I don't know. When I sent you out, God, I'm sorry, I was foul. A man came, a creepy little bastard. He came into our house and he looked around like he was wondering what sort of price he could get for everything that's special to us. He left a brochure of locks and bolts and alarm systems. We have to choose what we want and they'll be fitted. There's a pamphlet he gave me with all the things we have to do. It's like being sick and listing all the pills you should take and how far you should walk, that kind of thing. Look under the car with a mirror each morning. Don't establish patterns over regular journeys. After dark, go into a room and don't switch on the light until you've first drawn the curtains. Look for strangers watching the house, and there'll be a panic button. You've got to make net curtains. I hate net curtains. I said you hated them. Please, Meryl, we've got to have them. Why? Because net curtains absorb flying glass. It's not much, Frank, what we have to do. It's what he said. You want to know what I think? I want to know if you're going to stay. You're brought up always to believe a policeman or an official. I think, as you said, it's a scare, and they're doing what comes convenient. You've convinced me, Frank. They've got all the powers they want, and if it was really serious, I think they wouldn't have listened to what you said. They would have shifted you. It's my home too. And Stephen's. Are you going to stay? I won't find another home. I won't make another home, not another home where there's love, where there's friends. I think you were right, Frank. It was just to scare you, so you'd make it easier for them. Are you going to stay? Whatever you want, I'll do. I can make a phone call. I can have the removal van here tomorrow, and we can pack the bags. No goodbyes, nothing. Scuttle out in the dark. Leave everybody who's important to us, no explanation. Fear all the waking hours, and no sleep because of the fear. Don't get to know anyone again. Not ever, because you'll be moving on, running, rootless. I can make a phone call, and it will happen, and it will be convenient for them. What do you want to do? It's our home. If it were real, they would have moved you. You'd have been kicking and screaming, but they'd have shifted you. The wind was freshening, and the sea lashed the beach stones. He wanted so desperately to believe her. To believe her was to be given courage. She held his hand. He was in his cabin when the master brought him his one meal of the day, a plate of rice and boiled mutton, a bowl of spiced cooked vegetables, an apple and a glass of fruit juice. Only the master had access to the locked cabin. It was a woman's space, with bright, decorative curtains, a cheerful woven carpet, and the photographs on the walls were of pretty views from home. The master's wife would have used the cabin as her day room, where she could sew and read and pray beyond the sight of the Iranian officers and the Pakistani crew. As the master talked, he ate calmly. The next night, out in the Channel, he would leave the ship. He did not hurry over his food, was at peace, as the master again reiterated the procedures that would be used. He knew they were planned with meticulous care. He'd been told in the airless room high in the Ministry of Information and Security of the many people involved in tracking down his target and the thoroughness of their work. Nothing had been left to chance. He had been shown the photographs and had been talked through the schedules. It was the way of his people, and he had complete confidence in the plan drawn for him. It was the work of many effortful months, and his own role was simply to conclude it. Later, when the darkness had come around the tanker, he would again slip down the corridor and out onto the deck space, and he would walk far from the bridge lights, sit alone, and think of his wife, of the mission that had been given to him, and his homecoming. When he'd finished the food, he passed the tray back to the master, thanked him curtly. Then he sat in his chair and studied the enlarged photograph of the face of the man he would kill. He had no cause for fear. He had been told that the man was unprotected. Sergeant Bill Davis should have been watching his boy play football, but it had been a pig of a day, starting at midnight when Lily had thrown 2 pillows and a blanket down the stairs and screamed at him that the sofa was where he'd sleep or she was leaving. 4 bad hours of sleep, then out from home in southwest London and across all the bloody traffic streams to beyond East London. Half awake, jazzed to hell, he'd been in the worst possible frame of mind for shooting. If he'd failed with the Glock and the H&K, failed to make the necessary score, then he was out on his arse for a month until the next slot came round with his personal weapon withdrawn. He'd forgotten until late the last evening to tell Lily that he was in a shooting slot, that he wouldn't be there to see his older boy, Donald, play central sweeper, and she'd screamed that it was the last straw, that he was more married to the branch than to her. He'd never been a crack shot, good enough on the Heckler and Koch, had the necessary score there, but he'd gone down the first time round on the Glock. He was the only one in the group who'd failed with a handgun. They'd put him through it a second time. The instructors wanted to pass him, willed him to get the score. And the guys and girls from armed response vehicles and static protection and special escort group, they'd all rooted for him. But he'd failed again mid-morning. The instructors had told him to get a coffee in the canteen, that they'd try it one last time before the lunch break. If he failed the last time, then he'd have to hand in the gun, and it would be a month behind a desk until the next chance. If they knew back in the office about Lily throwing the pillows downstairs and yelling about leaving, it could be handing in the gun for all time because they'd have said his emotional stability was unproven. He took the isosceles stance, readied for double tap shooting, walking squares, swinging to aim when the downed target swiveled, drawn weapons position and shooting. The last shot, a 9mm bullet, was on the line of the target circle in the figure shape, 10 meters range. Some instructors said that on the line was failure, and some said it was good enough. He had needed the last shot, and they had given it him. He was 37 hits out of 50 shots, the bare minimum. The bullet hole on the line had saved him. He'd sweated. There had been one little bastard, off an armed response vehicle, arrogant sod, who had gained maximum score first time round and who had watched his final scrape through with a smirk. Damn all use as a protection officer if he couldn't shoot straight. He'd been toying with a bacon sandwich in the canteen, his hands still shaking when he'd been called to the telephone. And the day hadn't finished with Bill Davis. The superintendent wanted him back in London, onto the branch floor at Scotland Yard. A file was thrown at him. He'd been given 2 hours to digest it. Should have been 2 days. He had speed-read it, Techniques of Iranian Terrorism, Europe, when he ought to have been on the touchline watching his son. Then they'd thrown him the principal's file and given him 30 minutes when it should have been a full day. And when he should have been at the flower stall at Victoria Station shelling out for the biggest peacemaker bouquet they could put together, he'd been with his signed authority down in the basement armoury drawing the kit, the Glock's ammunition and the heavier firepower. And there wouldn't be a call to a restaurant to reserve a corner table with lit candles. The bloody awful day was coming to an end as he'd driven down the narrow, straight road into the village on the North Suffolk coast. He sat on the concrete and metal bench on the green. Later he would find a bed and breakfast, but not before he had absorbed the smell, pace and habit of the village. He sat on the bench with his raincoat folded on his lap and his Glock in his shoulder holster under his suit jacket as the light fell on his day. Bloody awful days went with the job of protection officer, and were commonplace in the life of Detective Sergeant Bill Davis. Frank and Merrill walked back into the village as the dusk shadows thickened. His arm was on her hip, and her hand was against his waist. They had clung to each other on the beach before turning for home. Vince, coming back to the village in his van, saw them and played a raucous fanfare on his horn. It was as if they were youngsters, in love, and didn't care who saw them. Gussie, cycling back, stinking from the piggery, wolf-whistled. They strolled past Rose Cottage and the dark, lifeless windows beyond the for sale sign. Perry thought it wouldn't be long before the lights blazed there, like a new dawn for a new family. Maybe there would be a new guy to drink with in the pub, a new friend for Merrill, new kids for Stephen to mess with. Not that he and Merrill were short of friends, and that was why they were staying. The cottage was chilly and unwelcoming, and he hurried her on. They kept up the contact. Dominic, sad and gay, rolled his eyebrows gently and made a small grimace as he closed down his shop for the day. The lie was dead. The vicar, Mr. Hackett, strode past them, lifted his cap and smiled. He held her, she held him, because they needed each other and had nowhere else to run. They reached home and squeezed through the gate because neither would release the other. A man was sitting on the bench on the green. He looked like a salesman killing time before yet another cold call. In the kitchen, surrounded by school books, Stephen saw them come in, and the light spread in his eyes. The poison was gone. It was their home, their castle. Perry had convinced her that they had only tried to scare him so that it would be easier for them, and the danger was not real. In the kitchen in front of Stephen, he kissed her. Back in Newbury, his wife used to complain to anyone who'd listened that her husband didn't notice women. On trips away and in the office, he'd never played around because the job consumed him. That first time he'd met Merrill, as he was trying to put some purpose back into his existence, he'd noticed her as a damaged kindred spirit. Getting his coat off the hook in the outer office where she'd sat, he'd seen her loneliness. It had been in her eyes and her careworn mouth, and he'd blurted out that since he might be coming back a few times, they might as well get to know each other, and he'd asked her for a drink. She'd hesitated, and he'd apologized for his forwardness, and then she'd said there was time for a quick one when the works closed for the day. Their first drink and the attempts to find common ground had made them like a pair on an initial singles club meeting. It had been a strange chemistry, stilted conversation, but each recognized the wounded solitariness of the other. Dinners had followed, and pecks on the cheek, and both of them had realized that they had needed the other to put some foundation into their lives. They'd bought the house on the green together, furnished it, and moved in. The first night there, with the wind on the windows, and Stephen in the next room, they'd slept together and loved each other. It had been accepted by both from the start that their previous lives harboured secrets. The ground rules were set: no inquisitions, no interrogations. She didn't ask where he'd come from, why he had no anniversaries, no relations sending him cards and letters. He didn't quiz her on Stephen's father. They buried their past under their new happiness and mutual dependence. He could justify to himself the cordoned-off areas of his life. He was a changed man. If anyone from the old Newbury office, a one-time colleague of Gavin Hughes, had met Frank Perry, they wouldn't have known him. But the past seemed now to rush around him, and he wondered whether an old lie was replaced by a new one. At the last light of the day, going to get a storybook for Stephen from the living room, he paused and looked out of the window. The man in the suit, the stranger, with a raincoat loose on his lap, remained motionless on the bench on the green. Chapter 5. The door opened, and he held up his warrant card. In better times, Lily had said it was a rotten photo that didn't do him justice. That morning, like as not, she would have said it flattered him. He was tall, had no surplus weight, with a pale face and cheeks drawn in under the bones. His nose and chin were over-prominent, his hair was dark, cut short, and his light blue eyes were dominant. He said briskly, "Morning, Mr. Perry. I'm Detective Sergeant Bill Davis." He could hear a child's and a woman's voice in the depths of the house. He saw Perry's jaw fall and then tighten. There was never a right time to start the process of protection. He thought of himself as a shadow cast over the principal's life. He could have come in the late afternoon as the family was preparing for supper and television, or in the evening when they were readying for bed, or early in the morning when they were starting a day at the breakfast table. But there never was a best time to arrive on a stranger's doorstep. "They called you last night, yes? Sorry it had to be the duty officer, but my governor tried to reach you in the afternoon, and you weren't at home. Sorry it worked out like that." God help anyone who was called by the night duty officer. The governor, the superintendent, would have been familiar with tact, might have thought through what was appropriate to say, and certainly would have had the file to dictate his tone. But not the NDO. It would have been blunt and to the point. What the protection officer's name was, at what time he was arriving, and good night. Perry swiveled, looked behind him, back towards the kitchen door and the voices. Davis said with confidence, "Just getting the lad off to school? It's Stephen, Mrs. Perry's lad, right? If you don't want me around for the moment, that's no problem, Mr. Perry. I can wait till he's on his way, and then we'll do the business. I've got my car here. I can sit there." It was all about getting off to the right start. It didn't work if the principal refused to cooperate with the protection officer. He needed from the beginning to set the tone of the relationship. No call for diving in, breaking the routine of the family, jarring them, then having to mend fences because there was a lingering bitterness. Most principals, in his experience, were frightened half to death when he first came to their homes. The women were worse, and the kids were the big problem, always the headache. Best to go gentle. If his governor had called, there would have been a few crumbs of detail on why the threat had ratcheted up, but there'd have been none from the night duty officer. The principals were never given the full picture, not even senior persons in government, certainly not judges and civil servant administrators. And this principal, Perry, was only a civilian with a past, and he would get no detail. The threat was not a matter for debate and discussion. He'd worked late into the night in his room at the bed and breakfast, and early in the morning before his breakfast on the file and the village. He'd had the electoral list, the large-scale map that showed every house, digests of police and local authority files on residents, and had written names against houses. Only one property, currently for sale, was unoccupied. With that mass of information digested, he had made the plan of how they would work together, him and the principal. "I'll be in my car, Mr. Perry." Perry said in a low voice, "My wife knows, the boy does not." "That's not a problem. We'll let him get off to school and then we'll talk.
He's being picked up, the school run, in about 5 minutes. You know where to find me, Mr. Perry? There was a shout from the kitchen, from the woman, about the door being open. Who was there? Perry turned and yelled back into the depth of the house that he wouldn't be a moment. There was defiance in his face. There usually was at the start from the principals. I'll see you in a few minutes, Bill. Detective Sergeant or Mr. Davis, please. And you are Mr. Perry, and your wife is Mrs. Perry. It's the way we do it. He said it brusquely, coldly. There wasn't call in the job for familiarity. What they said at the yard in the SB protection unit, get too close and the principal starts to run the show. That would not happen with Bill Davis, his principal. He had a job to do, he was a paid hand, and it mattered not a damn whether he liked or disliked the man. He would tell him later about the workmen and the technicians who would be crawling round the house by late morning, up the walls, through the rooms, in the garden. There was no soft way of making a start. The neighbours don't know. No reason why they should. We're used to discretion. The less they know, the better. Perry frowned. He was a moment summoning up the question, then rushed it. Are you armed? Of course. Has the situation got worse? The doorstep isn't the place to discuss it. When you're ready, come and get me out of the car. The door closed on him. Of course he was bloody armed. Perry would have said all the brave things when the Thames House people had come on their visit and been rejected. Now he would be realising where the brave things had led him. Davies sat in his car. He had a good view of the house and the green in front of it, the road and the homes on the far side of the house, the sea. The car was from the pool. It looked like any other Vauxhall sold for company fleet driving, but it had the big radio with a preset console linking Davis to the SB's operations centre, a fire extinguisher, and the box with comprehensive first aid equipment. In a metal container reached by lifting the rear seat central armrest was a compact case holding a Heckler & Koch machine gun with ammunition and magazines and a dozen CS gas grenades. In the boot was an image intensifier sight for the H&K, a monocular night sight, a bulletproof square of reinforced material which they called the ballistic blanket, the gas masks, and the television monitor with the cables and headset. Bill Davis waited. By his feet was the lunchbox given him by Mrs. Fairbrother at the bed and breakfast, and his thermos, which she had filled with coffee, black, no sugar. He had discarded the shoulder holster, left it locked in his bag in the room, gone for the waist belt holster, and put his loose change into his suit jacket pocket. Weight in the pocket so that the jacket moved decisively back if he had to draw his firearm fast. He saw the neighbour leave for work with his wife, bustling out of his weathered, brick-built house, before stopping and peering at him as he sat in the car. Finally, the child ran from the house and into a car. From the doorway, Perry waved for him to come inside. Davis, of course, had a trained eye for descriptions. Perry was of average height, average build, with fair hair and a face with no particular distinguishing marks. He was ordinary and unremarkable, the sort of man who was easy to miss in a crowd. He took his time, straightened his tie, and checked in the mirror that his hair was in order, then eased out of his seat. He didn't hurry. He was not there to be at the beck and call of the principal. The Glock in the waist holster lapped against his hip as he walked towards the door. He would set the rules, start as he meant to go on. He went inside. Perry said softly, "I told my wife that the threat wasn't real." "Then you'll have to do a bit of explaining, sir." When the engine pitch changed, he was sleeping. He stirred in the hard bunk bed, closed his eyes again, aware of the swinging turn of the tanker. Then he wiped his eyes, dragged at the floral curtain, and peered through the porthole window. Beyond white-flecked sea was a horizon of dark land, browned cliffs, yellowed fields, and the greys of a town's buildings. In the sea, bucked and heaved by the swell, was a small boat, its blue hull lost, then found as the spray broke over a garish orange superstructure. The small boat closed on the tanker. He was awake. He remembered. The tanker slowed to allow the pilot's launch to come alongside, turning to shelter it from the bluster of the wind. He pressed his face against the weathered glass of the porthole and watched until the launch was under the sheer wall of the tanker's side. He imagined the pilot jumping across a void of water from the deck of his boat to the rope ladder cavorting from the bottom of the fixed steps. And if the pilot slipped?
In the night when he went over the side, his God would protect him. From his porthole window he could not see the pilot come aboard, but he watched the small boat heave away and head back at speed towards the land. He felt the turn of the tanker and heard the throbbing power as the engines regained cruising speed. By the time that the ship, guided by the pilot on the bridge with the master, rejoined the northern lane of the English Channel's traffic separation scheme, he was asleep again. He needed the sleep because he did not know when he would next have the opportunity. He would sleep until the alarm on his watch woke him at noon, then pray, then sleep again until mid-afternoon, then pray, then sleep again until dusk, then pray, then ready himself. "They bought it! I don't believe it, but it's authorized!" The faithful Mary Ellen tore the paper off the fax roll. "That's just incredible! They swallowed it! You've got the clearance! You're on the Freedom Bird tonight!" She laid the sheet of paper down in front of him. "Have you enough socks?" The special agent, Riyadh, of the FBI, and his personal assistant sat beside each other and made a list of what he should pack and what he might need to buy in the embassy shop. She wrote down and underlined the names of the pills for his blood pressure problem. When the list was complete, she made the airline reservation. "The authorization is for a week. Is that okay? Book you back in a week." He nodded agreement. She chatted on. "Don't you worry about me. I'll be just fine. Glad to see the back of you for a week. We're behind with the accounts, filing, all that stuff. Might just get the place cleaned out. I'll have a dandy time here." But he was hardly listening. Dwayne Littlebaum would not have paused to consider whether his personal assistant could cope with a week of his absence. His wife, Esther, was out in West Iowa between Audubon, which had been his home, and Holland Valley, where she had been reared. She was in the world of cattle and corn, had brought up 2 daughters, and he hadn't lived with her, not properly, for a few months short of 21 years. It didn't seem to matter to him, or to her. He went home to the roadside house between Audubon and Harlan Valley every leave that was given him and every Christmas. He wrote to his wife each weekend that he was away and never forgot a birthday. It was a detached marriage, but it stayed alive. He had lived his life for the study of Iran. Those who did not know him, the embassy staffers who passed him in the corridors or saw him in the parking lot or at the ambassador's functions, would have reckoned him an academic, eccentric and gentle. They would have been wrong. He played the dangerous game of counter-terrorism. It was a solitary, work-driven life where victims held little relevance, where the requirement for victory was paramount. Dwayne Littlebaum had a light, bouncing step as he left his office, and went on down the corridor, cheerfully slapping the arm of the Marine at the grill. His stride was almost a skip of pleasure. His purpose in life, through all of 20 years, had been to put a smoking gun into an Iranian hand. If the chance came, he would act with a ruthlessness unrecognized by those who did not know him well. His finger hovered over the names he had written on his paper pad. Fenton stood over him. Jeff Markham recited, "Yusuf Khan disappeared off the face of the earth. SB have beefed up Nottingham from Manchester and Leeds, but they don't have him. He's not been home since he was lost, and has not showed at work. The one associate we have listed is Farida Yasmin Jones, the convert, but that's a problem because she's dropped out, doesn't go to the mosque now, and has moved out of her bedsit. I can't trace her electricity, telephone and gas bills for a new address, like it's covering a trail and intentional, which is to me both interesting and worrying. The protection officer given to Perry hasn't called back to his coordinator. It's a slow haul. Keep pushing, keep kicking bums, I'll be at lunch." He nibbled at the fringes of impertinence. "That's nice. Enjoy it." Fenton grinned. "I will. Need to get up to speed. I have a good feeling about this one. In my water, I have the feeling this might even be exciting. I'm preparing for a jump onto the learning curve." His superior had been transferred from the Czech, Slovak, Romanian, Bulgarian desk only 14 months before, which was why Cox had been able effortlessly to win promotion over him. Markham thought Fenton should have been on his learning curve a year ago. He stepped over the fringes. "I'm sure that Mr. Perry would be pleased to hear that he's providing a bit of excitement. You want to make anything of this job? My advice, take the heat. I'll be here. Where I would expect you to be." Markham did not look up. Fenton was going to the door, whistling happily, and he steeled himself. "Mr. Fenton." The whistling stopped. Mr. Fenton, I know we're in unpredictable times, but I need to be out tomorrow afternoon for 1 o'clock. Be about an hour." Fenton would have been looking at the photo on his wall of Vicky, the one where she wore the short skirt. He asked, "Going to get a little cuddle in to see you through the day?" "I'm entitled to an hour at lunch, Mr. Fenton." Vicky would maul him if he didn't put his foot down. He said doggedly, "I'm not obliged to work right through a night, but I did." "No call for claws, Jeff. If you can be free, then you will be." "Sorry, Mr. Fenton. It's not if. I have to be out of here for 1 o'clock tomorrow." "Clock-watching, Jeff, does not fit the service ethos. Maybe all right in a bank, but secret work, security work, makes a bad bedfellow with a clock face." Fenton was gone. Jeff Markham sat at the console and hammered out the text, giant format, then printed it. He took a roll of sellotape from his drawer and stuck the paper to the outside of his door. "This project is so secret, even I don't know what I'm doing." The principal and his wife were subdued, out of sight when the van arrived with the men from London. Davies jumped out of his car to meet them. He took the foreman down the narrow track at the side of the house and showed him the rear garden, the facade of old stone, and gave him the sketch map he drafted of the layout for the property and its interior. 2 more men were at the front now, unloading the cables and the boxes from the van, and unhitching the ladder's stay ropes from its roof. He had his own key to the front door now, and took the foreman inside. He'd leave the kitchen, where the principal was with his wife, until last. The foreman hadn't wiped his boots, and left a trail of wet earth around the rooms. They went through the house, and the foreman never lowered his voice as he discussed arcs of surveillance for the cameras, and the sighting of the infrared beams, and through which upper window frames they would drill the cable holes, and which ground-floor windows and doors should be alarmed. They came to the kitchen last. She sat with her back to them, didn't acknowledge them. Perry tried to make small talk, but the foreman ignored him. It was usually like that, when the gear was put in, and there was no easy way of riding out the shock. Outside, the ladder scraped as it was extended. The kitchen window darkened as a man's body settled on the lowest rung to test its reliability. The wife had her head down, and her lunch half-eaten in front of her. Perry said, "I thought I had the choice on the new locks. It's a bit more than locks, Mr. Perry. It's cameras and infrared and tumbler wires and... What's going on?" They were always worse, more aggressive in front of the lady, as if they felt the need to make a stand and pretend they were in charge. The principal was not in charge, not any more, of his house and certainly not of his life. "I can't tell you, Mr. Perry, because I don't know, and if I did, I couldn't tell you." He went outside. There was a light rain falling and the sky threatened more. Another ladder was up against the front wall, the cables dancing as they were unrolled. An electric drill was winding through the wood of an upper window frame. It wasn't the job of the detective sergeant to feel sympathy, but already, inside their home, their lives were being violated, and this was merely the beginning. There would be some who would say afterwards that this had been the war of Fenton's belly. They were the bureaucrats of the first floor, administration's sub-branch accounts, tasked with the study of expense receipts and entertainment bills. 5 bills in a week for expenses and entertainment handed in by the head of Section 2, G branch, and the handwritten demand for reimbursement. They would call, after the business was completed, for explanations, and would receive only the vaguest information of what had happened, what had been at stake, and its outcome. Harry Fenton would have preferred to walk on nails rather than go to Vauxhall Bridge Cross with an invitation to Penny Flowers to join him for lunch. He said it to whomever would listen, often enough, that the Secret Intelligence Service treated the Security Service as lesser creatures. He would not go cap in hand to Ms. Flowers for help and information. So the first step on his learning curve was to offer a good meal to the senior Mid-East terrorism analyst of the Foreign and Commonwealth Research Division. They ordered, and then she launched. "Iran is on the move. Don't believe all that garbage the Americans peddle about a dark, blood-stained hand, Islamic and Iranian behind every vicious little guerrilla war in the world. It's just not true. Iran is going modern. There have been fair elections, a new, moderate president, a breaking down of the taboos of Muslim life. Look, you want a drink in Tehran, you can get it. You'll have to be discreet, but you can have it. Only 3 or 4 years ago you'd have had a public whipping to soap you up. The woman's role in the government and the civil service is advancing fast. Women now have power, and there are fashion boutiques for clothes to be worn at private parties. They are modernising at speed, and if it was not for the bloody stupid American sanctions, they would be going even faster towards a viable economic infrastructure. I'm a fan. She chewed on the breadsticks with the same enthusiasm with which she talked. Fenton, watching her and listening, didn't think research analysts were overwhelmed with invitations. There is much greater internal stability now. They've wiped out the Mujahideen-e-Khalq. Very few bombs explode in Tehran. The monarchist faction is gone. I accept that they are paranoid about the opposition, and that'll last a bit longer, but if we break their isolation, they'll get respectable quickly. The Americans forever bleat about state-sponsored terrorism when a bit of hush and encouragement will do a quicker job than a stick. We believe the importance of their guerrilla training camps is overemphasized. We think they offer more training in theological correctness than in bomb-making. Every time a bomb goes off in America, they shout about Iran. Remember the knee-jerk accusation that Iran was responsible for Oklahoma City? Ouch! Remember every American commentator insisting that Iran had knocked TWA-800 into the sea? Yow! Remember, Iran had organised the attacks in Saudi, but it's nowhere near proven. We think they've given encouragement, financial support, offer a safe haven to dissident groups, but that is way short of controlling them. The Americans need an enemy right now. Iran is available, but the facts don't support the need. She was grey-haired, severely dressed, with only a small sterling silver brooch for ornament, but there was a twinkle of light in her face. Of course, Iran has ambitions. Iran demands recognition as a regional power and believes she has the economic, cultural and military clout to deserve that status. The current leaders detest the image abroad of a pariah state, and they say they've received no credit for a statesmanlike neutral posture during Desert Storm. They deny they export revolution. They say that all they export is oil, carpets and pistachio nuts. They say they practice good neighbourliness. At the bottom line, they cannot afford to offend the West because the West is the purchaser of their crude, and without that revenue the country simply folds. Actually, they rather respect the British, admire us, give us credit where it may not be due. They have a saying, if you stub your foot on a stone, you can be sure an Englishman placed it there. London's awash with Iranian dissidents, but they're alive, aren't they? They're not being shot dead and blown up. We don't think they want to offend us, quite the opposite. Believe me, the Shah was more neurotic about British intelligence and meddling than the present lot. The Shah said, if you lift Khomeini's beard, you will find printed under it, Made in Britain. Go to the trade fairs, go to the Queen's birthday party at our summer residence. You'll find great friendship for the British. They ate pasta. The end of the Cold War had been a career disaster for Harry Fenton. He was of the old school at 5, a former tank squadron commander in Germany, eyeballing Soviet armour. He had found it a straightforward move into counter-espionage when soldiering lost its glitter attraction. He'd been on major spy investigations and found that work totally fulfilling. But the bloody wall had come down. The enemy was now to be treated as an ally, and after years of dogged resistance, he'd been shuffled to the Islamic desk. For the first time since that move, he felt a frisson of excitement. Another hoary old favourite is weapons of mass destruction, which gets everyone in a proper lather. Our assessment goes against the grain. They're way behind in the production of microbiological capability. Research facilities, yes, but they're not there. On the chemical front, and they have caused to develop such hideous weapons after the gassing the Iraqis gave them, they were making fast progress until 5 years ago. Then, we don't know why, everything seemed to stop. It was peculiar, and I don't have the answer. They're back on track now, but they've lost several years. Top of the list for horror stories is the Ayatollah's nuke, makes the Americans wet their Y-fronts. But we think it's 10 years away, that it was 10 years away 5 years ago, that it'll be 10 years away in 5 years' time. Yes, they have missiles for delivery, they can reach the Saudi oil fields, but they've nothing that matters to put in the warheads. Anyway, they're not idiots. They cannot compete on military terms with the Americans, and they know it. They're not going to hit Saudi and get a bashing that they can't defend themselves from.
Is this a disappointment to you? God, look at the time. My little white neck will be on the block when I wobble in smelling of your booze. As if it matters. She nodded enthusiastic agreement when he pointed to the empty first bottle, then raised his hand to the waiter for another to be brought. She had lamb, and he had veal. Bear with me, I'm getting there. As I said, the dissidents here are still alive. How long since we last expelled one of their IOs for sniffing around a target? 6 years. Okay, there are plenty of disparate groups, factions of their intelligence agencies that are not under specific control. They moonlight, but not on a big one. Would they come into Britain and attempt to assassinate a guarded target? No, absolutely not. Am I a killjoy? But I would urge considerable caution on you in the event that my assessment is wrong. Please, if I am wrong, don't go into the pulpit and denounce that country, because you would set back years of quiet diplomacy and cut the legs off those we believe are moderates. We're not dealing with school brat vandals, who should be made an example of, but with a nation-state we have to live with. Damn good lunch, thanks. He walked back to Thames House and put his head round Cox's door. He had, of course, a network of high-level contacts. He had been with a senior and respected official of Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and very illuminating it had been. The eyes of Cox, the bureaucrat, beaded on him. Do they believe Iran is on the march coming to Suffolk? They don't. No, and if they are on the march, then the FCO pleads for a soft line. Difficult to take a soft line with an assassin. Fenton boasted, I've several more sources that I'll be milking. If there's more to know, I'll find it. The motivation that makes people fight in a holy war is that death does not represent the end of life for a human being. The words were in his mind. He had prayed for the last time that day, the 5th time, an hour and a half after dusk. He had slept well and was rested. He had eaten a small portion of the rice and boiled chicken brought to him by the master. He had sat for many minutes on the lavatory in the corner of the cabin until he was satisfied that his bowels and bladder were cleaned, emptied, because that was important. He had stripped, washed himself with soap in the tiny shower cubicle that had been installed for the privacy and personal use of the master's wife. He had dried himself, then shaved. On the contrary, immortal life begins after death, and the kind of salvation that a man has in the next world is dependent on the kind of life he lives in this world. In his mind were the words of the Ayatollah who taught at the college in the city of Qom. He stood naked in the cabin. The clothes he had worn when he boarded the tanker off the port of Bandar Abbas, and on the voyage, with the wedding ring and the gold chain from his neck, were now folded in the cupboard with the chadors and the rupush trousers left by the master's wife. He was a tall man, 1.87 meters. He was well-muscled, yet weighed only 86 kilos. His hair was dark, close, short-cut, but with a neat parting that he combed to an exact line. He was pale-skinned for an Iranian, as if he did not come from the Gulf, but from the sun-bathed countries and islands of the Mediterranean. It was a reason he had been chosen. The texture of his skin was the gift of his mother, along with the jutting chin and the determination. From his father he took his eyes, deep-set, shrouded in secrecy. He was 36 years old. Taking part in a holy war is a way of assuring oneself that one's immortal salvation in the next world is guaranteed. His English-born mother had been the daughter of an oil worker at Abadan, who had married the young Iranian medical student against the bitter opposition of her family. She had not wavered, and had been cut off from all contact when her father and mother had returned to their Yorkshire home. There had never been reconciliation. She had embraced the faith, become a good Muslim wife. The determination of his mother to follow the road of her love lived on in the jaw shape of her son. Her husband, his father, had qualified as a doctor, and they had settled in Tehran with their child. He could remember the unannounced visitors coming late at night at the house, and the murmur of voices. As the blinds went down in the surgery room, he, the child, kept watch for the Savak thugs, the scum men of the Shah's secret police. At night, behind the lowered blinds, his father treated the patriots who had been tortured by the Savak in the cells, and who had been beaten by the Savak in street demonstrations. He could remember when the Savak had broken into their home and taken his father away. He could remember when his father had come home, bleeding and bruised,
and he'd learned to despise and hate the countries that had supported the corrupt Shah and trained the Suffolk policemen. Now they were dead, suffocated in the rubble of their Tehran home after the explosion of an Iraqi Scud missile. It is natural that a man would wish to be killed 70 times and still come back to life to be killed all over again. He stood naked. What he would wear that night was laid out on the tidied bunk bed. When the revolution had come, when the tanks were on the streets and the rule of the Shah was in its death throes, he had dropped out of school. Going forward with the Molotovs, running across open streets to retrieve those shot by the soldiers, he had been noticed. He had felt no fear, and it was seen. When the Imam Khomeini at last came home, he was at 17 years old, given a Kalashnikov rifle and drafted into a South Tehran comité. He had been on the roof at the Alawi's girls' school when the last chief of the Suffolk was half-hanged, cut down, beaten so that his leg bones splintered, mutilated with knives, lit by television lights, killed, and he had felt no pity. He had been inducted into the Pazdars, joined with pride the unit of the Revolutionary Guard Corps that safeguarded the Imam at his simple home in Jemaran. He had gone into the embassy of the Great Satan, into the den of spies, into the rooms where the shredders had failed and the files and collaborators and traitors were to be found, and he had hunted them. The war had come. The military could not be trusted. The war with Iraq was his transient route from teenager to man. He had become an elusive, skilled master of the flooded death ground that was the Four Peninsula and the Hawra al-Hawize marshland. He had come home, his first leave in 2 years, to find the dried heap of rubble with a small tunnel through which the bodies of his parents had been extracted. After praying at their grave in the Beheshte Zahara cemetery, he had taken the next bus back to the front line. The Scuds were fired with American help. American satellite photography was passed to the Saudis, who forwarded the images to Baghdad. The hatred grew. When the war was over and the Imam had sued for peace and had spoken of taking a decision more deadly to him than drinking hemlock, when he had come home, he had been taken under the wing of a brigadier in the Ministry of Information and Security, as if by a foster parent. And his talents were let loose, and killings followed in his footprints. From what he had seen, suffered, experienced, survived, there was no place in his mind for fear. This is a perception which creates the desire for martyrdom among Muslims. He began to cover his nakedness. He wriggled into ankle-length thermal undertrousers, then a thermal vest. He struggled into the rubber suit. He'd worn such suits in the probing fast craft they had used in the swamps of the Four Peninsula, and he had been in such a suit when he had first gone ashore on the coast of the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. He put his watch back on his wrist. Later, he would synchronize the time on it with the time on the master's watch. Later, the master would send a radio message of seeming innocence to his employer, the National Iranian Tanker Corporation in Tehran, and his watch would be synchronized with a clock at the NITC, and the clock there with the master clock in the room at the Ministry of Information and Security where the brigadier waited. Later, the master clock would be synchronized on a secure voice link with the embassy in London. Finally, the intelligence officer at the embassy would synchronize his watch with that of the courier on the shore. Everything was planned to the smallest detail, as always. He waited for the master to come to take him to the stern deck. Onto his bare feet, below where the wetsuit sealed his ankles, he slipped a pair of casual trainer shoes. He waited for the master, and thought of his wife, Barzin, and their small home, and he wondered whether she missed him. They had no children. Perhaps it was his fault, and perhaps it was hers, but the doctors they visited would not tell them. She asked nothing of him except that he should serve the revolution of the Imam. The tanker churned its way north up the channel. He took comfort again from the words of the Ayatollah from the college at Qom. He was Wahid Hossein. He was the anvil. It was a pretext, but the first, and there would be more. The rain, as promised, had come on harder. Davies sat in the car. He didn't need to wind down the window and let in the damp air. He had the monitor screen on the floor in front of the empty passenger seat, and the headset over his ears. 2 cables led from the car to a small junction box screwed to a side wall of the house. He was parked right up against the wall, filling the alley. He could see in black and white on his screen the neighbour on the front doorstep and hear distorted speech from the button microphone secreted in the porch. The pretext seemed innocent enough. "Sorry, Frank, for disturbing you. You got a Phillips screwdriver? Can't seem to find one anywhere." "Sure, Jerry, won't take me a minute." "Everything all right?" "Everything's fine. Just wait there, I'll get it." He saw the neighbour's grimace. He'd have expected to be invited inside, but the principal had learned fast and left him at the door. The neighbour's eyeline roved over the front of the house and checked the cables, the broken plants where the ladder had been, and looked into the camera. He wouldn't have seen the button microphone because the men from London were skilled in positioning them, had to be because not even the principal knew about the audio surveillance. People didn't mind outside cameras, but they were generally difficult about microphones. He could hear adequately anything said in the front of the house, ground floor and on the stairs. It was good technology and necessary. "There we go, 1 Phillips screwdriver." "Brilliant." "No hurry for it back." "Great. Frank, Mary said you had a new alarm system fitted today." "Yes." "Something I don't know?" "I doubt it, Jerry." "Don't think me inquisitive, Frank, not me, but there hasn't been a burglary this end of the village in 4 years, not since the Dove's place. Mary said you'd put in the full works, chaps like chimps running up ladders. Friend to friend, what do you know that I don't, eh?" "Just taking sensible precautions, Jerry. You're getting soaked." "Frank, no pissing. Who's that joker in the car?" "I'm right in the middle of a bit of work. Bring it back when you finish with it. No hurry." The door closed, and the neighbour retreated. He'd have been sent by his wife, neighbours always were. He'd report that he hadn't really learned anything. That wouldn't satisfy the wife, and she'd be round in the morning to beg a half-pint of milk or borrow a half-pound of flour. And they'd fret through the evening, the neighbour and his wife, about the cables and the camera, and whether a wave of thieving was about to strike their small corner of heaven. The boy came home, and the woman who drove him gave Davis a grinding glance before she pulled away. He doubted this little place could survive without knowing every soul's business. His lunchbox was finished, except for the apple he always kept until last. It would be another hour before Leo Blake turned up to do the night shift. He polished the apple on his sleeve and listened. He'd made his suggestion, how they should tell the boy. They might have been at the bottom of the stairs or just inside the kitchen. His mother did it. There were faint voices. Frank used to work for the government abroad. He'd made some enemies. He did secret work, and it was still secret, and Mummy's secret, and Stephen's. Frank's going to be protected by the police, just for a few days. "Are we going to have to go? Will we have to leave here?" "No," her clear voice. "There's nothing to worry about. We aren't leaving our home." Davies put the apple core in his lunchbox. The evening had come. The car was parked in a deep lay-by used in the summer by tourists for picnics. It was hidden from the road by trees and evergreen bushes. Yusuf Khan had reclined his seat and dozed. The small bedside alarm clock in his pocket, synchronized to the watch of the intelligence officer, would rouse him 30 minutes before it was time to move. It was the most comfortable car seat he'd ever sat in, a BMW 5 Series with a 2.6-litre injection engine, high power, high technology, high luxury. His own, left behind in Nottingham, was an 11-year-old Ford Sierra, 1.6-litre, underpowered and under-maintained. The carburettor had choked on the 150-mile journey to the northwest. They'd needed to call out a mechanic to fix it, and had sweated to get to the hospital in time to see the target, Perry, the car he used, and the logo of the salesroom that had sold it to Perry. Farida Yasmin's car was a 9-year-old Rover Metro, cramped and with a small engine, good enough to get them to the car salesroom in Norwich, where a story had been told and information received, and good enough to get them into and out of the village by the sea, where the photographs had been taken that had lit up the eyes of the intelligence officer. Yusuf Khan's car was unreliable. Farida Yasmin Jones's car was too small. The cash float given him by the intelligence officer included enough for him to hire a fast, reliable, comfortable vehicle when he'd come off the train. It was fantastic, the BMW, but difficult to handle. Once he'd been off the road and a tyre width from a ditch because he had underestimated the speed into a corner. There was caked mud on the driver's side doors. He didn't use the radio because all the stations on the pre-tuned buttons played degenerate, corrupting music. He imagined the man he'd been sent to meet, who would come out of the darkness. The sausage bag was behind his reclined seat on the carpeted floor. He felt a sense of pride that he had been shown such trust, and Yusuf Khan dozed, waiting. He tried to concentrate, but the words mocked his efforts. They registered, then they blurred, their message was lost. Markham sat on the rug in front of the electric fire in Vicky's apartment. She didn't like the word flat. It was an apartment, but the problem with it was the size. Smart, but small, as his was dingy and small. Neither's home was big enough for two, so he read the books she'd bought in her lunch hour and left for him in a neat pile. Everything about the room was neat, organised, like his Vicky. Vicky was with a girlfriend at aerobics, and then they would be going on for pizza. The books, that had cost her a small fortune, were on business management, self-expression, leadership, and finance. He'd have gone down to the library and borrowed if he'd had time. He tried to remember what she had told him. For the interview he was Geoffrey, not Jeff. His father was in banking, not a high street deputy manager out on his neck last year with downsizing. His mother organised one of the princess's causes, wasn't a 2-days-a-week helper in a charity clothes shop. He was ambitious. He carried ambition round in wheelbarrow loads. But the thoughts strayed back to Frank Perry. There had been enough of them in Ireland, bloody-minded Presbyterian hill farmers running beef stock over poor land, doing evenings in the part-time military who were threatened by the Provost's policy of ethnic cleansing. The obstinate old beggars had stayed put and taken a submachine gun out in the tractor cab when they went to muckspread, wouldn't have considered quitting and running. He'd admired their courage. What Vicky had drilled into him, he wanted responsibility. What Geoffrey Markham wanted more than anything was the responsibility of handling the investment of clients' savings. Nothing rash, but the careful placing of their money and the safeguarding of their pension schemes. He was not frightened of responsibility, nor, if the market slumped, of crisis. And Geoff Markham couldn't cling to the interview's strands. Always bloody damn frightening when a player went missing, and Yusuf Khan was missing. Like he'd been bloody frightened in Ireland when a Provo player disappeared and they had no word. Had to wait for the Semtex to detonate or the blood to drip on the pavement. And they had lost the trail of the girl who was the only associate thrown up by Rainbow Gold. Wavering back with his concentration, and he expected to work hard, play hard, had always believed physical fitness went hand in hand with psychological stability. Weekend hiking, after work weights and tennis. He was to decline the offer of a drink, old trick, with a friendly refusal, and he was to be polite but not smarm deference, and they shouldn't know it was the only shortlist interview in his locker. He was to wear the new tie she'd bought him, and his best suit, but he could take the jacket off if they suggested it, though not loosen the tie, and be sure to thank them for fitting him in during the lunch hour. The interview was the next afternoon, and he couldn't read the pages in front of him, or remember what she'd told him. Rainbow Gold was gone cold on them. Without this job there was no home for him and Vicky, no bright, ambitious future. An armed protection officer was at Frank Perry's home. Of course, Geoffrey Markham wanted a career in banking. It might have helped relieve the frustration of his work if Markham had had a really good friend at Thames House. It had been better in the early days when the probationers had hung around together and made a social life inside their own restricted, secretive clan. He had no friends now. The probationers who had lasted were dispersed in the building, and intersection friendships were discouraged. The society was a mass of hermetically sealed cells. It was not appropriate for East Bloc personnel to fraternize with Irish or narcotics personnel. Loose talk followed, the old hand said. The former friends were married off anyway, had babies, and didn't go to the pub after work but hurried home. He'd taken Vicky to one insider dinner party which had been a disaster. She'd thought the men were underachieving and the women were little mice. Actually, thinking about it, the Fentons of Thames House were the lucky ones. They had no expectation of changing the world, and used the system as a personal fiefdom for fun and entertainment. Set around with rules, regulations, and procedures, Jeff Markham believed himself a small, irrelevant cog. He would never matter, and would never be noticed. He wanted out. He jolted awake at the sound of Vicky's key in the apartment door. At the end of his 12-hour shift, Bill Davis handed over to DC Leo Blake, checked him through the inventory, took him over the camera controls, the radio channels, and the chart with the red lines marking the infrared beams. "How is he?" "Fine, so far. And her?" "She's not spoken, not a bloody word." "Come again, his call sign." "He's Juliet 7. Bit light-handed, aren't we?" "Maybe, maybe not." Davies crawled out of the driver's seat and wished his colleague a good night with a wry smile. He saw Blake already pulling up the armrest in the centre of the back seat. In the small hours, and Davies couldn't blame him, Blake would be cuddled up with the cold grip stock of the H&K, what the trade called the Master Blaster. Davies had been promised that the next day he would be given a realistic threat level assessment, but Blake, who was going to be alone throughout the night, wasn't waiting for it. He drove back towards the bed and breakfast, and the room where he would use one twin bed for the night, and Blake would use the other for the day, and he'd have to square that with Mrs. Fairbrother, lie his way out of it. He'd have a shower, then find a pub in another village for his supper. They'd made a proper bastard when there wasn't a decent threat level assessment. The master hugged him, gripped the thick rubber arms of the wetsuit, kissed his cheeks, and pressed against his life jacket. The second officer and the engineer officer flanked him. He'd not seen them since he'd come aboard 15 nights before. While he was kissed, the master went again through the timetable of the drop-off and the schedule of the pickup. He broke free, stepped into the Zodiac inflatable, and settled on its floor of smoothed planks. The whole craft was only 4 meters in length, and he crawled forward so that the engineer officer had the space at the back beside the outboard engine. The engineer officer reached out to him, squeezed his arm, and said that the wind was growing, which was good. It was good, too, he had been told, that they were able to make the drop-off from the tanker when it was fully loaded and lower in the water. The master and the second officer turned the wheel of the crane, and the cable was drawn up further on the drum. The 4 ropes from the inflatable to the cable hook took the strain, then lifted them. The pilot on the bridge with the navigation officer would have no view of the stern deck and the crane, and what the crane lifted. They swayed up above the rail, and then the crane's arm lurched them out into the darkness. They clung to the holding ropes of the inflatable. He had no fear. He was in the hands of his God, 10 meters above the water. If the crude holds had been empty, it would have been a 21-meter drop. They went down the black-painted cliff of the hull slowly. The tanker was now past the Bassorel lightship, close to the sand ridge that divided the channel into the northern and southern traffic separation schemes, and under the monitoring watch of the radar at Dover Coast Guard to the west and Greenay traffic to the east. The tanker, on the pilot's direction, would hold steady course and steady speed at 14 knots, and would arouse no suspicion from the men who watched the sweep of the radar screens. They bounced on the water, sank as the sea splashed over their feet, and surged up. As the cable tension slackened, the moment before they were dragged along and then under, the engineer officer unfastened the cable hook from the ropes. They were clear. The cable swung loose over their heads and clattered against the plate steel of the hull. They were tossed in the white foam water of the engine's screws, and he didn't understand how they were not dragged down into that maelstrom. The tanker ploughed on, a great, bellowing shadow in the night. He had been told that it was good when the wind increased and the swell was greater, and that British seamen used the word poppling to describe such waves. He knew the English language, had learned it from his mother, but he had not known that word. When the sea poppled, it was impossible for the men watching the radar screens to see the signature of a craft as small as a 4-meter inflatable. The outboard engine coughed to life at the second pull. 3 kilometers back, they could see the lights of a following ship. The bow rose from the water as their speed grew. They crossed the sand ridge. Higher waves there, more spray slashing them. They approached the westerly funnel of the traffic separation scheme. There was a line of navigation lights ahead, The engineer officer throttled back, paused, and meandered. The inflatable was lifted, fell, and corkscrewed in the waves before he was satisfied. He was like a kid crossing the wide freeway road going south out of Tehran for Shiraz or Hamadan, but waiting for the gap in the traffic, then running. The engine screamed, they bounced forward. They went for the darkened space of the beach between the lights of New Romney and Dymchurch near Dungeness. He could have gone by plane or ferry or on the train through the tunnel, but that would have exposed him to the gaze of immigration officers and security policemen. No papers, no passport photographs, no questions, no stamps. He saw, ahead, the white ribbon of the surf on a shingle shore. The engineer officer, perhaps because tension now caught him, or because there were only sparse minutes before they parted, told of how he had been on the tankers when the Iraqi planes had come after them with Exocet missiles, and of the terror on the other tankers when the missiles detonated and the fireballs erupted. He said that he hated those who had helped the Iraqi flyers, and he had reached forward with emotion, grasped the hand offered him, wished his passenger well and God's protection. In the last minute before they reached the beach, he told the engineer officer of a birthday party at a seashore restaurant and the bus that carried the guests there, a long time ago. They hit the shore. The bottom of the inflatable squirmed on the pebbled beach. He tore off the life jacket, the cold whipping his face. He slid over the balloon side of the craft into the water of a gentle, shelving beach. He ran forward, kicking his stride against the sea, struggling until he was clear. He heard the roar of the inflatable's engine. When he was at the top of the beach and looked back, he saw the disappearing bow wave of the inflatable. He was alone. He walked forward blindly, then stopped and stood stock still against a small, wind-bent tree trunk. 7 minutes later, on the hour, as if by synchronization, the brief, twice-repeated flash of a car's headlights pierced the darkness. He couldn't sleep. Watched by the red eye of the alarm, he lay on his back. Frank Perry knew that he had to live with the past because the consequences of his former life were inescapable. There was no dusty cloth with which to wipe clear the words written on the blackboard. The past could not be erased. He had attempted it. Quite coldly he had changed his attitudes. The salesman, Gavin Hughes, focused on work, had never noticed the people around him. He was now more temperate and more caring. He had thrown himself into the life of the small village community, had time for people, and seemed to value their opinions, as if that hard-won popularity was a substitute for his past. He was, he knew it, a more decent man, and it was natural to him that he should help others with the experience of his engineering background, and cut the churchyard grass, and attend meetings of the community's groups. But in his mind the words stayed on the blackboard, and a newfound decency was insufficient to expiate the past. A man had been sent on a long journey, had travelled with a knife or a gun or a bomb to kill him. Those who had sent the man would not know or care that Frank Perry was a changed man. He heard the boy toss in the adjacent room, and he heard a car door opening, the sound of a man urinating, the door closing again. Merrill was silent beside him, staring at the ceiling. Like sinners, neither of them could sleep. Chapter 6. He went too fast onto the bridge, and too late saw the twist in the road beyond it. Yusuf Khan had met the man, stood in awe of him. He had come out of the darkness in response to the flash of the headlights, just as the intelligence officer had told him. He had babbled greetings to the man, and tried to please him with the warmth of his welcome. Nothing had been given him in return. He had been told sharply, in good but slightly accented English, that he talked too much. He was in a myriad web of narrow side roads, and he was lost and did not wish to show it. The first light was already a smear in the east. He went too fast over the bridge, unaware of the right-hand bend immediately beyond it. First the man had peeled off his wetsuit, then stood in his long-trousered underclothes, and had clicked his fingers irritably at Yusuf Khan, who watched. He had been caught idle, and felt keenly the criticism of the snapped fingers. He had dragged the newly bought clothes from the bag, and the man had cursed softly because the shop labels were still on them. Yusuf Khan had torn them off before handing them back. He had held the torch and passed the man the camouflage trousers, the tunic, and the thick socks. The fact that the new boots were not laced provoked another savage glance. When he had set out the schedule in his mind, he had not expected that the clothes would be worn now. He had assumed the man wouldn't be using them from the start. And he had not expected that the man would demand the opening of the tubular bag. With only the torch beam to guide him, the man had been meticulous in his examination of the weapons. He had broken open the mechanism of the launcher and examined each of the working parts, studied them, cleaned some with the window rag from the car, and reassembled it. Because it was only a small torch beam, Yusuf Khan had recognized that the man had worked virtually blind. He had leaned forward, anxious to please, held the torch closer, but had abruptly been waved back. The schedule had gone. The man in the fragile light had then turned his attention to the squat form of the rifle. Yusuf Khan had never seen a man take apart a firearm, and was amazed at the seemingly casual way that the weapon disintegrated into pieces. Each round had been examined before 2 magazines had been filled, and the pressure of the coil tested. By the time he'd started up the car, his fingers had been stiff and his legs taut, and he had lurched through the manual gears. The sausage bag with the weapons had been on the floor behind him within the man's reach, as if already he was prepared for war, to kill. The man had leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. He was lost, stressed when he came too fast over the bridge and into the hidden right-hand bend beyond it. As he swerved to hold the centre of the road, the wheels failed to grip, and Yusuf Khan stamped on the brake pedal. At that moment, the 5 Series BMW was out of control. The car slewed on shrieking tyres across the width of the road. He saw the pole that carried telegraph wires. Short of it was the ditch, looming towards him in the headlight's glare. Yusuf Khan saw everything so clearly, so slowly. Plunging into the ditch, the bonnet going down, the ditch throwing the back of the car upwards. The man's arms went up to cover his forehead, but he made no sound. The car standing on its nose, no fear on the man's face, the roof of the car impacting against the telegraph pole. There was a wild pain in his leg, a fleeting sensation as the car came down, crazily angled in the ditch. His skull hit the point where the roof met the windscreen. Blackness around him, and peace. His partner, Ewan, would be in the shop, cleaning the floor and the windows, stocking the shelves, putting out the ice cream sign, taking a list of the postcards that needed replacing. The early morning was a precious time to Dominic Evans. He loved his partner deeply, but he also loved the early morning walk, on his own, out of the village and towards the South Marsh. Left behind in Ewan's care was his dog, because the sweet little soul would disturb the glory of the early morning's tranquillity. He was 49, had come to the village and brought the shop 15 years back with the money from his mother's estate. For 12 of those 15 years, Ewan had been his partner. He thought the villagers, with their Neanderthal minds, accepted him, and did not jeer at him because he had integrated carefully and made it his ambition to write down the old history of the community. Through learning the history, explaining it, sharing it, he had won acceptance, and he was discreet. It was a good place to gain the sense of history's inevitability, to recognize the futility of man's efforts to combat the power of nature. In time, the sea would claim all of it. Everything that man had built would crumble off these soft cliffs and would be lost to the waves. In the half-light, he walked past the narrow, silted stream that had once been a great waterway, where skilled artisans built big ships. That summer he would write a special pamphlet on the shipbuilding from Viking to Cromwellian times, publish it at his own expense, and lecture on it to the Historical Society. But that morning, each morning for a month, history did not intrude on his thoughts. It was the miracle month of survival and navigation, the month when the birds completed the migration from the south seaboard of the Mediterranean and the west coast of Africa. Each morning in the dawn before the shop opened, and each evening in the dusk after it closed, he went to watch for the arrival of the birds on the South Marsh. That they came from so far, that they could find their way to this particular area of water channels and reed banks was truly incredible to Dominic. He settled on the damp ground at his watching place. Usually he went to the South Marsh, more rarely to the North Marsh. There were godwits, warblers, and avocets, but they had not come from Africa, nor the shelducks, nor the geese. It was a few minutes from the time that he should return to the village and open the shop when he saw the bird he was waiting for. The tears pricked in his eyes, and the sight made this gentle man cry out in anger. The harrier flew low in tortured flight. A pair had come back to the South Marsh 3 evenings before, and their wing beat after the journey of thousands of miles was firm, true. They had left the next morning for a destination further north. It was as if this bird flew on one wing. For all his anger, for all his gentleness, there was nothing Dominic could do to help the bird. It had come home. It was injured. The infection would be in the wound. It would die a starved, agonized death. He lost sight of it as it came down into the reeds. He wiped his eyes. The harrier, Cersus eruginosus, rust and copper feathering, was the most beautiful bird he knew. It would be in pain, in hunger, in exhaustion, and he was helpless. He went back to open his shop. Vicky slept as Jeff Markham dressed. While he did so, he played in his mind with the words she had written down for him, made sentences for them. I believe in the totally ethical use of finance. A bank, in my opinion, should never deny the participation of the investor in the handling of his or her affairs. Money is for the benefit of the whole of the community, not just for the wealthy. Finance stands at the interface of society and should be used to create general wealth and not narrow affluence. Vicky had said he must use the modern idiom, not the cobwebbed language of Thames House. He put on the new tie she had bought, thin, woven, with brightly coloured stripes. The intelligence officer in his Kensington flat took the call. The number of the mobile telephone was jealously guarded and changed every month, and he assumed that the landline telephone was routinely listened to. A voice of great calm spoke of a traffic accident, gave a location of signposts a mile from the accident site, and quietly told of the need for help in moving onwards. Deniability was the creed of the intelligence officer. He took the number of his caller and rang off. He threw on basic clothes. He hadn't the time to consult Tehran nor to call his colleague's apartment in Marble Arch. It was his decision, against every regulation of his service, that he should take a personal involvement in a situation of emergency. Often his Kensington apartment was watched. There might be a car with the engine idling on the far side of the road to the front lobby of the block, or in the side street. He went out through the fire door at the back, past the janitor's little locked room and the waste bins. To further the creed of deniability, he ran for a phone box. He called a number, waited for it to be answered, heard the sleep-ridden voice, explained what had happened, ordered what was to be done, rang off, walked back to his apartment. He believed he had not compromised the creed of deniability. Blake told him that the woman in the house across the green had a big backside and didn't draw the curtains when she undressed, and that was about the limit of his overnight excitement. There were cats' footprints all over the bonnet, and Blake told him that he'd had the brute inside with him until it had tried to get into his food box. Blake stacked the H&K back into the case and slotted it behind the rear seat armrest. Davies rang the front doorbell as Blake headed back to the bed and breakfast. The door was opened by the wife, and from her eyes it didn't seem that she'd slept. She led him into the kitchen. The boy broke from his cornflakes and stared at him. Davies thought he was looking for his gun, but he wouldn't have seen it in the waist holster, underneath the fall of his suit jacket. She told the boy to go upstairs, get his books ready, go to the toilet, get his hair combed. "Morning, Mr. Davies." And it didn't look to him that Frank Perry, the principal, had slept any better than his wife. There was a dazed tiredness in his face.
I don't need to trouble you for too much of your time, Mr. Perry, but you had rather amount to take on board yesterday, and I'd like to confirm a few points. Wasn't the easiest of days I've known, but what I've said to Merrill, it could have been worse. Always best to be positive, Mr. Perry. We could have run away, could have turned our backs on all this. From what he'd seen in her face, the hopelessness in the fall of her mouth, he thought the woman was deeply wounded, and he wondered if Perry realized it. Not his job. He should have phoned Lily, should have spoken to the boys, should have... He was hardly qualified for marriage counselling, and it wasn't his job to try. What I want to reiterate, Mr. Perry, are the procedures, and for the correct application of the procedures, I need your cooperation. And you should not forget that I worked for my country, Mr. Davis. I am owed protection. They faced each other across the breakfast table. There was a tight, curled snarl at Perry's mouth. He smiled, diffused. Of course, Mr. Perry. If I could just repeat, please, you don't spring any surprises on me. You tell me who you are expecting as visitors, where you will be entertaining them. That will be very helpful to me. It's a village, Mr. Davis. It's not an anonymous damned city. Our friends call by. They don't make appointments. We're not an optician or a dentist. He was generous. He knew that the snarl was from tiredness and understood the stress. Behind Perry, the woman watched him, her eyes never leaving him. And I need to know, Mr. Perry, your intended movements for the day. Are you going out? Where are you going? How long will you be there? Who will you meet? I need specific detail of your planned movements. Why? He reckoned they were sparring and wasting each other's time. He said it straight, brutally. We have laid down procedures. They are based on experience. You are at least danger when in your own home. You are in the greatest danger when in transit. There are 2 points of maximum danger: when you leave your home and are exposed as you go to the car, and when you leave your car and walk into a building, particularly if that is a regular journey. You are in danger en route if your journey is predictable. I told you this yesterday, and I am sorry that you weren't able to comprehend it. The danger on the pavement, to the car and from the car, is from a sniper at long range or a handgun used at close quarters. The danger during a journey is from a culvert bomb with a command cable or remote detonation, or from a parked car bomb. Get me? If it couldn't happen, Mr. Perry, I wouldn't be here. The woman rocked on her feet as if caught by a shock wind, but her eyes were never off him. It was like he'd hit Perry in the solar plexus, and his voice was quieter. You can't search half the countryside. What difference does it make if you know my routes? He said easily, I can plan. In the event of an ambush, where to drive to, the nearest safe house. Might be a telephone exchange, a government building, and I can have worked out where's the nearest hospital. Jesus. So if you could just tell me, Mr. Perry, your plans for the day, then there are no surprises. Merrill's visiting this morning, and she's got a class. I'm not concerned with Mrs. Perry's movements. Perry flared. Doesn't she matter? You're the target, Mr. Perry. You're the principal I'm here to protect. That's my instruction. Are you going out today? She had an antique furniture restoration class in the afternoon. Perry was committed to the school pickup. Can you cancel? No, I bloody well can't, and I intend to live a life. Of course, Mr. Perry. Let's go over the route. He was shown in by Fenton, and Cox was hovering behind. Markham thought the man looked as if he'd just stepped off the ark. It's Mr. Littlebaum, Jeff, from Riyadh. You told him you did the donkey's load, so he's come to offer you some oats. You're his liaison with us, Fenton said. Markham stood. It was that sort of depressing morning where the pieces were obstinate and refused to slot. Nothing to report from SB's operations centre on the target, Juliet 7. There was no trace on Yusuf Khan from Nottingham. The associate, the woman thrown up by Rainbow Gold, had moved from the address listed for her electricity and telephone bills, but he had Small Mercy's registration details for her car, about as common a small saloon as any on the road.
The American had wild grey hair which needed cutting. His tie was stained with food, and, from the tight knot, seemed only to be loosened each night so that the noose could be pulled over his head. The shirt was new, but already there was grease on it. He wore a brown, three-piece herringbone suit, what a solicitor might have worn 30 years back in North Lancashire, and the creases said he'd travelled in it. But he had alive, penetrating eyes. Markham glanced down at his watch. "I apologise, but I did tell you, Mr. Fenton, I have to be at an appointment over the lunch hour," and he added limply, "A family business appointment. I can't cut it, and I can't be late either." Fenton said dry, "I hope the family business is important. Mr. Littlebaum has flown 3,000 miles so that he can offer us the benefit of his experience. Bring him back to me." Fenton and Cox were gone. He shuffled, tried to tidy his desk space, merely confused the papers and his notes. "Would you like a coffee, Mr. Littlebaum?" "Only if you can put a whiskey in it." "Can't," he said sheepishly. "At the donkey level, it's not permitted to keep alcohol in the work area. I'd get a reprimand and it would go on my record." "Not to worry. Where I come from, it's a capital crime, Mr. Markham." "In here, I'm Jeff. Please, feel free." "Then you'll have to forgive me. I'm not familiar with people who aren't friends. I take it as a lack of respect and common courtesy. Right now, Mr. Markham, and I'm sure you know it, you're sitting on the big one." "Right now, it's all ends, frayed and not tying. I don't know what I'm sitting on." Okay. The target, Hughes/Perry. We've call-signed him as Juliet 7. Okay, Juliet 7. Is he still refusing relocation?" "Yes." "What have you done for him?" "We've given him specialist police protection." "They got howitzers?" "They would have machine pistols and handguns." "How many?" Markham said, dispirited, "There are 2, each doing a 12-hour shift." "Fuck!" "It's a matter of resources." "Are you listening, Mr. Markham? This is the big one. I know him as the Anvil. I don't have another name for him. I don't have his face. He was in Alamut. Did you read like I told you to about Alamut?" "No, of course you didn't." "Donkeys don't have time to read. Donkeys just get the shit piled on them." "The Anvil was in Alamut. I hate that name. It's crass and comic book, but it's the name that's whispered in the souk, in the mosque, and in the theological colleges throughout Saudi Arabia. So it's real enough for me. The Anvil goes to Alamut each time before he travels for the hit. I know so little of him, but he's the best, and he's dedicated. That he goes to Alamut is important because it's the small window I have into his mentality. Please, Mr. Markham, when I'm talking to you, don't look at your wristwatch. And now he is traveling, and his target is your Juliet 7. Before you rush away to whatever is important, take time out for a little history. Alamut is a few kilometers northwest of Kazvin, where there is a terrorist training camp run by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. At Alamut, 900 years ago, Hassani Sabah founded the sect of assassins. The modern word is from the same root core as hashish. Western scholars believe the killers were drugged, or they would not have gone forward against guarded and near-impossible targets. I doubt they were drugged. They just weren't scared. For 200 years, the assassins, the living cult of political murder, created terror from Syria down through Lebanon and Palestine and into old Persia, because they had no fear of death and worshipped the notion of martyrdom. He goes there, to what is now a few stones on a mountainside, unrecognizable as a fortress, to gain the courage that will push him forward. Pretty damn easy to guard against a killer who's looking to keep the skin intact on his back, but pretty hard, Mr. Markham, to block the killer who has no concern for his own survival. And he's coming after your Juliet 7. Now, maybe you don't believe me. Maybe you need the Alamut case histories to crank up my credibility. Markham hated himself for saying it, but he said it anyway. Don't think I'm being rude, Mr. Littlebaum, but I really do have to go. He was skilled at finding cover. It was the skill that had dictated his survival in the floodplains around the Four Peninsula and the water channels between the reeds of the Hural-Hawize marshlands, and in the mountains of Afghanistan, and in the desert wilderness of the Empty Quarter, and in the forest near to the village in southern Austria. He could find cover and use it. At the edge of a small group of trees was dense, thorned scrub. He had gone so quietly into the trees that he had not disturbed the roosting pheasants, and then crawled on his stomach into the depth of the scrub. A rat had passed within 3 meters of him and not seen him. If a farmer came into the field, he would find no trace of him. The rain dripped rhythmically down on him from the thorn branches of the scrub. Beside him was the sausage bag. In it was what he thought he could carry across country and still retain the speed of movement. The cover was well chosen. He had a clear view across 100 meters of grassland field to an open gateway, and through the gateway to the signpost at the crossroads. He waited. His stomach rumbled with hunger, but a few hours without food did not concern him. Food was for sustenance, not for enjoyment. He waited. He'd seen a police car come down the road with a blue light flashing in the dawn, then an ambulance. His driver's pulse had been faint, the breathing erratic and gasping, the head wound bleeding. It hadn't been necessary to finish the man's life. He would not regain consciousness, would be dead by the end of the day. He had thought the man foolish, and had then corrected himself because the man had achieved the state of martyrdom in the service of the faith. He should not think badly of him. The ambulance had come back through the crossroads with the bell going and the light brilliant against the dark rain clouds. Later he'd seen a towing truck pull away the wrecked car. There were only bruises and small scratches on his own body, and he took that as a sign. His life was in God's hands. His work was God's work. God watched for him. There had been setbacks before, however thorough the planning, and he had overcome them. He would do so again. He had waited 3 hours and 51 minutes when the car finally came. It was a small car, old. He couldn't see the driver at that distance. It drove past the signpost and disappeared behind the hedgerow, then reversed back into his vision. The car stopped in the field gate. The brake lights flashed twice. He breathed hard. There were times in the life of Vahid Hossein when his safety, his life and his freedom rested in his own hands only, and God's. There were times also when he must give his trust to the intelligence officers who controlled him. It had been written, once you engage in battle, it is inexcusable to display sloth or hesitation. He crawled from the thorn scrub. Take no precautions for your own life. He hurried through the trees, and the pheasants clattered in flight above him. He that is destined to sleep in the grave will never again sleep at home. He ran along the hedgerow towards the gate. He reached the small car. He flung open the door and heaved the weight of the bag into the back. The engine was turning. He dived for the seat, slammed the door shut, and the car jerked forward. He swiveled in his seat. He sat beside a woman. He sat beside a woman with the skin of her face exposed, and her forearms, and the skin of her thighs above her knees and below her tight skirt. He sat beside a woman whose body was scented with soap and lotion. She said, "It's what they told me to do. They told me I should give up the clothing of decency. I'm sorry to offend you." He stood on the pavement and looked around him. There were no concrete posts outside the building to prevent a car bomb being left under the facade. The building was glass-fronted, not heavy stone with small laminated windows. He went inside, and a pleasant young woman directed him to the lift. She had no guards beside her, and there would not have been hidden guns within reach under her desk. He came out of the lift and pushed through an unlocked door. There was no requirement for a personal security card. It was what Jeff Markham wanted. Long after the ambulance had gone, and after the recovery vehicle had towed away the wreck, the two traffic policemen worked with their cameras and tape measures. From what they'd seen, it would go to the coroner's court and an inquest, and there were a hell of a number of questions to be answered. A young black paying cash for the hire of a BMW 5 Series and not being able to handle it, writing it off and himself, and the technical investigation looked to be the best last chance of finding the answers. The two traffic policemen stopped work for a sandwich lunch. One, after he'd eaten, the elder one, complained of his bladder and slipped through a hedge hole. He didn't notice the canvas sack rammed down to the base of the hedge until he'd finished and was shaking himself. He wouldn't have seen it if he hadn't been standing almost on top of it. He bent and pulled it open. The traffic policeman shouted to his colleague to come, and bloody fast, and showed him a black rubber wetsuit, a pair of trainer shoes, and some squashed sales dockets, before pointing down into the bag at the hand grenades. She drove well, confidently. She was not intimidated by the heavy lorries. His own wife, Barzin, did not drive. He admired the way she drove, but he was ashamed that each time she punched her foot on the brake or the accelerator, he couldn't keep his eyes from the smooth, whitened skin of her thighs. She would have seen him flinch and flush. "They called me when I was asleep, told me it was urgent. I just took the first clothes that came to hand. I didn't find any stockings. I suppose it's what you call bad hijab, yes?" There was a mullah, he had heard, who had stayed inside his house for 30 years, never gone outside his house, never dared to for fear that he would see a woman improperly dressed, bad hijab, and be corrupted. She kept in the slow lane of the wide motorway skirting London. Never in his life had he been driven by a woman. The diesel fumes of the lorries came and went, but constant in the car was the soft scent of soap and lotion. She saw the twitch of his nostrils. "I went out last night with some girls from work. One of them's getting married next weekend. We went out for some drinks. No, I don't drink alcohol. But I can't tell them it's for my belief. I have to tell a little lie. I say I don't drink for a medical condition. They've told me to be like everyone else, and that way I can better serve my faith and the revolution of Iran. I have to use women's soap and eau de toilette if I'm to be like everyone else. They tell me that God forgives little lies." Because of the persecution of his faith throughout history, her faith, it was acceptable for the Shia peoples to tell the Khodeh, the half-truth in defense of the true religion. He believed, as did his wife, so Barzin told him, that the place for a woman was in the home and rearing children. She would be in their home, cleaning it, always cleaning it, because they had no children to divert her. His mother had been different. Dressed in good hijab, she had come out of her home to help his father on his sick visits. His wife, Barzin, only undressed in his presence if the room were darkened. When she changed the gears, her body shook, and her breasts swung loosely, and he had flushed the most when he'd seen the cherry-stone shape of her nipple. He would have picked the fruit from a tree in the Elburz hills and sucked it, turned the stone on his tongue and cleaned it, then spat it out. And then he stared straight ahead at the spinning wheels of the vehicle in front, and the grinning idiot face of a child in the vehicle's back window. She knew. "I had the call. I was out of my room in 4 minutes. I told you I didn't have the chance to dress properly, decently. My name's Farida Yasmin." It was said that the Imam Khomeini, on the drive from his French home in the village of Neuf-le-Château to the airport at Orly for his flight home and the triumphal return, had never looked from his car's windows onto the decadence of the Parisian streets, had kept his head lowered to avoid the sight of impurity. "You've seen the man's photograph, Perry's?" "Of course you have. I took it." "You've seen the picture of his house?" "Yes, I took that as well. I think I'm to be trusted." He jolted. Under the law that was the basis of the state, the Sharia, the testimony of a woman was worth half that of a man. They were not of half value, the crucial photographs of the man and his house. She was beside him, and her thighs were bare, and her breasts bounced under a thin sweater. It was written that exposure of flesh without Islamic cover can invite foul looks from men and invite the devil's lusting. He was dependent on her. She told him when she'd seen the man and about his house. In the planning of an attack, he had never before talked to a woman as his equal. She looked into his face, caught his eyes. "What happened to my friend? To Yusuf?" He said what he knew and offered her no sympathy. She was strong. He had known so many who had died young, gone early to the Garden of Paradise. She looked ahead. "You talk well, Geoffrey," the man said. "You say the right things, but I'm not yet convinced of your commitment to them." "We get a lot of sincerity these days," the woman said. "What we have to look for is when the sincerity is larded on like grease paint." Markham swallowed hard. "Anyway, that's as maybe. That's our problem to evaluate, not yours." The man hesitated, as if for effect. The interview had lasted 25 stilted minutes. He'd used all the words that Vicky had written out for him, woven them into answers, and twice he had seen the little mocking glint in the woman's eyes. Let's press on, let's explore a bit more. We're not with the civil service, we're not able to rely on government's safety net. We're in a hard commercial environment. A man works for a company, does all that it asks of him, takes his work home and frets over it, is a good colleague, and a pimple-faced creep who knows nothing of anything hands him a letter of dismissal, without warning, and a second letter of redundancy terms, and he's cleared out of his desk and gone in 10 minutes, on the scrap heap for the rest of his life. Could you be the pimple-faced creep and do that? The woman leaned forward. Are you up to that, Geoffrey? Screwing good employees' lives? He took a deep breath. I've done it. I know about it. It got to be pretty much every day. I was in Northern Ireland. I ran informers. That's playing God. You make a mistake with an informer and you get him killed. And it's not just killed like in a road accident. It's torture first with electricity and beatings and cigarette burns. And then it's the terror of a kangaroo court, and then it's a bin bag over the head and a kick so that he goes onto his knees. And the last thing he hears is a weapon being cocked. They're not good guys, they're scumbags, and they're so damned scared that they get to lean on you like you're a crutch. You know how it will end, and they do, but you don't let them quit. It's expensive when they quit, and they're damn all use once they're out of it. So you keep your player in place, and you sleep at night, and you put him out of your mind. It's your work, and you don't worry about it. I've played God with people who won't be getting a good pension, and won't have only their ego bruised. I've played God with men who'll have the back of their heads blown off, and whose women will be spat on as the wife of a traitor, and whose parents will disown them, and whose kids will be ostracized for their lifetime. Does that answer your question? The bleeper went at his waist. The woman stared at him, her mouth slack. The man looked blankly down at his notepad. He read the message. Markham, G, re Juliet 7, get back soonest, Fenton. He said, I'm sorry, I'm called back. The woman asked, To play God? The man looked up from his notepad. You'll hear from us. Markham was out of the chair. Thank you for your time. He left the office and waved down a taxi. He was dropped on the corner and went into the building that had housed the last 10 years of his life, past the desk where they had the hidden guns, through the security locks, and ran up the stairs with the laminated windows. He came to the door of Fenton's office and heard the American's quiet voice. You'll have a week, and you should take this as the first day of the week. In a week, either he'll have reached his target and gone, or you will have him dead, or in your cells. A week, not more, believe me. Your countdown, gentlemen, has started. And, can I say, you've had the luck of a break the like of which I've never had. The question is, can you use your luck? The police, uniformed and wearing bulletproof vests, their handguns on their hips but their machine guns secreted in cases, filed into the cubicle area at the far end of the ward for the hospital's emergency cases. Away from the sight of the patients, close to the bed, they unpacked the cases, produced and loaded their machine guns. The nurses came and went, checking the pairing equipment and dials on the rack beside the bed, and glanced at them with raw distaste. They found chairs and settled in. Their role, the guns across their laps, was simple. The problem was away down the corridor, where the detectives met the duty physician, and the arguments began. He turned his head and saw the cottage with the for sale sign, and thought what it would cost to buy and repair. It was the sort of home that Lily would have loved, and the village was the sort of place where the boys would have flourished. But it was an empty thought, because his job was in London, and it was beyond the bounds of possibility that he could have afforded it. It was the sort of place that some high-flying bastard out of London bought as a second home for occasional weekends, and they were the people he detested. They were out of the village, and soon into the narrow roads. Davis had the map on his knee. Perry drove. If there was just the one protection officer, the principal always drove. He had jerked his coat back so that the butt of the Glock was clear for his hand to reach. He had the road map open, and on it were marked the regional hospital, 52 miles away, and the 2 local hospitals with casualty and emergency, 24 and 31 miles away. By now all of them would have been discreetly requested to hold plasma stocks of the principal's blood group. Also on the map were Air Force bases to the north and the southwest, and a telephone exchange in the destination area, all designated as safe areas of refuge. "It's nice countryside. It's fabulous, isn't it?" "Yes, it is." Bill Davies knew the countryside round the Prime Minister's bolt-hole Chequers, and round the Oxfordshire home of a one-time Northern Ireland minister, round the estate of a Saudi fat cat, and the countryside round Windsor Great Park, where the Jordanian king had a mansion. He knew about the countryside, and loathed it. He called it a hostile environment. They'd come out of the village on the one long, straight road, and were now in the close, high-hedged lanes. His eyes were on the hedges, on the ditches, on the concreted culvert entries, on the trees back from the lanes. It was the nature of the job, and he regarded himself as professional and dedicated to it. That the warning time might be 2 seconds or 3, and the principal wasn't trained to drive, wouldn't have known how to perform a bootlegger turn, wouldn't have known how to get to maximum speed. He'd half-frozen just before the last junction, his hand hovering over the Glock, when they'd come to a transit van half-filling the road with the bonnet up and a man working on the engine. They'd had to slow almost to a stop before passing it. His eyes raked ahead. "You get out into the countryside much with your family?" "Not often." "You've got a family?" "Yes." "Boys, girls, both?" "Boys." "What age are they?" "If you don't mind, Mr. Perry." He stared through the windscreen. He should have cleaned it. They all wanted to talk, to unburden themselves with their protection officer, and it was the route to disaster. He was not tasked to offer a sympathetic ear. Ahead there were men, and warning bollards, and a heap of excavated road tarmac. The road was clear beyond, but one of the workmen held the stop sign facing them. Perry was slowing, but Davies shouted for him to keep going, and they went through to a volley of rich, local obscenities. Friends fell out, and the rule was to keep it as a job. The tools of the job were the H&K in its case with a magazine attached, at his feet, and the Glock on his hip. He loved the job. The pity was, he might just love the job more than he loved Lily. "How long have you been at it, doing this?" "Quite a time." "Good shot, are you?" "Adequate." "Don't you have to be better than adequate?" "It's about planning, Mr. Perry, boring planning. Planning is the best defence against attack. If there is an attack, then the planning has failed." "What do you know about the Iranians?" "Enough to respect them." It was final and dismissive with it. What he knew and wouldn't say was that the Iranians were a different league from the Provos. The Provos would back off from a guarded target, find something softer. He'd studied the case histories of Iranian hits. Not many killers made it away. For too many the reward was martyrdom. The message from the case histories would make any conscientious bodyguard nervous. He read all the detail he could find on political killing. It was his job. They were outside a school and in a line of cars waiting at the gate. It was a school like any other, an old brick turn-of-the-century building, and a mass of raised prefabricated huts like the school his children went to. Parents were milling at the gate and inside the playground where kids ran and screamed, skipped and swarmed after a football. If he could, he went to Donald and Brian's school to pick them up, but it still wasn't often enough. "Am I allowed to go and get them?" "Don't see why not." Sarcasm like that was his defence. "You don't think I'll be shot?" "Shouldn't think so." He could have told him, but didn't, that the Irish were gold medal standards at killing off-duty policemen, prison warders and magistrates on the church steps, or in hospital wards, or at the school gate. They had no qualms about blasting a man when he wasn't taking the necessary precautions. He said he would come with Perry into the asphalt playground, that they must lock the car because of the H&K, that he must have Perry and the car in his sight at all times. They walked through the gate. The loose change clinked in his suit jacket pocket. Beneath it, the holster was tight against his upper thigh. He hung back and watched his principal before turning twice in complete circles to observe the faces of the mothers and fathers, the grandparents, the kids chasing the football. He saw the way that men and women came to his principal, slapped his back, shook his hand and laughed with him. The other boy, the one they were getting home, stood by the principal. They came round Perry like they were flies to jam, and he heard the roar of the laughter. A kid, would have been the same age as his Brian, kicked the football high in the air. The swarm followed the spiralling ball. He'd ring that night, find out how Donald's game had gone, when he'd done the shift with Julie at 7. The ball landed and bounced. The bounce would take the ball over the playground fence, out into the road and the traffic. He jumped. It was his instinct to keep a bobbing, chased ball out of the traffic. He was grinning at his own athleticism, his back arched with a leap, his fingertips pushing the ball back towards the pack of kids. There was the lightness, emptiness at his waist. The gun, the 9mm Glock pistol, fell from the waist holster. As he landed, he snatched for it. It was beyond his grasp. It fell away from him. The gun clattered on the asphalt playground, cartwheeled, and came to rest away from the grope of his hands. The kids' shouts and yells died, and the black shape of the Glock lay on the asphalt beside the white-painted lines of a netball court. The parents' laughter and talk withered. He walked forward 6 paces. He saw the rolling, abandoned football, and the young, old, numbed faces. He picked up the gun, and the screaming started. He saw the parents grabbing kids, going down onto the asphalt and sheltering them with their bodies, hugging them, guarding them. He held the gun in his hand, the tool of his job, and did not know what he should say. Perry stared at him, blank and uncomprehending. A great space was widening around him. Through a glass window he saw the grey, lined face of the head teacher as she lifted the telephone. He put the gun into his waist holster. The first cars were already charging away from the school gate. He took a deep breath, then strode towards the school building and the sign for the head teacher's room. It took 15 minutes to sort it. He showed his warrant card, made a telephone call to turn back armed response vehicles, and another to verify his identity for the head teacher. His explanation to her of his principal's need for police protection was economical and bland. He walked back across the empty playground. They were all gone, his principal's friends and their children. He slipped down into the front passenger seat. Davies said stiffly, "I owe you an apology, Mr. Perry. That was unforgivable, unprofessional. You are perfectly entitled to ring my governor to request a personnel change. But I'm a beggar, Bill, so I can't be a chooser. What I'd get might be worse than you." The principal laughed with a hollowed echo. "Thank you. If you don't mind, it's Mr. Davis. I don't know what the consequences will be." "None? Forgotten? Just a little dose of excitement. I have to tell you, I saw the gun. The gun was real. But it's the only part of anything that seems believable. It's all real, Mr. Perry, and you shouldn't forget that." The mobile telephone went in his inside pocket. Could Bill Davis talk? No. When could he talk? In 15 minutes. Would he call back soonest when he could talk? In the guttering light, they drove back to the village. It was the second time he'd asked the distance to the village. She said it was 6.5 kilometres by road. He told her to stop, then told her when he would see her again at this precise place. He took her map, large scale at 4 centimetres to a kilometre, and the sausage bag. There were trees close to the road, and he went for them. He didn't look back, and he didn't wave. Farida Yasmin Jones wondered what she would have to do to earn his trust, and watched him until the trees hid him. Chapter 7. "Well, are you? God, it's not that simple. It's black and white. Are you going? I'm trying to be sensible. Are you staying? I said I wasn't going. I said I was staying. What, then, is the problem?" The boy was upstairs. Davies had gone, and Blake was in the car outside. They'd come home. Perry had told Merrill that the policeman had dropped his gun in the playground. They had been responsible for a moment of blue panic. That was one problem. Davies had come to the front door 15 minutes later with another problem. "I want to stay, so stay. I don't want to go, so don't go." "But I'm not told anything." "Neither am I." Davies had stood on the step. She would have seen the technique he used. He stood on the step, his body blocking the open doorway, and he had motioned Perry to stand back in the hallway. He had reached forward to the switch and turned off the hall light. Perry had been in the shadow, she behind him, their bodies protected by the policeman's. Davies had told them, calm and businesslike, that again he was offering his apologies for what had happened in the playground, and repeated that Mr. Perry was perfectly entitled to request a change in personnel, and Perry had shaken his head. Then the second problem was explained. Like a doctor at a bedside with a bad diagnosis to deliver, clearly and concisely, Davies had said that there was an upgrade in the threat assessment level. The property was to be protected by armed, uniformed officers, that premises for them would be delivered in the morning, that there would be additional personnel, mobile, assigned to the village. Davies hadn't said it, it was in his face. But they were going up the tough road. The easy road was to pack the suitcases. They'd paced around the kitchen and worried at the problem. They'd broken off the talk to eat with the boy before sending him upstairs and starting at it again. "What do they know?" "They haven't told me." "Why haven't they told you?" "They don't explain. They never explain." "What does it mean?" His voice rose. "If you want to go, go." "I don't want to go." "Can we, then, leave it?" "I'm just frightened. I'm frightened because we can't even talk about it. Is this our best effort at conversation?" "Everything I know I've told you, so let's drop it." "What sort of life?" "Better than running out of suitcases. It's home. It's our place. It's among our friends. So leave it or go." He turned on the television. It was a quiz game, and the audience bayed encouragement at the contestants going after giveaway money. Bitterly, Perry wondered how many of them could have answered real questions. Where was Iran? What was the government of Iran? What was WMD? What was the requirement of mixing machines in the program for the development of chemical agent warheads, and the requirements in the program for the development of ballistic missiles? What did they do with a fucking spy in Iran? The telephone rang. The sound was suppressed by the shrieking of the studio audience. She heard it and jolted, but he didn't stir from his chair. He watched the ecstatic faces of the audience. The telephone rang a long time before she weakened and went to answer it. She went into the kitchen, and it was silent. He couldn't hear her voice. He hated the game show, the moronic questions, the cacophony of applause. The curtains were drawn, as the policeman had said they should be. He'd come into the darkened room and groped in the blackness towards the window and drawn the curtains, then groped back towards the standard lamp and switched it on. Before, they would not have drawn the curtains. Only their home tonight would have the curtains drawn. The drawn curtains separated them from the village, their neighbours and friends. Merrill had said that in the morning she would buy the lengths of net from which to make more curtains, and the boy had been told he was not to stand behind windows when the curtains weren't drawn, where he could be seen. She came back into the room. She was biting her lower lip. She was pale. She shouted, "Can't you turn that puerile bloody noise off?" He hit the mute button on the remote. "Who was it?" "One of your friends." "Who?" "Emma Carstairs." What did she want? She spoke deliberately, but without emotion and without feeling. "Emma has dropped out of the school run with us. We won't be taking Sam. She won't be taking Stephen. Emma won't be coming to our house again, and Sam won't. It's dangerous to come to our house, your friend said, and she's not prepared to put Sam at risk." "That's ridiculous." He pushed himself up from the chair. "It's what she said." He blustered. "I'll speak to her, and Barry." She blocked his way. "She said she wouldn't speak to you. She said her decision was final. She said that if you rang her back, she would put the phone down on you." "The bloody cow." She said, "What did she say?" "She said it was selfish of us to expose others to danger." Then she rang off. "She's the only one. We're popular here, you see." He heard, beyond the drawn curtain, a car's engine crawl by, and wondered if it were the armed police. He felt the same chilly sweat as when he'd come off the feeder flight and joined the immigration queue at Tehran for the international leg, as he had shuffled forward a small step at a time, dying to urinate, trying to appear unconcerned. He'd wondered then, as he did now, if the fear showed. The last times the sweat had soaked his shirt under his jacket as he had presented his passport at the desk. Behind the immigration official were always the penetrating eyes of the Pasdar men, in their washed-thin uniforms, who leaned forward and stared in suspicion at the offered passport. When it was handed back, there was never a smile, no farewell joke, and he'd walked away towards the departure lounge, his legs weak, fearing that they played with him and would let him go a few paces before the shout for him to come back. Each time as he'd slumped into the aircraft seat before the engines gained power, before the steps were taken away, wondering whether they would allow him to settle before coming on board, to heave him off, he'd felt the cold sweat because he knew the fate of a spy in Iran. Merrill had gone to the kitchen, and he heard her start to wash up the saucepans.
"Who's the PO?" "An SB Sergeant Davies." "He's useless. Who's on the other shift?" "A DC Blake." "Next to useless. Who's in charge?" "Box 500. "Totally fucking useless. Bloody lights, get on through." Paget was driving the escort car with Rankin beside him, through heavy traffic into the road junction as the lights changed to red. The prison van they followed had gone on, shouldn't have. The dozy beggar driving it should have checked his mirror, seen whether the escort car was clear to follow, but he hadn't. No bloody option for Paget but to break the red light and follow across the junction. Rankin hit the siren button, and the cars coming at them across the junction from right and left were braking and swerving to avoid them, all except one. The car heading straight for them was a battered old Cavalier with a toothy, grey-haired black at the wheel. They were 2-3 seconds from a disabling, side-on collision. Rankin had his window down, the siren scream in his ears, and the H&K up. The gun was racked, bullet in the breech, and Rankin's thumb was resting on the lever-ed safe. As the escort team, they should have been right up behind the prison van. The guy in it was important, a drug supplier and a bad bastard, on the daily run between the Old Bailey and the Brixton Jail remand block. He had the contacts and cash resources to buy a rescue bid, which was why armed police escorted him each day from his cell to the court and back. The bullet was in the breech. Paget and Rankin were not there for the ride, and they knew it. The old Cavalier was coming right for them, on target for the driver's door. If the bad bastard had bought a rescue, the copper-bottom certainty was that the armed escort car would be isolated and rammed, taken out. Rankin was close enough to see, through the Cavalier's grimy windscreen, the gold teeth in the black's wide-opened mouth and the big mahogany eyes. Rankin's aim, held steady in the swaying escort car, was on the black's forehead. His thumb hardened on the safe lever. If he shot to kill, the law was bloody vague. Section 3 of the Criminal Law Act 1967 would back him if it were a genuine escape attempt, and crucify him if it was only a traffic accident. They were on collision course and closing, and Paget was wrenching the wheel to avoid the old Cavalier. Might succeed, might not. It'd take Rankin about half a second to depress the lever from safe and put a double tap, 2 bullets, through the man's forehead. He'd get a commendation if it was a rescue bid and a murder charge if it was not. And they were through. The junction cleared. Paget was accelerating like a mad idiot, wrong side of the road, to get back up behind the prison van, and in their wake the old Cavalier had careered into a traffic bollard. The H&K was back on Rankin's lap. "Where were we, Joe?" No fast breathing, no taut hands, like it was a weekend run out with the wife. "We were on about who was in charge, Dave, box 500. "What I said, totally fucking useless. Who's the principal?" "Civilian, ordinary, an obstinate sub because I offered him the chance to bug out and he wouldn't." "What's the opposition?" "Iran, he's up the mullah's noses." "That's bloody choice, that's not clever. When do we get there?" "Go down tonight, recce, take over in the morning from the half-assed locals." They'd left a minor traffic accident behind them and were comfortably cosied up behind the prison van. Constables Joseph Paget and David Rankin were a team and inseparable. The driver, Paget, was a toad-like man, short and squat, bald with a thick Zapata moustache, and he'd been changing the oil, checking the tyre pressures, and valeting the interior during the long wait at the court, while his colleague had been given the new assignment's briefing. With the H&K resting loosely on his thighs, Rankin was a wafer-thin willow of a man, with a brush of coppered dark hair, the smooth-skinned complexion of a child, and a moustache identical to his colleague's.
Anyone meeting them for the first time and noting their language and gait would have believed they made conscious efforts to ape each other. They were both 49 years old, lived in adjacent streets in North London, went on holiday together with their wives, and grumbled with each other like a married couple. They would retire on the same day. Both Joe Paget and Dave Rankin were considered expert marksmen, but they'd never done it. Been on the courses, been endlessly on the range, been on every exercise, but never actually done it. For all of their training and with a combined total of 32 years' service with firearms, neither had fired for real. They saw the prison van go through the big gates of the jail and swung away. They stopped at a newsagent's and Paget went in. He bought 3 books of crossword puzzles, some soft drink cans, and 2 packets of sandwiches. When he'd come back up from the canteen and his supper, but before he went to Fenton's room to collect the American, Jeff Markham took a single sheet of white paper and a roll of sellotape from his desk. He fastened the paper to the outer face of his door, then scrawled on it with a black marker pen, Day 1. The FBI man had said it would be over within a week. It was near to the end of the first day. The American had gone off with Markham, and the fax purred onto Fenton's machine. He thought of Markham like a worrying dog at the heels of a sheep as he'd rounded up the American, made sure he had his coat, gently chided him for fastening the buttons of his waistcoat out of kilter and done them correctly himself. Sheep were stupid and wilful, a bloody nuisance, and necessary. He read the facts from Special Branch Operations. Incredible, an 8th wonder, remarkable. SB had done a deal with the local force. Must have been the angle of the moon or some such crap for SB and a local force to have done a deal. He would have predicted an ongoing, entertaining dispute. SB would provide the close protection detail and had liaised with SO-19 of Scotland Yard for a static uniformed presence. The local force would offer armed vehicles to watch the single road into the god-forsaken dead end and to cruise the area. There had to be, a little scorpion sting. At the tail of the message, SB, on own behalf and that of local force, will negotiate with Security Service for budget funding during operation concerning Juliet 7, with view to reimbursement of expenditure. It was the bare, basic level for protection, and it would cost a goddamn fortune. And the resources bucket was not bottomless. He pondered how to limit the extent of the commitment. He put on his coat, picked up his briefcase, and switched off the light in his room. The budget ruled his life, and would until the day he filed his application to join the Portcullis Society, until he joined the rest of yesterday's spooks at the Christmas reunion, reminiscing and carping about days gone by. The commitment could not be endless, and he cursed the bloody obstinate fool who had refused a most reasonable offer of help in moving on. As if with a sudden afterthought, Fenton went back into his darkened room and dialed the home number of their duty solicitor. Harry here, G-section. Sorry to call you this late, Francis. Can I just run this past you? We have a man who we consider to be an assassination target. We've suggested he disappears, and we've offered the means to do that. He won't take our advice. Says he's staying where he is. Does the law provide us with powers to remove him forcibly from his domicile against his will and place him in protective custody? I see. Assault, civil liberties, yes. Not on, eh? It's just that these things are so bloody expensive. Thanks for your time, Francis, and regards to Alison. When he crossed the silent, deserted work area, Fenton saw the sheet of paper fastened to young Markham's door, Day 1. There had to be a containment on the commitment, or the operation would bleed his section dry. He went out into the night. He had walked quickly along the hedgerows and into what the map called 16-acre wood, and from the safety of the trees watched her drive away. With his back against a big trunk, Vahid Hossein used the last light of the day to study and memorize the map. When darkness came, and he could no longer see the trellised patterns of the upper branches, he had again moved forward. The map was in his mind. He took a length of dead branch from the ground, and used it as a blind man would. He had friends who were blinded in the marshes by mustard gas shells, and he used the stick in the darkness as they had used their white wands in daylight. The stick told him where were the desiccated lengths of wood that he could have stepped on, broken, left a trail. He walked carefully from 16-acre wood into big wood, then onto common wood. From common wood he skirted open fields, and then he sheltered by a road, and watched, and waited, and listened. The caution was instinctive. He had crossed the road and passed what the map called a tumulus, but didn't know what the word meant, and then he slipped into fen covert. It was in fen covert that he first smelt the salt of the sea, and that he first heard the screaming. The smell was soft, the same as the tang of the Shatt al-Arab waterway and at the Four Peninsula. Then the screaming had come again. At the Shatt al-Arab and the Four, when the salt scent had been in his nose, he had heard the screaming of a man, wounded or gassed, and left behind in the retreat. It had been his duty then, inescapable, to go back into the marshes to find a man with a shrapnel-severed leg, or with the gas droplets on his skin and in his eyes. He moved towards Fen Hill, cat-like and quiet, where the scent was stronger and the screaming louder. Ahead of him, dappled by thin moonlight, was the open expanse called South Marsh on the map. At the slight slope of Fen Hill he angered himself. His mind had been on the scent and the screaming, and on the ribbon of lights that he estimated to be 3 kilometres away, when he set up a pheasant. If he had been among the marsh reeds of the Shatt al-Arab or the Four, he would have given his enemy his position. It would have been a fatal error. He stopped and stood motionless against a tree trunk, so that his body made no silhouette, smelling the sea and listening to the screaming. The distant sound of a car's horn among the ribbon of lights carried over the South Marsh. He found the rabbit, its throat caught by a snare. He didn't use his torch, but felt it first with his stick and then with his hand. His fingers brushed the fur of the animal's back, and then came to the restraining wire. The movement of his fingers, caressing it, had quietened the terror of the rabbit. He held it by the fur at its neck, and loosened the fine wire. He could not see it, could only sense it, hanging supine from his grip. Because of his mistake in disturbing the pheasant, his anger and self-criticism, he felt a need to reassure himself. He killed the rabbit with a chop from the heel of his hand against his neck, one blow. He reset the snare, and covered the ground where his feet had been with loose brushwood, because at first light someone would come to check the snare. He pocketed the rabbit, dead and warm, and moved on. He came to rest in the heart of a thick tangle of bramble on the edge of foxhole covert. Not for hunger, but to purge himself of his mistake, he tore a leg from the rabbit carcass, pulled the skin from it, and ate it. He chewed on the raw, sweet meat. It was important to him to feel no revulsion, to be strong. He chewed at the leg until his teeth scraped on the bone, then put the carcass beside him, and the clean bone, and wiped the blood from his mouth. The act of killing and the eating gave him strength. The sausage bag was beside him. Through the bramble branches he saw the close-set lights across the South Marsh. He had the photograph of the house and the man. His hand, stained with the rabbit's blood, rested on the bag, and sometimes found the shape of the launcher and sometimes the outline of the automatic rifle. He thought that it would be as easy for him to kill the man as it had been to chop the rabbit's neck and eat its leg. He tried, lying on his back in the silence, to think of his wife, Barzin, and of the home that they shared, and of the rooms they had decorated, and of the possessions they had gathered together, and of the shy, darkened love between them. But the bare thighs of the girl in the car intruded and disturbed him. He could not shake from his mind the white skin of the girl and the outline of her breasts. Vahid Hossein tried, but he could not. The bell rang 3 times. Merrill said she would answer it. She said coldly that she didn't want to see him cowering in the shadow of the unlit hallway again when the door was opened. The detectives had said they'd use 3 short blasts on the bell when they wanted entry to the house. Blake was at the door and seemed surprised that she opened it. His face fell a little when he saw her. She thought he would be one of those creatures who expected only to deal with the man of the house. Blake said, fumbling for the words, that there were more personnel down from London, uniformed, armed and static, and that they needed to look over the house. She thought him supercilious. He didn't ask whether it was convenient, but stood aside for them as they came out of the darkness. They shouldered past her as if she did not exist, and pushed the door shut behind them. Frank stood in the living-room doorway. She heard the names they gave him, Paget and Rankin. She grimaced, a bitter little smile, because neither asked Frank if it suited him, just said they needed to walk around the house, look it over. They went together as if there was an umbilical cord between them. They wore blue-black overalls and webbing belts on which were holsters and weapons and what she thought were gas canisters, ammunition pouches and handcuffs. When they'd been waiting for her to answer the bell, they must have been in the mud at the side of the road and the green, and their boots smeared it over her carpet. They seemed not to notice. They looked around the living room at her furniture and her ornaments, as if they were all dross, and the glass cabinet where she put the china pieces she collected, and the pictures of the seashore, prints by the local artist that Frank had bought. She strained to hear the murmur of their voices. "Have to get it taped up, Joe." "Too right, Dave, nothing worse than glass cabinets." "Have to get the pictures down." "What do you think of where the television is?" "Not happy. Should be back against the wall, right back." "Shouldn't Davies have done this?" "Should have. Didn't." "Pillock. I don't like all the stuff on the fireplace." "Quite right. Let's do the windows." The tall one, Rankin, went to the standard lamp and switched it off. She stood in the darkness and could sense the rising impatience of Frank beside her, could hear the sharp spurts of his breath. The curtains were pulled back. A faint glow eased into the room from the streetlights on the opposite side of the green. She heard the scrape of their fingers on the glass and the window casing, then the noise as the curtains were yanked without ceremony into place. Only then was the standard lamp switched on again. "Thought they were supposed to be laminated, Joe." "Haven't got around to it. The work order's in. Be done by the end of the week." "Bloody marvellous." "I don't like that window, Dave. Not without lamination." "Don't tell me. I've got bloody eyes. What is it, 100 metres to those houses? Sniper? Piece of cake? Or an RPG? "What you say, Dave? Piece of cake for a rocket launcher or a rifle? God, this place needs sorting out. Come on." They did the hall, the dining room, and the kitchen. Frank trailed behind them and she followed. She didn't have to ask. Everything that was glass, china, or pottery, everything that was heavy and unattached would shatter, fracture, and fly, maim, and wound. They said they needed to see upstairs. She stiffened. Frank muttered that they should go upstairs if that was necessary, but they hadn't waited for his answer and were already on their way up. There wasn't any more mud from Rankin's boots to dirty the carpet. They looked around her bedroom. "Don't like the mirror, Dave." It was the big mirror on her dressing table. "Tape it over." She imagined the mirror where she made up, where she worked the delicate brushes before they went out for an evening, with Packer's adhesive tape crossing it. "Look at all that loose stuff." On her dressing table were the cream jars and the glass eau de toilette bottles, the vase of dried flowers and the silver-backed hairbrushes. "Have to get it boxed up, Joe." She would have to rummage in a cardboard box on the floor for her eyeliner and lipstick. She imagined everything that was precious to her put away on the instructions of these men. The pictures would have to come down, of course. The photograph frames would have to be put into the drawers, and she wondered if she would be allowed to take out the photographs and stick them to the walls, if they would permit that. In the bathroom at the back of the house, she couldn't have said they lingered on anything that was hers. They were merely indifferent to each item that belonged and mattered to her. Better if they had lingered on them, because then the items might have seemed important. They went into the spare room and discussed what should happen to the pictures, the mirror, and the ornaments there. They paused on the landing outside the last door. It was as if they had kicked the fight out of her, and the resentment was flushed on Frank's cheeks, but neither of them protested. She could hear her boy's voice, making the noise of a lorry. They didn't ask her to go first, or Frank. The short one went in, the tall one behind him. "Hello, Sunshine. My word, aren't they brilliant?" "Great lorry, Sunshine. Proper little haulage business." "Just call me Uncle Joe." "And I'm your Uncle Dave. That's a real good one, the Seddon Atkinson." "The Seddon's good, Dave, but the Volvo's fantastic." "It's a great fleet, Sunshine. No, sorry, don't touch.
What's your name, Stephen? Well, Stephen, you mustn't touch what's on Uncle Dave's belt. It's gas, it's handcuffs, and it's the clock. Like what? He did what? Oh, that must have been fun, sunshine. You hear that, Joe? D.S. Davis chucking his clock around the playground. That's nice to store away from when he gets all pompous. I expect it's time you were in bed, sunshine. The door was closed softly. They had come, she thought, effortlessly into her family's life, and brought with them their gas, their handcuffs, and their guns. And in the morning her home would be prepared for defence against a sniper's attack, and against the devastation of a rocket launcher's explosion. When they had gone outside into the back garden, she went for the vacuum cleaner to remove the mud they left on her carpets. And before she started it up, she heard Frank's voice. "Don't ever do that again. Don't dare ever treat me and my wife like we're rubbish. We're human beings and deserve to be treated with decency and respect. This is our home, so show a bit of sensitivity when you come into it. Don't look at me in that dumb, insolent way. Just don't. We live here. If that's not convenient, soft shit." She didn't hear their reply. When they'd finished in the garden and gone out through the front door, and it had been bolted and locked again, while she was in the living room with the vacuum cleaner, she heard Blake's voice. "You shouldn't have done that, sir. Bowled them out. They're at the end of a pretty long day, but don't worry, they won't take it personally. They're used to principals being stressed up. But you shouldn't have bowled them out, sir. One day you might depend on them to save your life. One day soon." "This is not a zoo. You don't come here to rubberneck. It's a working area. You're causing disruption." He'd been told, but it had slipped his mind. It could have been the 4th time the detectives had confronted the duty doctor, but it was more likely to have been the 5th. "I will say when you can talk to my patient, and it is the same answer as the last time, and the time before that. No, my patient is severely concussed, quite apart from the effect of the drugs alleviating the pain of a triple femur fracture. No." They were at the end of the ward. Beside the door to the partitioned cubicle, Jeff Markham hovered a pace behind the 2 branch detectives. The doctor was young, harassed, probably sleepwalking, and on the edge of his temper. "It is not my concern what my patient is alleged to have done. My concern is his health and welfare. I understand he has been neither cautioned nor charged, so he is in my care, and I decide if he is to be questioned. My answer, no." A policeman was sitting beside the bed on a hard chair, facing the door, his hands on the snub weapon resting on his legs, his face impassive. The second uniformed policeman sat outside the door, cradling his own gun, a wry smile flickering at his mouth. "I tell you, it's bad enough for my patients to have guns paraded around, but right now they are trying unsuccessfully to get the rest they need. They are not resting, as they should be, because this ward is being treated by you like a high-street pavement. Just get out! Go away!" Jeff Markham's fingers were locked together, clasped tight, flexing hard enough to hurt. He thought Littlebaum was somewhere behind him. The American had said this was the big and lucky break, but it didn't seem as if they knew how to use it. "Just listen to me. You are interfering with the running of this ward. I will protest most strongly in the morning to the administrators about that interference. If the condition of this patient or any other patient in the ward were to deteriorate because of your refusal to accept my guidance, then I will make it my personal business to see you broken. Get off my territory!" There was a dull blue sheen of light in the cubicle. Jeff Markham thought, could have sworn it, that he saw an eye glinting from the mound of white pillows. The head of the patient, the face that Rainbow Gold had identified as Yusuf Khan, was half hidden by the left leg raised in traction. The glint was momentary, but he'd seen it. The patient now seemed unmoving, unconscious. The detectives turned away. Markham said, "He's fooling you." "You're a doctor? Familiar with his case history, are you?" Markham persisted. "He's alert, listening. He's feigning." "You're an expert on concussion. You know about the effects of pain-depressant drugs?" "What I am telling you—" "No, I do the telling on my ward, and I am telling you to get out." Markham spat. "There could be blood on your hands." "I doubt it." "A man could be murdered because of your refusal." "Get out!" He had failed to exploit the break. The faces of the uniformed policemen were expressionless, as though they didn't need to tell him that he'd made a right idiot of himself.
Jeff Markham turned angrily and walked up the central aisle of the ward towards the low light at the far end where the night sister sat at her table. The detectives were alongside, and he could hear the soft pad of the doctor behind him. He saw the American sitting on a visitor's chair in deep shadow against a patient's locker. The patient was passing him a grape, and before he took it, the American had his finger on his lips. Markham kept walking. Beyond the ward's swing doors there was a last snapped question. How long? The doctor said it might be 2 days, and it might be 3, or it might be a week before his patient could be interrogated. He walked on down the empty corridors. The branch men were with him, said they were looking for a coffee machine. His footfall stamped to the stairs. There was a fight in casualty reception. A drunk with blood streaming from a forehead wound swung a fist at the security people. He didn't care and threaded his way past them. He went to the parking area and his car. He wished he smoked. He wished he had a hip flask. He wished he was warm and wet sweaty with Vicky. He wished he worked for a fucking bank. He sat in the car. The wail of a siren approached, and he watched the staff gather at the door to meet it, the flurry as the stretcher was hurried inside. He waited. He was cold, tired. He had seen how the bastard had watched them, listened to them, fooled them, and the first day of the week was 10 minutes off its end, and he couldn't imagine why Littlebaum had found it important to stay behind. He was slumped in self-pity and wondered whether the bank would turn him down by letter or by telephone. Damn sure they wouldn't accept him. He wouldn't tell Vicky what he'd said about playing God, or tell her how her buzz phrases had been sneered at. The American eased the car door open and lowered himself into the seat. "First, thanks for being so on the ball and giving me space. You did well. God, what depressing places hospitals are. You see, Mr. Markham, it's all about Alamut. The sort of places we'll all end in and not be able to do a lot about it. Alamut is the key." Markham began to drive away and had to swerve out of the path of another ambulance. "I'd need convincing I did anything well. Right, Mr. Littlebaum, tell me why Alamut is relevant." If he had known Alamut, been there, then he wouldn't have talked to me. Markham gasped, then laughed out loud. "Why, Mr. Littlebaum, did he talk to you?" "The policemen were very cooperative. Heard what you said about blood and murder. One needed a piss, so the other took his place in the corridor." "Why?" "I fancy he talked to me because I poked the tip of my pen into the middle of the 3 femur fractures." "Didn't he scream?" "He probably did, but I had my handkerchief and my fist over his mouth. He wanted to talk more than he wanted to poke at my pen. If he'd been to Alamut, then he wouldn't have cared about the pain." "What did he say?" Markham drove recklessly fast on the open road. "Hey, Mr. Markham, would you slow down, please? I don't want to be going back to that place on my back. Ease it off, please." "He said the guy came off a boat, and I told him we knew that. I hadn't a name, and neither had he. I hadn't a face, but he had. The face is interesting. It's pale-colored. It's what I imagine to be the edge of Caucasian, and there's no facial hair. English accent, not American. Tall, but not exceptional. Hair, not black matte. Didn't get the eyes. Age would be late 30s. He crashed the car because the guy sort of frightened him. Weapons? He started to tell me. I think he was trying to talk about a launcher. Yes, he wanted to tell me the lot. I had the pen right in front of his face, but he didn't. I think he wanted to tell me, but he fainted. Associates. The faint wasn't acted. He got another poke, but he was gone cold, like Smokey Joe had hit him, and the law came back from its piss." "So what do we have, Mr. Littlebaum?" "Enough to think on. May I first educate you on Alamut? With education you get to understand the anvil, what he'll do, the sense of sacrifice, the danger he poses, the dedication to his orders. In the year 1152, Mr. Markham, 2 of the Fidayis were sent from Alamut to kill Raymond II of Tripoli. That's the port city in present-day northern Lebanon. Raymond II was a Christian crusader king. They chose the most public place in his city to kill him, where he would be surrounded by the maximum security. The place they chose was the main gate of the city. Imagine it. Crowds, traders, travelers, guards, the greatest audience in front of which to demonstrate their power and their commitment. They stabbed Raymond II to death at the gate of his own city, and they would have known that within moments they would be chopped into small pieces by his guards. That's Alamet for you, Mr. Markham. That's what you're up against. He pretended to sleep and made a pattern of his breathing. Her breasts and stomach were against his back and his buttocks. They were naked in bed, but for comfort's sake, not for loving. Sometimes he heard the engine of the car parked beside the house, as if Blake boosted the heater. Sometimes he heard a car coming slowly by and stopping. Then there were quiet voices and chuckled laughter. Sometimes there was the empty whistling of the wind and the distant ripple surge of the sea on the beach. If he pretended to sleep and his breathing was regular, then he hoped it would be easier for her to sleep. He lay on his side with her warmth against him, and he played the television's quiz game in his mind. The grinning show host asked the questions, and bright-eyed Frankie answered them. Where was Iran? Iran, with a territory of 1.68 million square kilometres and a population estimated in excess of 60 million, is at a pivotal geopolitical position between the Middle East and the Asian subcontinent, where it cannot be ignored and is unlikely to be humoured. What was the government of Iran? Iran is ruled by Islamic clerics, categorized as fundamentalist and conservative in the extreme, but the government has loose relationships with the organizations of the Revolutionary Guard Corps and the autonomous private armies of clerics boasting vengeful actions against Western cultures. What was WMD? Weapons of mass destruction, chemical and microbiological and nuclear, are all the subject of urgent research programs in Iran. What was the requirement for mixing machines? The manufacture of the chemical air droplets to be included in the warhead, and for the lining material for the interior of the missile body that must withstand extreme temperature, required dual-purpose mixing machines sold on fraudulently prepared export dockets. What was the fate of a spy in Iran? What did they do with a spy in Iran? A spy in Iran is either hanged in secret on the gallows at the Evin jail, or hanged in public from a crane in a Tehran square, and hoisted so high that the crowd can better see his death dance. A final question. Had to answer correctly to win the holiday for two in Barbados and the new fitted kitchen, the food liquidizer, and the widescreen television. He squirmed in the bed. What were the consequences in Iran of the spy's report on a military factory at Bandar Abbas? Don't know. Can't answer. Was never told. Don't want to know. Better not knowing. To black. To the darkness of the room. And no prizes to carry away. He took a point on the shadowed wall, stared at it. She was asleep. If he slept, he would dream of the crane. She didn't know of the crane, and she slept. There was a small gale of laughter from the side of the house, and a car drove away. He was drifting. He had always rather fancied Emma Carstairs, and always thought she rather fancied him. Drifting, but not sleeping. If he thought of Emma Carstairs, her bold smile and her wriggling her hips to work off her knickers, her hands taking his to the buttons of her blouse, then he wouldn't sleep. And if he didn't sleep, then he wouldn't see the crane. He stared at the bare wall. Chapter 8. In the last minutes of the night he moved like a wraith. He came off Fen Hill and kept inside the tree line, skirting the end of the marshland. The high winter tides, blown by storms, and the heavy winter rainfall had made the ground he covered into a swampy bog. The water was always above his ankles and sometimes above his knees, but he left no visible track of his advance, and he was hidden by the tree line. He left behind him the carefully concealed sausage bag and the weapons because, at this time, he had no need of them. When he came to a small stream feeding the marsh, it was necessary for him to wade up to his waist, the sediment clawing at his boots and his legs. The higher ground of Hoist Covert, the name he had read from his map, was ahead of him, and the faint outline of the church tower loomed beyond it. He moved fast. Once he was out of the bogland and the marsh, he didn't stop to unfasten the laces of his boots and empty out the stale, dark water in the mud. It was all familiar to him. He crossed the ground as if he were again in the Hur al-Hawize reeds. It gave him comfort to be on familiar ground. He didn't move as a trained soldier would, working from instructions and manuals, but used instead the innate skills of a predator. He didn't have to consider the dangers of silhouette, of breaking cover, of leaving a scented track behind him. It was natural to Vahid Hussein that he should go as a stalking animal searching for a prey. He had kept a steady pace and broke it only once when he had seen a single man come with binoculars and sit on a bench between hoist covert and a path that led back to the church. He stopped then and checked the ground ahead of, behind, and to the side of the man, and watched the traverse of his binoculars. He was only 20 metres from the man when he passed him, in scrub cover. He assumed that the man had come to the bench to watch for birds, from the viewpoint that overlooked the marshes. It was a point squirreled in his mind for future attention. He moved on past high fences and garden hedges, and a sign marking a narrow, worn path towards the village. He climbed a fence and used garden shrubs to mask his movement. He crawled on his stomach through a gap in a hedge, lifted a length of chicken wire to go under it and replaced it. Twice he was within 5 metres of a house and could hear voices inside, but he kept from the arc of light thrown from the windows. Once he stopped and retraced his steps because a back door opened and a dog, bouncing and barking, was put out to run on a patch of grass. He needed to know where the dogs were. They were a greater enemy than the people. The houses he went by were of old brick. Some were the homes of artisans, with wilderness gardens stacked with rubbish bags and discarded kids' bicycles, as they would have been in South Tehran. Some were the homes of the affluent, with little tended squares of lawn, heaps of raked leaves and the smell of dead bonfires, as there would have been around the villas on the slopes above Jamaran, where the Dahuti lived, the idol worshippers, who only pretended to respect the teachings of the Imam. It was for reconnaissance. It was to find a way in and know the way out. He heard the noise of cars ahead, slowing and changing down through their gears. He was beside a fence and hidden by ornamental bushes from a small path. It was well timed. He had arrived at his vantage place when it was light enough for him to see ahead and dark enough to preserve his cover. It was the few minutes of the point between night and day. He couldn't yet see the vehicles because bushes were blocking his view. He lay very still. A woman in a nightrobe came out of her door, and he heard the clink of the bottles she carried. The light above her door flooded the path as she went to the gate. The empty bottles rattled onto the concrete, and she went back inside, slamming the door behind her. He saw the lights of cars rolling across the houses ahead of him and illuminating the open ground. He crawled on. The photographs of the house and the target man was seared into his memory. He heard the mutter of low voices as the engines of the cars were killed. The voices were indistinct. On his knees and elbows he edged forward and gently parted the branches and the leaves of a garden shrub. He felt the shake in his hands. There was a police car, with 2 men in it, 12 meters from him. Beyond the police car was the open grassland of the photograph, and beyond the open ground were 2 more cars. 4 men stood beside them. 2 wore civilian clothes. The others wore blue overalls, and across their chests they carried machine guns on straps. He felt the cold twist in his stomach. Beyond the cars was the house shown in the photograph. All the curtains were drawn and no light showed. He had been told the target was without defence, had no protection. He thought the men in front of the house were changing shifts. He watched. The car nearest to him started up, and the roving eyes of the marksman and the barrel of a machine gun peeped above the door and out through the opened window as it edged slowly away. One of the men of the house was stretching, arching his back, as if he'd stayed the night in his vehicle. The 2 men with the machine guns went to the door of the house in the photograph. He saw their wariness, and that one covered the back of the other. When the door was open, there was no light in the hallway. It was professional protection. They went inside, and the door closed on them. If he'd come a few moments later, he would not have seen their machine guns. He had the photograph of the man and wanted to look into his face as he took the knife or the gun from under his coat. It was important that the man could see his face and the eye of vengeance. He slipped away. He crawled through the hedgerow, pulled back the length of chicken wire, climbed the fence, and scurried in the growing light towards the scrub and the shelter of hoist covert. He waded the stream, then staggered across the bog among the trees. It was not the threat from the machine guns to his own life that made his hands shake and his breath pant. He would be carried as a martyr to the Garden of Paradise. He had no fear of death from the bullets. It was the fear of failure. The brigadier, the man who loved him as a son, who had replaced his long-dead father, would be waiting in the office high in the building of the Ministry of Information and Security for news of his success. Wahid Hussein could not contemplate the cloud passing over the face of the brigadier if the message carried word of failure. He came through the trees onto Fen Hill and stopped dead in his tracks. He had seen the bird. The beak, tugging, and the talons clinging were at the rabbit's carcass. He saw the raw wound on its wing. The bird was at the limit of its strength. Its beak was tearing at the fur, but had not the power to rip it aside. It was less than 5 paces away. He saw the wound and the movement of ants in it, and the colour of the flesh at the wing was not pink and pure, but putrefied, like the old wounds of the men in the Hur al-Hawizi. The bird flapped the damaged wing and the good wing as if to flee from him, but the strength was not there, and it only hopped, crippled, a few metres from the carcass. He knew the Harriers from the Hur al-Hawizi and the Shat al-Arab and 4. They were often with them as they hid up in the marshes and watched for the Iraqis, waited for the darkness and the opportunity to probe into their enemies' defences. He had grown to love them, to worship the beauty of their feathering. They were light, the Harriers, in the darkness of the killing grounds. He dropped to his knees and crawled forward slowly to the carcass. The wound would kill the bird if it could not feed. With his fingers, he tore little strips of flesh from the rabbit. Wahid Hussein believed the hunger would defeat the bird's fear, and that the bird was his escape from failure. He took the black felt pen and the clean sheet of paper to his door, ripped off the existing message, and fastened on its replacement. He scrawled the words, Day 2. It was 7:49. The traffic had not yet built up on the embankment outside Thames House, but already they were at their desks. Jeff Markham had come in on the Underground before the crush, but they had beaten him there. Cox was in to supervise the expansion. Fenton was huddled with the American, chuckling as if they were conspirators. Gary Brennard was there from administration, resources, organising the new team, their consoles and new telephones. A red-haired woman, Markham recognised her from one of the Irish sections, but didn't know her name, was sitting, scratching her head and wiping her eyes, looking like she'd been heaved half awake from her bed. There were 2 probationers and one of the old men from B Branch. They were in early, as if they feared they might miss the entertainment. He'd slept in his own bed at his own place, and there had been 4 messages from Vicky on his answer phone. How did it go? Did you do all right? Was it okay? Did you do enough to get it? He went back into his partitioned office room. Overnight in his own bed, he hadn't thought about the interview, but about the American with his pen, and whether that constituted a criminal assault, whether it was a sacking offence, whether he was just too damn squeamish for the job. He'd make the call later in the morning, when the new team was bedded down. He'd ring Perry. He wandered across the open work area towards the new cluster of desks and screens. He went by the woman with the red hair. She seemed tired and uninvolved, was flicking the pages of a newspaper. Maybe nobody had told her, maybe they'd told her and she didn't think it mattered. Fenton's laugh was louder. Fenton said, "Morning, Jeff. Just hearing about last night. Damn good." He said it grimly. What we did was illegal. "Bollocks." Fenton strode away. The American sidled over to him. "Sleep okay, Mr. Markham? Not so well? If I could say to you, it's a rough world and rougher when the stakes go high. You get to play hard if you want to win. Remember Alamut, and then you can judge your enemy. Do it by the rules and your enemy will walk over you. They came out from Alamut, 2 of them in 1192. Their target was Conrad of Montferrat, who was the king-elect of Jerusalem. They caught up with him finally in the city of Tyre, present-day South Lebanon, but they'd stalked him nearly a half of a year. He was guarded close, had the best security of the day, and they beat it. They were dressed as Christian monks, the clothes of their enemy. They went right through the security and knifed their men to death. The way they did it, they condemned themselves, but they reached their target.
Go legal if you want to. If you do, you won't win against cunning, patience, ruthlessness, dedication. Is there anywhere you can get a decent coffee around here? She'd been up early to take the pictures off the bedroom walls, and had stacked them, glass down, behind the dressing table. Everything off the top surface of her dressing table had gone into the drawers. Then she'd crisscrossed the mirror with heavy adhesive tape. Frank had watched her from the bed. She'd snatched breakfast and dumped a plate of cereal down in front of Stephen. She was already late for the school bell. They'd been changing the shift at home when she had left. Nothing to say to her, nor to Frank. But the uncles had time to chat with Stephen about his lorries. She'd had to drag him away from them. On their shoulders they'd had machine guns on webbing straps. She'd thrust Stephen into the car, and Frank had stayed inside. Emma Carstairs had once told Merrill that she had best friend status. They'd been to dinner there 3 months before. Emma Carstairs would have said to Barry she thought that Frank and Merrill Perry were the right sort of people for the village. Barry had put work Frank's way, and joked about keeping things close, in a little mafia. The loss of the friendship hurt badly. Merrill hadn't faced up to telling Stephen why they didn't have Sam in the car now, had made instead a poor excuse about a grown-up squabble. She'd have to tell him properly, but later. Probably there would be things said at school, but she couldn't yet cope with telling him the complicated truth. A van was parked beside the road, and she saw a man reaching up to hammer a sold sign across the middle of the for sale board outside Rose Cottage. She wondered who'd bought it and what they'd be like. She drove fast to the school and had to brake fiercely to avoid a car pulling away from the curb. Most of the kids were already in. She frowned. Barry Carstairs drove a sporty Audi, provided by his building suppliers company. It was parked outside the school gate, 3 vehicles ahead of her. Barry never did the school run. She kissed Stephen and pushed open his door. The child ran through the playground gate towards the door of the main building, where he was stopped by Mr. Archer, the deputy head. He had one hand on the child's shoulder, and with the other he was waving her to come to him. Several of those who didn't have jobs with regular hours helped with the painting, the reading, and the lunches of the nursery class. She knew Mr. Archer, a little ferret of a man, and the talk was that he was slyly bitter at being ignored for the headship. She saw Stephen try to pull away from him as the bell went inside. Archer's fist, clenched in the material of Stephen's anorak, restrained him. She stamped across the playground. He didn't look her in the face. "Mrs. Kemp would like to see you, Mrs. Perry. Why are you holding Stephen like that?" He looked at the ground, then at the sky. "If you could go, please, to Mrs. Kemp's office." "Why are you preventing Stephen from joining his class?" "It will all be explained, Mrs. Perry. They're waiting for you." "You're making Stephen late for class. He'll be in the common room. I'll be with him." Kids knew. They always knew first. Stephen's face was blank. At home last night, he'd worked really hard at his writing, was proud of it before he'd pulled out his lorries and the men had come to his room. His exercise was in his satchel with his lunch. She told him, ignored the ferret, that she'd sorted out and fast. She stormed down the corridor, didn't knock, pushed her way into Mrs. Kemp's office. From the door, her eyes roved over the faces. There was Mrs. Kemp, trim and grey-haired, the head teacher. Bellamy, overweight and everybody's friend, the self-appointed organizer of the PTA. Barry Carstairs, the smart-suited businessman who was going places, the chairman of the governors. And a woman with fiercely bobbed hair and a severe black trouser suit. The men were either side of the women, and they were all huddled close against the legs of the desk. The head teacher's voice piped at her. "Thank you for coming in, Mrs. Perry. Please sit down." "Why am I here?" "Just sit down, Mrs. Perry, please. You'll know everyone here except Miss Smythe from the county's education department." She remained standing. "What's going on?" The head teacher fixed her with a glance. "I'm afraid I have something difficult to tell you." "What?" Bellamy grunted. "It's pretty obvious, Mrs. Perry, after yesterday afternoon." "What's obvious?" Carstairs tried to look sombre. "There was a very disturbing incident affecting the school yesterday, Merrill, which cannot be ignored." Her child with the ferret's hand on his anorak knew.
Stephen was in the common room and would be scared half out of his wits. She stood her ground and glowered. "So which of you's queuing to use the knife?" "That's not called for. We have a responsibility." "It's a responsibility we're not ignoring." Barry Carstairs didn't look at her. He was playing with a pencil, and he'd scribbled words on a pad, as if he didn't trust himself without notes. "This isn't easy for us. As chairman of the governors, after consultations with our head teacher and bearing in mind the feelings of the parents' representative, I've taken a most serious decision. Yesterday your husband came to the school to collect Stephen. He was, we now know, accompanied by an armed bodyguard. It was not his intention that the presence of the bodyguard should be known, and that was an act of deceit. The bodyguard, after a grossly irresponsible incident with his pistol, an incident that could have led to the gun firing in a crowded playground, in the head teacher's hearing, spoke to the local police after she quite rightly had called them. In his explanation to the local police, he spoke of a threat to your husband that necessitates his constant protection from terrorist attack. We feel, after very careful consideration, that a threat to your husband represents also a threat against your husband's family." "You're blathering, Barry. Why don't you say what you mean?" Carstairs pushed aside his notes. There was a curl of anger at his lips. "I was trying to do it the decent way. What Frank's done, what's in his sordid past, I don't know and I don't care. What matters is that his family is exposed to bombs and guns in our school. The children and staff here are all threatened by terrorists. Their safety is paramount. Stephen, as much as his stepfather or his mother, could be a target. If he is a target, then everyone at this school is a target. He's out. He's no longer welcome here." "You can't do that, not to a child." The woman, Miss Smythe, leaned forward to intervene and spoke with a low, intense voice. "We can do it, Mrs. Perry, and we are doing it. My department, after full consideration of the facts, has decided to back the governor's recommendation. We're foursquare behind them. As soon as it is practical, we will communicate with you on proposals for alternative education for Stephen, but I can't say when that will be. A thought, Mrs. Perry. Is it possible for Stephen to move away, stay with an uninvolved relative, and attend school elsewhere?" "It is not. We are together, a family." "Then he'll have to sit at home," Carstairs said. "I'm sure Mrs. Kemp will loan you some books, but he's not coming back here. You are despicable. You are, Barry Carstairs. Always have been a second-rate rat. Always will be. As of now, Stephen is no longer a pupil at this school. Take him home. And Frank thought of you and your stupid wife as a friend. Your problems aren't ours. They don't concern us. Get off back home. And when you get home, you should call for a removal van and take your problems away. You're pariahs. You're not wanted." There was so much she could have said. Merrill thought in that moment that weeping and pleading would have shamed her. She eyed them with contempt, and none of them could meet her gaze. Once before she'd been through the business of shame, and she would not go there again. No begging, no cringing, not then and not now. 9 years before, she had resigned from the haulage business where she worked the logistics computer. 4 months after the Christmas party. Hadn't been drunk, incapable before that party or since. Too drunk, too incapable to know which of the men had done it. It could have been any of the 38 drivers, 12 loaders, 3 managers, and 2 directors. She would have needed DNA testing to learn which was the father of the embryo baby. She turned. Living with Frank, loving him, bringing up her child together had erased the shame. She left them behind her, the silence clinging in the room, and strode down the corridor to fetch her son from the common room. They would be watching her from the head teacher's office as she led her child back across the empty playground towards the car. Their faces would be pressed against the glass. She had shown them defiance, but by the time she reached the car, the pain and the despair hit her. With her boy beside her, she drove into the town centre to buy the length of net from which she would make the curtains. Classification secret. Date 4th of April 1998. Subject Juliet 7. Transcript of telephone conversation, brackets secure using SB Mobile at Juliet 7 location, close brackets, between GM, G branch, and Juliet 7. GM. Hello, Mr. Perry. Good, got you. I'm Jeff Markham. I came down to see you with Mr. Fenton. Afraid I didn't make much of a contribution. This is a secure call. What I mean is we can talk frankly. There's a bit to talk about. Are you there? J7. I'm here. What is there to talk about? GM. You appreciate my difficulty, the same as before. It's the same difficulty as Mr. Fenton had. J7. You've a difficulty? Very funny. Try your difficulty on me. GM. The difficulty is that I cannot share sources of information available to us. J7. Join the queue. Nobody tells me anything. GM. Let's try to keep calm. That way we make better decisions. J7. What decisions? GM. This is not easy. Frankly, the situation around you and your family has deteriorated, we believe. J7. Spell it out. GM. That's my difficulty. As I've already explained, I cannot. J7. Because you don't trust me. Nobody expletive trusts me. That's why I intend to make my own expletive decisions. GM. Please listen to me. My judgment, based on information I am privy to, is that you and your family should relocate. J7. Your judgment, you can shove it up your expletive. GM. I used the word deteriorated. I'm not using that word lightly. You should go. Hear me out. We can make all the arrangements within a matter of hours. J7. I provided information and I am not trusted sufficiently to be told what use that information was put to. GM. That too is one of my difficulties. I too am not need to know on that information. J7. Then stop playing bloody errand boy and expletive well find out. Wait. Brackets, pause of 38 seconds, close brackets. J7. Meryl's just come home. She took her son to school and was told at school that they're barring the boy. Expletive bastards. You think I'll run away because of the say-so of those expletive bastards? Think again. GM. It is a situation of grave danger. J7. I'm not running, not again. This is my home. GM. Perhaps you would reconsider when matters are less fraught. J7. I make my own decisions. I'm staying. Call terminated. The tanker, moored at the offshore jetty, had started to unload its cargo of 287,000 tons of crude. The master stood with his engineer officer on the small stern deck behind the tower of the bridge and accommodation block. The inflatable, covered by tarpaulin sheeting, was stowed beside them. They discussed a schedule. It was important for them to plan the length of time the tanker spent there for the crew to take shore leave, and the sailing time back into the English Channel. Time was critical. The great tanker should not reach the point in the Channel too early or too late to make the pickup. Neither man entertained the slightest doubt that he would be on the beach, and that an enemy of their country would, a few hours before, have been justifiably killed. They made calculations. Because they had been delayed in taking their place at the offshore jetty, it seemed unlikely that the crew would enjoy more than a few hours of shore leave in the Swedish port. The restaurant was on no list in good eating guides that Harry Fenton had ever seen, but it was where the Israeli had said they should meet. It was an unpredictable place for the Mossad station officer to have chosen, and one where it was unlikely his enemies would look for him. So, Harry, you are confused. You are confused because you have spoken with your foreign affairs people who are an apparatus of appeasement. They're telling you that Iran is misunderstood, more sinned against than sinning, and wants only to be permitted to take a rightful place in the affairs of that region. Allow me, because you are paying for this excellent food, to disabuse you of what you have been told, and to further your confusion. Before he was killed, Rabin tried to alert the international community to the need to strike at this viper and crush its skull, and he was a man criticized in his own yard as a peacemonger. They were strong words from a man vilified for attempting a deal with the Syrian, Lebanese, and Palestinian enemies. Why? They were in the furthest reaches of East London, under railway arches and facing a line of boarded-up shops. It was small, dingy, and frankly unclean, but the Israeli said the restaurant served the best Afghan cooking in the city. He ate with enthusiasm. Fenton was less sure. Why? Because we in Israel understand the real threat. We understand it, while many in Europe refuse to open their eyes. Everywhere a bomb explodes or a bullet impacts, we find the fingerprint of Iran. They pay for, equip, and train the Hezbollah in the Lebanon, and Hamas for the Palestinians. The bombs on our buses, in our vegetable markets, are placed by proxy, but they are theirs. Yet what they are doing now is only a pinprick, Harry, in comparison with what they intend. The Israeli pushed the clean plate away from him, wiped his mouth vigorously with the paper napkin, and laid the palm of his hand over his glass. Fenton masked the taste of the spiced baked vegetables and sauces with beer, and was now on his third bottle. What they intend is to gain a triple arm of weaponry, with which they may dominate the oil fields of the region. For the development of the nuclear site at Bushehr, and they already have small quantities of plutonium, they will beggar their own people and bankrupt the state. They are scouring the Asian continent for the necessary chemical agents for an independent poison gas manufacturing industry. What is the work the scientific community of Iran is given? The means to deliver a warhead containing the most revolting disease known to man: anthrax, foot and mouth, any biotoxin, any of the peasants' weapons of mass destruction. Where are they putting these weapons and the missiles to deliver them? In tunnels. They bury them where they are beyond the reach of conventional attack. Only once have we been able to strike at such targets. Do you know how we achieved that, Harry? With whose help? Were you never told, Harry? If not, it's not for me to tell you. The meat on the plates laid in front of them was unrecognizable as part of any animal Fenton knew. He assumed it had been a young lamb, ritually slaughtered. The thought of what had happened to it was sufficient to stifle his appetite. The Iranian program for the manufacture of weapons of mass destruction gives me and the rest of our intelligence community bad nights. It's the big picture. It's what the people of Israel will face in the future. The Mossad and the General Staff have to plan the defense of our state against nuclear devices, against nerve gases, against toxins. But that is in front of us. The present? Ignore the denials, ignore the protestations of fluent, gentle diplomats who make your foreign affairs officials feel comfortable. The present is that every attack abroad by the Iranian killer squads has the authorization of the highest echelons of government. It's only the appeasers who say otherwise. Government provides the training for the killers, the weapons via diplomatic pouches, the digital secure phone links, the passports, the finance. Every operation abroad is laid before the Foreign Minister, the Interior Minister, and the Defense Minister sitting on the National Supreme Security Council. It is authorized, sanctioned, on one condition only. The condition? There should be no smoking gun in Iran's hand. Look in your files, Harry. It is there if you wish to see it. Is there something wrong with your food, Harry? Fenton had barely touched his meat, hardly eaten enough to offer a pretense of politeness. He grimaced and signalled for more beer. If you don't eat, Harry, you'll just fade away. The Germans have done deals, appeased them, looked for the easy life, and the French, the Italians, they have submitted to the blackmail. They want to trade, they want to offer export credits, and they believe if they are generous and restructure the debts that the killer squads will stay off their territory. Prisoners are returned, investigations are stalled. Have the Germans helped you over Lockerbie? Have they fuck? What about all the killers the French have caught within their jurisdiction? No prosecutions, they appease. And you in Britain, Harry, on your little island, you do not believe that the problem of Iran is real. How can I say that? I say it because of what I see from my embassy window. You allow, unchecked on your streets, flourishing such organizations as the Hizb ul-Tahrir, or the young Muslims who provide the cheap charter flights to Iran, or the Al-Muntada al-Islami who fundraise for the Algerian fundamentalist butchers who are in their turn trained in Iran. You allow it to happen, Harry. You refuse to recognize the cancer in your belly. The Israeli declined coffee, which was a relief. What had been served at the next table, coughed and spluttered over, had looked like tarmacadam sludge. A great meal, Harry, and a great opportunity to talk with you. I say hit the bastards wherever you find them. It is the only language they understand.
They are clever and determined. They are not to be underestimated. Good day to you, Harry." He stood, the gold star of David bouncing in the great hair of his chest behind his open-collared shirt. Fenton finished the beer, then followed him out onto the street. The Israeli tugged at his sleeve. "Remember what I said. To stop them, you must crush the skull, crush it under your heel, crush the life from it. And then you have to have the courage to shout it to the world, and fuck the consequences. You got the balls, Harry, to tell the world you crushed the skull." The Israeli had said deviously that he had a man to meet. Fenton was abandoned. He walked at least a mile before, thank God, he was able to flag down a taxi. He'd told Cox that he'd been networking again. He dropped the name of the senior Israeli intelligence officer in London and saw that Cox was reluctantly impressed. He was tired and his feet hurt, and he complained that the Israeli policy position was in total contradiction to their own. "I'm supposed to be learning, but the pointers conflict. That's where we are, between a rock and a hard place, but I will press on." "Of course you will," Cox said. "That's what you're here for, isn't it?" The crane came across the green, past the Keep Off the Grass sign, the big wheels gouging a track on the rain-softened ground. Peggy stood on the far side of the green, leaning on her bicycle and staring. The hut, the size of a large garden tool-shed, had already been hoisted off the flat-top lorry that had reached the village in slow convoy with the crane, and now dangled from a cable under the crane's arm. Frank Perry watched the crane's manoeuvres from the dining-room window, with Paget and Rankin. They had asked for and been given a spare blanket from the airing cupboard, and had draped it over the polished table. He'd said earlier, "I'm sorry about last night, what I said." "Didn't hear you say anything, sir." "Nothing to apologise for, sir." A pleasant afternoon of watery sunshine threw sufficient glare to highlight the garish yellow of the crane and the rusty brown creosote seal on the planks of the swinging hut. The crane's engine coughed diesel fumes as it powered towards the gap between his house and the Wroughton's. Davis edged his car clear to make space. Behind him, Paget and Rankin were discussing kit. They seemed uninterested in the arrival of the hut. On the blanket, with their machine guns and the small black-coated gas grenades, with a book of crossword puzzles, was a kit magazine. They turned the pages and pored over the advertisements. His face against the window glass, Perry peered at the crane's advance, and heard the scraping noise. He tilted his head, looked up and to the side. He could see that the hut swayed against the Wroughton's plastic guttering. Wroughton was the deputy bank manager in the town, his wife was the surgery manager, and their twins were in school. A small blessing that they weren't there to see the destruction of the plastic guttering. The crane hoisted the hut higher, clear of the Wroughton's guttering and roofing tiles. He imagined a crowd cheering as a man swung and twisted from such a crane. The crowd here was just Peggy, Vince, who was out of his van and watching with her, and Dominic, standing in the shop doorway. Paul held tightly to the leash of his dog, which yapped incessantly and strained forward on its hind legs. He could no longer see the slow swing of the hut, but could hear the shouts of the men guiding it. In Iran, from what he had seen on television when he was there, they didn't blindfold a man before he was lifted high for the crowd to see, and they didn't pinion his legs to deny the crowd the sight of him kicking. Behind him, in low voices, Paget and Rankin talked through the brand names of windproof sweaters, thermal socks, and rainproof trousers. They sat huddled close beside each other. It was more than 20 minutes since the crane and the lorry had come to the village, and they'd not passed comment on anything other than the advertisements in the magazine for kit. He left them and went into the kitchen. Merrill didn't look up. She was at the kitchen table with her sewing machine, and her boy was feeding her the lengths of cut net. In the back garden, more of the men from the lorry were laying heavy planks on the grass lawn, cursing because they were awkward to move and heavy. She'd spent half of last summer's evenings working at that grass, digging out the weeds to make it perfect. The kitchen, in spite of the long fluorescent strip light, was dark. She was looking at the window, and he could see her teeth gnawing at her lower lip. The hut was being lowered past the window to the shouted instructions of the men, who eased it towards the planks on her perfect lawn. He'd heard that a man was left hanging dead for a whole day before they lowered the arm of the crane. The hut jolted, and the cable slackened.
Davies was calling their names. Paget and Rankin came through the kitchen. They had the machine guns, their rucksacks, their food boxes, their magazine, and the crossword book. The tall one tousled Stephen's hair. It was the first time Perry had seen the child half smile since Merrill had brought him home. They walked out through the kitchen door to inspect their hut. There was the roar from the front of the house as the crane backed out of the gap between the houses. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Her head was down, but her tone was aggressive. She fed the net onto the needle of the machine. "I was only asking. Why shouldn't I be all right? I've got you, I've got my home, I've got my friends. What have I got to complain about?" "Look, don't be sarcastic." Davies rapped at the kitchen door. He was carrying his gear, the case with his machine gun, his heavy coat, a duffel bag for his sandwiches and a thermos, a clean shirt on a hanger, and a pair of heavy boots. Through the window, Perry saw Paget and Rankin taking possession of their hut. They'd dumped their kit inside and were supervising the link-up of the cables from the house. One of the lorry men brought them 2 plastic chairs and a kettle, another a small television set and a microwave cooker. Outrage had been building with Merrill throughout the day, but she had held on to her control because of the men in her dining room. If Davies hadn't been at the door, he thought she would have screamed. Everything around them was worse for her than for him. "Yes?" He turned on Davies. Davies said quietly, "It's been decided that I should be inside with you. It's not a matter of comfort or anything like that. It's about my safety when I'm sitting in the car. It's because of a reassessment of the security threat. The car is too vulnerable. That's the assessment now. The boys in the hut are behind armour-plated walls. They're certainly proof against low-velocity bullets, and there's a good chance they'd stop high velocity, but the car doesn't have that protection. They want me inside. I've been asked again to run away. I'm staying." "I've been told that, Mr. Perry. That's your decision, not for me to comment on. But the car outside, with the new assessment, is too vulnerable." The strangers were with them inside the house and in the hut, which blocked the precious view of their garden. Later the strangers would be all around them, as the laminated plastic was fixed to the windows. It would be late in the afternoon, when Paget and Rankin were safe in their hut, when Davies was safe in the dining room, before the lorry rumbled away and the crane's wheels dug another track across the green. And there was nothing he could do except run. All his life he had made for himself the decisions that mattered. He had always been self-reliant. At school he, not his parents and not his teachers, had decided what subjects he would specialize in. At university, ignoring his tutor's advice, he decided what branch of engineering he would concentrate on. At the company, his only employer, he had decided that the opening he wanted was in the sales division, and he had explored the tentative, difficult trade openings that were possible with Iran. First his wife, and then Merrill had left decisions to him. He had never been frightened of backing his judgment, and now he was helpless and snared in a web. It was a new sensation to him. He couldn't, of course not, go out of the house and man a personal roadblock at the end of the village and check the cars coming in, and couldn't beat across the common ground beside the road for the people sent to kill him, and couldn't thrash around in the marshland. No action was open to him except to run. He was neutered, and the men were all around him, inside and outside his house, and they ignored him as if he were an imbecile and incapable of independent thought. There was nothing he could do but sit and wait. "It isn't my fault." She had come where and when he had told her to come. Farida Yasmin Jones hung her head, pressed her face against her knees. The damp of the evening was in the air. She had driven her car down the narrow lane off the wider, busier road, and after the bend that prevented it being seen from the road, she had parked near to the track that led to the tumulus. "I do not criticize you." "You look as though you do. When I came with Yusuf, there wasn't protection." "Perhaps he lived." "You said he'd die." "Perhaps he lived and talked." "Yusuf Khan would never talk." "All men say they would never talk and believe it." "You're insulting him." "He was stupid. He was like a child. He spoke too much and could not drive. Why should I believe he would not talk?" "You've no right to say he'd talk." "What are you going to do?" He'd come from Fen Hill and across Fen Covert, and he'd sat for close to 20 minutes, hidden in bushes, watching her before he'd shown himself. After 20 minutes, Vahid Hossein had gone in a wide loop around her to check that she was not followed, was not under surveillance. He had seen the men at the house with the guns. He had no trust in anything he had been told. There had been an Iraqi ruse in the marshland in front of the Shatt al-Arab. An ambush would be set by a patrol. They would lie up and their guns would cover a raised pathway through the reed banks. A cassette recorder would play a conversation, men's voices in the Farsi tongue. Men of the Revolutionary Guards would be drawn towards the voices of their own people. Friends had been killed because they trusted what they heard. He had watched her. She had eaten mint sweets from a packet and scratched the white skin of her legs above her knees and looked frightened around her in the quiet. She had rubbed hard against the softness of her breast, as if there was irritation there. She had snapped her fingers together in impatience. All the time he had watched her. He had no trust in her, and yet he was yoked to her. Think, plan. Think about what? Plan what? Think and plan. Don't you trust me? I have faith only in myself. Her face was against the white skin of her legs, and her hair cascaded over her knees. He thought that she might be crying. I'll do whatever you want. You cannot think for me, and you cannot plan for me. Is that because I'm a woman? Because... What is your name? You have no need to know my name. You have no need to know anything of me. She gazed into his face, and the half-light made shadows at her mouth and her eyes, but the eyes held the brightness of anger. Then I'll tell you my name and everything about myself, because that shows you my trust. I take the chance, the trust, that you'll not talk. You believe that? You believe I would? She mimicked. All men say they would never talk, and believe it. His hand went instinctively to her shoulder, caught it, gripped it to the bone. You play a trick with me, a trick of words. He had felt her body, gazed into her uncovered face. He snatched away his hand and looked at the ground between his damp, muddy boots. He had been wrong. There were no tears in her eyes. I trust you, she said. Before I converted, I was Gladys Eva Jones. I come from a town in the middle of England, not much of a place. My father drives a train. He's fat, he's ugly. He likes newspapers with pictures of girls without swimsuit tops. He dislikes me because I'm not a boy. My mother's empty, stupid, and she dislikes me because I'm not married and breeding. Actually, the married bit might not even matter to her. It's not having kids to push around in pram that upsets her. They both equally dislike me because I was clever enough to go to university. It was the most miserable time of my life, and I'd had some. I was nothing on campus, no friends, lonely as sin. I met Yusuf, and through him I went to the mosque of Sheikh Amir Muhammad, and I was taken into the true faith, and became Farida Yasmin, and happier than I'd been in my life. I'd found respect. I was asked to drop my faith, to hide it, to go to the hairdresser and beautify myself. I was told that was the best way I could serve the memory of the Imam. I was trusted. I was sent with Yusuf to identify this man, Perry, at a hospital in the north of England when he was visiting. His father was ill and the doctors thought he might die. His parents didn't know how to call for him because he'd cut all the family links when he changed his name. There was an appeal on the radio for him using the old name, and it was heard by Perry and by the people at the Iranian embassy, and it said where the hospital was. We went there, Yusuf and I, but it was I who actually went into the ward and asked the nurse which patient was his father. I saw him by the bed. We waited outside and noted the car he was driving, and it was I who walked past it and took down the name of the garage that sold it. We went to the garage, and I chatted up the salespeople, gave them a story. I flirted. I did what was disgusting for my faith, and I was given the address of the man who'd bought it. I did all of that because I was trusted. And then I was trusted enough to come down here to Perry's home, to photograph him and his house. And I was trusted when Yusuf crashed to drive south, collect you, and bring you here. How much trust do you need? He gazed at his boots, at the crossed laces and the mud. She bored on. Is it too difficult for you now? What? Because he's protected, is it too difficult? You believe. He had never before been interrogated by a woman, then lectured, not even as a child, by his mother. Are you giving up, going home? No, no, no. She had angered him. She smiled as if his anger pleased her, as if she had finally reached him. "What are you going to do? Think and plan. It's possible? In God's hands, everything is possible. How can I help?" He said, "I need bread and cheese and bottled water, and I need raw minced meat. Please bring them for me tomorrow." "Same time tomorrow. Bread, cheese, water, minced meat, yes." He pushed himself up. The damp of the ground had seeped through the material of his camouflage trousers, stiffened his hips. He stretched. She reached up with her hand. He hesitated. She challenged him. He took her hand, and she used the strength of his grip to pull herself to her feet. The blood flushed in his cheeks. She rubbed the skin at the back of her legs as if to give them warmth. He looked away from her and began to brush the ground on which they had sat, with sticks to lift the flattened grass. "I don't know your name, and you don't trust me," she said softly. "But you can't do without me, can you?" Chapter 9. "We're stuck with him. Don't know how we can shift him. Whichever budget it's coming out of will be facing a black hole." It's where they found comfort at Thames House, a meeting around a table, an agenda, and a stenographer parked in a corner to record conclusions. Barnaby Cox once had gestured discreetly to the stenographer with the palm of his hand, an indication to her that a particular area of discussion was not to be recorded for posterity. No hack trawling in future years through the archives in library would learn how information was extracted from a hospitalized patient. Fenton was beside him. Next to him was the senior warhorse from B Branch, former army with a history going back to Cyprus and Aden. Beyond him was Littlebaum in his crumpled tweed suit and creased shirt, then the red-haired woman. Opposite Cox was the branch superintendent, with the maps on which were drawn the lines covered by the sensor wires and the arcs watched by the cameras and the fields of defensive fire. And Jeff Markham was isolated at the end of the table and watched and said nothing. The agenda had covered the threat, the guarded prisoner, the evidence of the presence in the United Kingdom of a killer with the coded name of Anvil, good laughter at the top end of the table at that, the possibilities of putting a name to Anvil, the missing associate thrown up by Rainbow Gold. No laughter there, because Rainbow Gold was a sacred grail, costing an annual fortune and was beyond criticism, and the mobile surveillance and taps on the movements and communications of the IOs at the Iranian embassy. The agenda had reached the transcript provided by Jeff Markham. The call, Jeff's call, wasn't authorized, Cox fretted. All Jeff's done, not that we needed it, is provide further confirmation that Perry's a stubborn fool, Fenton said reassuringly. He should have cleared it first, Cox complained. The bloody trouble is, and Perry knows it, we cannot abandon him. If the Iranians drop him in the gutter with half his head missing, they've won, and that is unacceptable. The branch man gazed at the table. Cox huffed. Sounds as if he's deranged, all this rubbish about home and friends. Fenton said, I think we should call him up to London with his wife. Give him lunch and the treatment. Plant the doubts in him, scare the daylights out of her, soften him up. The branch man relaxed and grinned. Spell it out in words of one syllable that even an engineer can understand. A good lunch, a good wine and a good dose of fear should crack him, Fenton pressed on. The cost of protection with no end date is simply unacceptable. Cox pummeled his hands together. But I like what I'm hearing now. Fenton rocked back in his chair, smiled broadly. Get some photographs from the Germans, the French, a few of their corpses, courtesy of the Iranians, for her to look at while she's eating. Always best to go through the little woman. Works every time. Right, agreed. Cox rapped his pencil on the table. We're not criticising Jeff for his initiative. He was following the agreed line. It's just that he didn't have sufficient weight in his punch. Handle it, will you, Harry? The stenographer scribbled briskly. At the far end of the table, Markham felt like a child brought into the adults' dinner, not expected to contribute, but to be washed, neat and silent. The red-haired woman yawned. The American, who hadn't spoken since his précis of the hospital bed interview, coughed. Cox gathered up his papers and stood content. Thank you all for your time. The main priority, get him out. A good lunch and lashings of gore to help it down. Harry, to make the arrangements. Thank you. The American coughed again, in a more stagey fashion. Sorry, Mr. Littlebaum, have we ignored you? Cox grimaced.
While they were on the move around him, Littlebaum remained still and sitting. "Just something I'd like to say." Cox glanced at his watch, then said patronizingly, "Any further contribution you wish to make will be, of course, greatly valued." Littlebaum smoothed unsuccessfully the tangle of his hair. Markham reckoned his hesitation was a good act. He thought the American was as hard as granite. "That's gracious. Much appreciated. It follows on from Mr. Markham's transcript. Quote, 'You think I'll run away because of the say-so of those expletive bastards. Think again. Get it into your head. I make my own decisions. I'm not running away.' End quote. That's good. Excellent. And that should be encouraged. The best place for him is at home. What I would urge on you, don't give him lunch and wine and show him photographs. Keep him where he is, at home. There are rare occasions, too few for my liking, when we have the chance to win. This is such an occasion, and I think you should take the opportunity as it presents itself." Cox was back in his chair. The rest of them listened in silence. "If you like, I am a surrogate child of Iran. Iran, my parent, feeds me, clothes me, provides my reason for living. Without that parentage, I have no life. A child watches every move of its parents, so I watch Iran. Iran is at war with the United States, with my government, and, if you'd care to recognize it, at war with you, too. The weapons they have are stealth, deceit, the probing for weakness. My government, and I believe rightly, calls it state-sponsored terrorism, and every year puts Iran top of the world list. The war most currently is being fought on Saudi Arabia's territory. Iran's war aim is via destabilization to bring down the government of the kingdom and replace the administration of an ally that irritates us with that of an enemy actively hostile to us. The road to destabilization is through the bombing of the United States military infrastructure now settled in Saudi Arabia. They are trying to force us out, and if we go, the kingdom falls. I don't have to give you the statistics of oil reserves in Saudi Arabia. That country is a vile place, a police state characterized by medieval cruelty, but it is important to us. Hear me, important. And it is a most challenging environment for an enemy to operate in. To survive there, to continue to kill, the enemy must be of the highest caliber. Our man rates up there. Each time he strikes, he creates further government repression, which night following day creates further destabilization. He organized the bombing of the National Guard barracks at Riyadh, 5 Americans dead, and the attack on the Khobar Tower barracks, 19 Americans dead, 3 Americans killed on the road between Dhahran and Riyadh. A Saudi general working with the Americans was targeted and killed last year. We had a chance to take him last month, and we missed him. Missing him hurt because we categorize him as the principal terror criminal confronting us. He was called home from Saudi Arabia and sent here. Jeff Markham thought him masterful. Littlebaum's voice was never pushed. He used his hands only rarely, and then for the supreme moment of emphasis. It bleats, cannot hide, cannot escape. It cries out, attracts the predator, is stalked by the predator. It is watched, dragging at its rope, by the marksman in the hide. It is the tethered goat. Fenton's breath whistled in his teeth. The red-haired woman gazed at the American in fascination. If you go with your rifle into the bush or the jungle or the desert, then you have very little chance, the slimmest of possibilities, of searching out your predator. But the predator has to be killed. So you find a goat. You put a stake in the ground and a rope around its neck. It will attract the predator. You tie the rope to the stake, and you sit in your hide with your rifle, and you watch your tethered goat. They sat in hushed quiet around the table as if, Markham thought, none of them dared to interrupt the bravado of the proposal. Afterwards, when you have shot the predator, you will receive the thanks of the community, and you will walk with pride. You don't have to put the body on show. Others won't come. Predators learn quickly. Others will stay away. Forget your lunch, wine, and photographs. Leave Frank Perry in place where the predator knows he can find him.
Make the hide. Put good men in it. You are lucky, so lucky that you have a bait available."
Fenton and Cox spoke at once. "That is fraught with danger. It's brilliant." The branch superintendent said there would be minimal risk to his people because the beast would have eyes only for the goat. The red-haired woman chuckled, said nothing, but she patted the American's hand lightly. Cox murmured nervously, "But the consequences of such action, they could be dire." "Not if the matter is handled with discretion. With the necessary discretion, there are no consequences. But believe me, the necessary message will reach the Ministry of Information and Security. Discretion avoids consequences." "We'll buy that, if there's discretion," Cox said. "I'll take responsibility for running it," Fenton rasped. "At the moment we're drifting. This way we have purpose." "Our discretion is guaranteed, my word on it," Littlebaum spoke with sincerity. "It's what we'd do if we'd had the luck that's given to you." Jeff Markham wanted to ask, and didn't. How long would the marksmen wait before they fired? He held his silence. In the interests of a better shot, would they sacrifice the goat? The American had turned away from his audience and rubbed his poorly shaven chin. Only Markham saw the satisfaction of his smile. He hadn't asked his question because he already knew the answer, had seen it in their eyes. He slipped out of the room and left behind him the clinking glasses and the pop of a drawn cork. Jerry and Mary Rawton had lived in the next house with their 5-year-old twins, Bethany and Clive, before Frank and Merrill had arrived in the village. They were able to buy the house of pink stucco, 4 bedrooms overlooking the green with upstairs views out across the sea, because the bank offered favourable mortgage terms to employees. Without that, they wouldn't have had a sniff at it, and with it, Jerry had to be everybody's friend at work, while Mary had to have a full-time job as a receptionist in a local surgery. In truth, they lived behind their front door as semi-paupers. Appearances for Jerry and Mary Rawton were deceptive, and their poverty was hidden. To the outside world they presented an aspect of cheerful, friendly affluence. Jerry Rawton liked to be thought of as a bank manager, dropping deputy. Mary gave her job description as a practice manager, not mentioning the word receptionist. Just as Jerry at work acquired customers and Mary at work acquired patients, so both in the village acquired friends. Friends went with the territory. And they were, of course, careful in the acquisition of their friends. Friendships, as with everything else in their lives, were planned. Friendships were useful, important, should not create stress. Friendships should not provide unpleasant or jarring surprises. Both hated surprises. They were close to the Carstairs, on good terms with the vicar, relaxed with the Fairbrothers, but their best friends were in the next house. There were never any surprises from Frank and Merrill Perry. Not until that evening. What Jerry and Mary liked about Frank and Merrill was that they listened. Jerry could talk all night round the kitchen table, and Frank always seemed to find what he said interesting. Merrill was so kind, always ready to help out in a crisis, having the twins round if Jerry and Mary were kept out late, always prepared to shop for them if work was too pressing. They never had any cause for complaint about their closest neighbours. Vince, the vulgar little builder, had telephoned. Had they seen their guttering? Had they heard about the crane? What about the hut? Did they know about the guns? Would they be wanting him, cash if they didn't mind, to check their guttering? Coming home from work, Jerry Rawton had seen the police car parked close to the junction on the main road at which the lane branched off to the village. He thought it was good to see them there, watching for thieves and speedsters, and yobs without tax discs or insurance. He'd driven down Main Street and had seen a second police car coming slowly towards him and thought that it was high time decent, hard-working, law-abiding folk had proper protection. An empty car had been parked outside the neighbours'. He'd been tired, he wanted his tea, and he'd been sitting in front of the television when Vince had telephoned. He'd gone upstairs. From the back bedroom window he could see down into the neighbours' rear garden. He saw the hut and the policeman walking slowly round their lawn. The sight of the machine gun in the policeman's hands had sent Jerry Rawton into the bathroom, where he had vomited into the lavatory. The killing zone was separated from his own property by a low fence of light palings. He rang Barry Carstairs, and then the fear was worse. For the next hour his wife doggedly insisted that it was his right to protest, and told him what to do.
It was the worst surprise that had ever confronted Jerry Rawton. Her car had provided the lead they required. It was a 2-room flat, 1 room for the bed and the wash basin, 1 room for the easy chair, the television and the cooker. The lavatory and the bath were shared with others on the floor below. The detectives had taken apart every drawer and cupboard, exposed every possession of Farida Yasmin Jones, and found nothing. The Rainbow Gold file had carried an old address with neither a number nor a street for forwarding mail. The university records had failed them. The father had cursed and the mother had sulked, but they could not produce a current domicile for their daughter. The detectives hadn't a workplace, and so had no national insurance number to feed into their computers. The driving license address had not been updated. But they had the car's registration from the vehicle licensing files at Swansea. 4 men, with the registration, had foot-slogged round the back street garages of Nottingham. None of the possessions in the flat, scattered from the drawers and cupboard onto the floor, had produced what they searched for. The detectives had been told to look for evidence of commitment to an extreme fundamentalist Islamic sect, but the possessions were those of an ordinary young woman, one of thousands working for an insurance company. They had her payslips on the table. A list had been drawn up of every motor repair yard qualified to issue an MOT certificate of roadworthiness. All they had was the registration of her car. To get into the garage's records, they'd had to promise that the evidence uncovered of VAT fraud and revenue scams would be taken no further. They'd rolled back the carpet in the living room, torn away the stuck-down vinyl in the bedroom, and prized up the floorboards with jemmies. Each of the 4 detectives was familiar with failure, but it always hurt. They were sullen, quiet, surrounded by the debris of the young woman's life. They had nothing to show that this ordinary young woman had clasped a new faith, or had made a self-justification for a hatred of her own society. The last chance was the entry hatch into the rafters of the building. They lifted the slightest among them into the space with a torch to guide him. They could hear his body movements above them. As they made a play at tidying the flat, replacing the young woman's clothing, they heard his shout of triumph. A suitcase was passed down through the hatch. Laid out on the table of the living room was a leather-bound volume of the Quran, wrapped in spotless white muslin cloth. There were the careful notes of a student, handwritten, listing the 5 pillars of the faith and their meaning, neatly folded clothes that they recognized, and the headscarves. At the bottom of the case was a packet of film negatives. The detective sergeant held them up towards the ceiling light. "Well done, lads. That'll do nicely." The darkness was his friend, but the quiet was a greater friend than the darkness. Wahid Hossein sat cross-legged. He had heard a fox call behind him in the trees and the shriek of an owl. He listened for each shift of the waterfowl, dippers and waders, in front of him. The bird was close. He didn't need his eyes to see it. His ears had located it, and he knew it edged closer. He heard cars, but they were a long way off. The only clear sound was of a dog barking in the far distance. When he'd come back to the place where the sausage bag was hidden, he'd found that the bird had tried again to tear at the rabbit carcass and had not the strength. This time, feeling with his fingers through the darkness hours of the evening, he pulled off small pieces of the bloodless flesh, slipped them into his mouth, and chewed to soften them, then tossed them towards the sounds of the bird. Each time he threw the chewed meat to the bird, he drew it closer to him. By the morning he would be able to touch it, smooth his fingers on its feathers. It was important to Wahid Hossein that he should win the trust of the bird through his help. He thought of the marshlands at night and the bird. Later, when he was at peace, he would plan and think. He would put from his mind the white-skinned legs of the girl and the fall of her breasts, and make the plan. It was the same quiet he'd found in the desert in the empty quarter. His wife, Barzin, in their small house in the village of Jamaran, had a fear of darkness and of silence, and he could not change it. She would leave a light on outside the open bedroom door. It was harder when he had left the desert and the Bedouin whose loyalty he had won and driven on the streets past the barracks of the Americans to make the plan and think, The best times were when the quiet and the darkness of the empty quarter cloaked him, and he would be back there within 2 weeks to complete the plan and sight the bomb. If Hussein had lunged, he could have caught the bird, by the wing, the leg, or the neck, but he would have lost its trust. Then he could not help it. If he helped it, the peace would come. In peace, he could plan and think. The plan at Riyadh for his last bomb, thought through by Vahid Hussein and accepted by his brigadier, had been complex. The adaptation of the petrol tanker lorry to hold 2,500 kilos of commercial explosive had been carried out in the Bekaa Valley of the Lebanon. The explosives and the detonation leads had been loaded, the time switch had been fitted. The lorry had been driven into Syria, through Jordan and across the Saudi Arabian frontier. 5 days after leaving the Bekaa, the lorry had been parked 50 meters in front of the 8-story residential block used by the Americans. The bomb had been set to explode, and the driver had run to the backup car. It was a complex plan, but no thought had been given to the alertness of the sentry on the roof, who raised the alarm as soon as he saw the driver run. 19 Americans killed, 386 injured, but many more would have died without that sentry's advance warning. For that small mistake, Hussein was blamed only by himself. At peace, his mind clear and rested, in the darkness of the marshes, he thought of the time he should attack his target, now protected. At the change of the protection shift, in daylight or at night, in the middle of the shift, at dawn or at dusk. He chewed the meat and threw each piece nearer to his body, always luring the bird closer. The bell rang. He glanced at his watch. Blake would come to take over from Davies, but there had only been one ring, sharp and persistent, unlike the 3 Blake and Davies used. The bell went on, endless. Perry was watching television, the story of the renovation of a wildlife park in the Himalayas, the sort of program that made him forget where he was, what had happened to him. Stephen was sitting on the floor with his arm on his mother's knee. Merrill was sewing. He didn't think and stood up. The bell was still ringing as if a finger was jammed on it. He was in the doorway between the living room and the hallway when Davis came out of the dining room, pushing back the bottom of his jacket to reveal the pistol in the waist holster. The last thing the lorryman had done, after the laminated plastic had gone over the windows, was drill a spy hole in the front door. Davies didn't seem fussed by the bell, took his time. The bell ring pierced the hall, too loud for him to hear what Davies said into the button microphone on his jacket lapel. Perry understood. The camera covered the front door, the monitor was in the hut. Davies was clearing the visitor with the men in the hut. "It's your neighbour." "That's Jerry. Jerry Rawton, always on the scrounge. Probably wants... Do you need to see him?" "He's a good friend." Davies switched off the hall light and unlocked the door. Jerry Rawton's finger slackened off the bell button. "Hi, Jerry. You in the business of waking the dead?" Then Perry saw the clenched mouth, the quivering jaw. Hadn't ever seen Jerry look so fatuous. And he smelt the whiskey. He'd been about to ask his neighbour to come inside. He thought Jerry Rawton was remembering what he'd rehearsed, the mouth flapping without words as if the memory was slow coming. Merrill had said that Barry Carstairs had read off notes. "What's the problem, Jerry?" In the dark hall, Perry went sideways as if to see his neighbour better, but Davies drifted across to stay in front of him, shielding him. "Come on, Jerry, spit it out." "What's going on? That's the problem. What's happening?" The poor bastard, sent out in the night by Mary, had forgotten his lines. "Say what you want to say. That's our way, yours and mine. Say it." It came in a torrent. "I come home. I find you under guard. Police in your garden. Police with machine guns. I talk to Barry Carstairs. You're on a death list. The kid's been put out of school because of the risk. Now, who's thinking about me, about Mary, about the twins? What's the risk to us?" "Come on, calm down." "You're all right. You're bloody laughing. What about us? What protection have we got?" "Jerry, you're upsetting yourself. Believe me, you don't have to. Just head on back home, sit in your chair, and... You've got a problem. It's for you to fix. It's not our problem. You made your bed. You lie in it." He tried to be soothing and conciliatory. He thought he owed that to a good neighbour. Right, so Mary had primed him with drink and nagged, and Jerry had gone all pompous, but he was still a proper friend. He rocked on his feet and breathed deeply, which was what he always did to control his rising temper. "What are you saying, Jerry? You've no right to bring your problems to our doorstep. Right now our children are sleeping a few yards from where you've got guns protecting you. Who's protecting them? Who's protecting Mary when she's in the garden at the washing line, when Beth and Clive are playing outside, or don't they matter? There's been a professional assessment of what needs to be done. They'd have considered—" Davis stood between them like a statue, impassive. He didn't contribute an iota of support. "What good's that to us? We've done nothing wrong. We've done nothing to need protection. Whatever your quarrel is, it's not ours. If they come for me, they'll have the right address. Is that your worry? That they'll get the wrong house? No chance." He laughed. He couldn't help himself. The image came into his mind so fast of the turbaned mullah with a beard, carrying the assault rifle, knocking on doors in the village and going into Dominic's shop, calling up the ladder to Vince, into the pub, asking for directions. He shouldn't have laughed. Jerry shook, quivering with fear and anger, just as Perry had a long time ago. "All I can say, Jerry, and I don't get told much, is that I'm in their hands, and they're the experts. We're all in their hands." "Well, that's not bloody well good enough." "What is good enough?" Jerry Rawton stood his full height. Spittle bubbled at his mouth. It was the moment for which he had needed the cocktail of whiskey and his wife's nagging. Davies was between them. "You should leave. Just go." "Where?" "Anywhere. Just get the fuck out of here. You're not wanted." "Since when? I thought you were my friend." "Best thing you can do is go. Be gone in the morning." "I thought friends stuck together in good times and bad. Don't you want to know what I did? Why the threat's there?" "I don't give a damn what you did. What matters to me is my family. I just want you out." He didn't care any more. There was a sickness in his throat, and he realized the shallowness of what he'd assumed was a valued friendship. There were plenty of other friends with depth to them. He might just talk about it in the pub tomorrow, and they'd all laugh as he described the gutless, hen-pecked prig, Jerry Rawton. For long enough on his own doorstep he tried to humour the man. His temper snapped. "Go home! And tell Mary that they offered me relocation and a new life. I chose to stay. I told them that this was my home, with my family and my friends. Friends!" He stabbed his finger past Davis's elbow towards Jerry Rawton's heaving chest. "Are you listening? Friends! I may not get support from you when I'm up against the wall, but I'll get it from my true friends, and I've got enough of them. Meryl and I, we don't need you, either of you. Go tell her that." The telephone rang behind him. He realized at that moment that he could no longer hear the television. Meryl would have turned the sound down. She and Stephen would have heard every shouted word. He walked away, and Davies closed the door behind him. "He's a pathetic bastard." "You called him a friend, Mr. Perry. You have to face it, people get cruel when they're frightened." "I've friends here, believe me, real friends." "Glad to hear it." He picked up the telephone in the kitchen. She was the only one left at the new cluster of desks down at the far end of the work area. The consoles were covered, the desks were tidied, all the lights were off except hers. Jeff Markham came out of his cubicle and locked his door after him. The red-haired woman didn't look up from studying the illuminated green square and speaking soundlessly into a telephone. There was a ribbon of light under Cox's door, but the senior journeyman often did that, sloped off home and left his room lit so that the lesser people might believe he still beavered. Vicky was expecting him at her place for a verbatim of the interview, but Markham wasn't in the mood for an inquest. He wandered towards the woman, towards the halo of light on her hair. He wanted to talk, wanted his feelings massaged. If she hadn't been there, he would have gone out of the front doors onto the embankment, sat on a bench and stared into the river, watched the barges and the ripples. He waited until she put down her telephone. "Hello?" She didn't look up. "Yes?" "I just wondered, can I get you anything?" "Are you the tea lady?" "Can I help in any way?" She said brusquely, "No." "If it's not too secret," he giggled, "what are you doing?" "Pretty obvious, isn't it, or weren't you listening? The American stuff was superb. Add light complexion to an English-speaking accent. It could equal the child of a mixed marriage. He's put it late 30s. A mixed marriage maybe 40 years ago. An Iranian marries an English woman. That's what I'm looking for. It might be on file. If the marriage was over there, the FCO should have it, because probably the consul would have been notified. If it was over here, then it's harder, but possible. Is that good enough? He felt a rare shyness. She was older than him. With the white ceiling light bathing her face, he could see the first lines cutting her skin and the slight crow's feet at her eyes. He couldn't face Vicky and her questions. He thought that, not so long ago, she must have been beautiful. Does that give you time for a drink before they close? Sorry, I don't know your name. I'm Parker. It scratched in his mind. Parker? Kathy Parker? From Belfast? She turned away from her screen. She looked up at him, and her glance was withering. I am Kathy Parker, from Belfast, yes. We used to talk about you. Did you? The instructors used to lecture us about their bar, escape and evasion, the bar full of provos, and you taking them on. Did they? It's a legend there, what you did in the bar. You want to know something? Of course, please. What Kathy Parker had done in the bar up on the hill above Dungannon, East Tyrone Brigade country, when she'd been on covert surveillance, had been identified, taken by the provos, was held up by the instructors as the single best example they knew of the will to survive. She was a legend. Tell me. She said, it was all for nothing. What mattered was my tout. I lost him. I pushed him too far and I lost him. Did the instructors tell you that? If you'll excuse me. Have you time for a drink? I have, you haven't. Hang around here and you'll end up pushing paper in triplicate, badgering night-duty archive clerks, errand-running for those useless farts, sucking your bloody conscience, scrapping for a place on the promotion ladder. You'll be sad and passed over and always have a time for a drink. That what you want? Where should I be? Down there, where it's at, with the principal. If you don't mind, please fuck off, because I want to get this boring crap finished with and get home. You shouldn't be whining around with has-been legends. Get down there. Nothing is ever decided here. They think it is and strut around as if they actually pull strings. They don't. It's down there that it'll be decided, body to body, as it always is. Or is close quarters too tough for you? You're a lucky bastard to have the chance to be a part of it, if you're up for it. Even while talking, she was dialing on her telephone. He spun on his heel, and she didn't look up, as if she'd said everything that needed saying. He paused by the door. He didn't knock, but he put his head round it and asked, Can I come in? It's your house, Mr. Perry, the detective said, droll. You can go where you like in it. It was all out on the blanket over the table, the Heckler and Koch, the bulletproof vest, a little cluster of gas grenades, the mobile phone, the radio, the thermos, the plastic lunchbox, the newspaper. My wife's gone to bed. She's had a long day, sir, the detective said, non-committal. Perry shrugged. We're not very good company for each other at the moment, I'm afraid. Early days, sir. Takes a bit of time for us all to shake down. Never easy at the beginning, having us in the house. Do you mind talking? Up to you, sir. It's not interfering. You talk away, sir, if that's what you want. The detective eyed him. Perry didn't know what he thought. He was a younger man with fair hair and a good suit, and he had a faint accent of the West Midlands. His jacket was off, and he wore a shoulder holster on a heavy harness. He seemed not to notice when he straightened in his chair, and it flapped against his body. Perry supposed that if you wore the thing the whole time, a holster and a gun, then you came to forget it. It's Leo, isn't it? It's Detective Constable Blake, sir, or I'm Mr. Blake. You please yourself. Sorry. No offence, sir. I don't seem to get to talk much with Mr. Davis. We're all of us different, sir. Perry stood in the doorway. Sounds daft, I'm in my own home with my wife and I'm lonely. Late at night talk, you'll have to forgive me. I just need to talk, have someone talk to me. I'm not saying I want a shoulder to cry on, it's just talking that I need. I can't say it to Merrill. It's easier, and no offence, to a stranger, but already it's getting to me. But I made my bed, didn't I? That's what people say. Still not to worry, there are good people here in spite of tonight, and they'll see us through. Actually, being honest, the worst bit of all this is behind me. Believe me,
A couple of months ago, I'm lying in bed, the radio's on for the news, Merrill's asleep, and I heard my old name. Would Mr. Gavin Hughes, last heard of 5 years ago, go to the General Hospital at Keswick, in Cumbria, where his father, Mr. Percy Hughes, is dangerously ill? I lied to Merrill as to why I was going out. I drove up there in a daze. I broke all the rules because I'd been told I shouldn't ever try to reclaim the former life, and I went in to see him. The crisis was over. He was sitting up in bed. Me walking in made him cry. But he cried worse when I refused to tell him who I was now, where I lived, what I did. My mother told me to go away. She said I was better gone if I couldn't trust my own parents. I came home. That day was worse than anything. There's 3 times since Mr. Davies arrived here that I thought of telling that to him, but it never seemed the right time. I don't find talking easy with Mr. Davies. He couldn't tell whether Blake was bored with the story or moved by it. He's a very conscientious officer, sir, one of the best. Perry smiled ruefully, then forced himself to lighten the mood. How is one officer better than another? Planning, thoroughness, study. He's good at all that. There's an old principle in our job, sir. No such thing as complete protection. But if you do your work, then you're giving yourself a chance, and making a chance for your principal. Bill, that's Mr. Davies, sorry, he's good at planning and he's done all the studying. What is there to study? Everything that's gone before, because you can learn from it. We had half a day clear last year, and he marched me round central London, round 5 sites where there was an assassination attempt on Queen Victoria's life. He knew the exact place each time, the weapon, why she lived. He read about it so he could learn from it. We had a day clear in January. A course was cancelled at the last minute, so he took 3 of us into the video room that SB have, gave us a screening. We had the killing of Sadat and Mrs. Gandhi, Mountbatten and Rabin. Each detail would have gone wrong, where the security had failed up. Oh, and the video of the shooting at Reagan, which was just diabolical for the protection officers. They did just about everything wrong that was possible. You wouldn't want to hear too much about Sadat and Mrs. Gandhi, sir. Wouldn't I? Why not? A slight grin fluttered at Blake's mouth. Perry knew it was intended he'd snatched the bait. Well, they were shot by their own bodyguards. Won't happen to you, sir. They were murdered by the people who were protecting them. Mr. Davies told me that Mussolini was paranoid about his protection people, gave them guns to wave about, but kept the ammunition locked up. He studies what's happened, learns from it. He could walk you down the street, by the Hilton Hotel in London where the Israeli ambassador was shot, and talk you through it as if he'd been there. The PO did well, fired and hit the gunman, but it was still too late. His principal was critically injured. Brain damage. We're always trying to catch up. We're told that their action is faster than our reaction. It stands to reason. To give yourself a chance, what Mr. Davies does, you study and learn. It matters to him. The job matters too much to him. It's bad for his wife and kiddies, but it's good for you, sir. Can I say something? Of course you can. Like in confidence. Please. Not to go further. We're all covering for him. It's a lousy bit of wife trouble. If the bosses knew how lousy, they could pull him off the job. They don't let men with bad home problems carry firearms. When he lost the weapon in the playground, if you'd shopped him then, made a complaint, the bosses would have put the evil eye on him, and the trouble bit might have surfaced. If you'd complained, he could have been out on his neck. You did well there, sir. Don't take me wrong, but it's a comfort to know that other people have a bloody awful day. He told me. Not easy for you, sir. Well, time for bed. I'm grateful, thanks. You're pretty down, sir, on the floor. Has Mr. Davies told you about Al Haig? No? Get him too. It's his favourite. When you feel low, like the world's kicking you, we'll get him to do his Al Haig story. Good night, sir. Perry turned for the door, then stopped. There's something I don't understand. I was asked by the London people to leave, and I refused. We had a shouting match. They came back this morning, tried again, new life in a removal van, and again I refused. But they called this evening. It was all soft soap, and they accepted my decision to stay. Why did they change course? Don't know, sir, couldn't say. Perry went to the bottom of the stairs and hesitated. Can I ask you, Mr. Blake, in a live situation, have you ever fired your gun? Only once. 2 shots, stone dead. Pints of blood on the pavement.
Just happened to be there and just happened to be armed because I was going off duty. Before you ask, I didn't feel good about it and I didn't feel bad about it. I shot a beef bullock that had broken out of an abattoir pen and was running up a high street in South London. I didn't feel anything. Get him to tell you the Al Haig story. Good night, sir. Frank Perry climbed the stairs past the winking light of the security sensor and went to bed. Chapter 10. Hello. Here already, Cathy. How's it going? Getting there steadily. Not there yet. It was the Saturday morning. The early underground trains were empty, and Jeff Markham had reckoned that he'd be the first. There would only be lowlife in early on a Saturday morning. Cox was down in the country for the weekend, to be disturbed only with news of earthquake-shattering proportions. The warhorse from B Branch would be in charge, but not in before 9, and there'd be a probationer to answer his telephone. Fenton could be called at home. Markham should have been driving with Vicky to see her parents in Hampshire. He'd still been smarting from the fracas with her when he'd grabbed his coat and briefcase and fled the flat. He'd met the postman on the pavement and snatched his mail, bills and circulars, a couple of other envelopes, catalogues, and then hurried for the station. Vicky had said that her mother was cooking a special lunch. It had been in his diary for weeks. Her mother had invited friends in, and Vicky's brother and his partner were also driving up from London. After the few bitter words and then the harsh silence, Markham had put the phone down on her and run. He could have stayed out of Thames House that morning and that afternoon and all of Sunday. He could have made an issue of it to Fenton, whinged about the hours he'd put in through the week. He hadn't. Instead, he'd rung Fenton early, before he'd rung Vicky, and told him what he intended, gained the necessary clearance. Actually, he didn't think Vicky's mother thought much of him, didn't rate him as a good catch for her daughter. But Vicky was 2 years older than him, and there wouldn't be that many more chances of marriage coming her way, so he was tolerated. Cathy Parker, the legend, was back at her screen, studying it with concentration as if he wasn't there. In his cubicle, he checked the answer phone, and there was the SB Overnight Digest to get through. He took a sheet of clean paper to his door and used the black marker pen. Day 3. He went off on a wander down the corridor to the coffee machines. The building was hushed quiet. Weekends in Thames House were like a plague time. The corridor was darkened, every second light was off as a part of the newest economy campaign. The doors were shut. The notice boards for cheap holiday advertising through the Civil Service Union, for rentable cottages in the country, and second-hand cars were in shadow. Perhaps he should ring Vicky's mother with an apology, but later, and maybe send some flowers. He swore softly. He hadn't the right change for 2 cardboard cups of coffee, only for 1, and he didn't know whether she took sugar, whether she took milk. The first big decision of Jeff Markham's morning, milk and no sugar. He stamped back down the corridor, his footfall echoing past the locked doors. The American, in the same suit and a clean shirt, was sitting opposite her now. He had a newspaper in front of his face, and his chair was tilted back, his scuffed shoes on the table. He felt a youngster's hesitation. "I thought you might like a coffee." She looked up. "If I want a coffee, I'm capable of getting it. I've brought a milk and no sugar." "I don't take milk in coffee." She was at her screen, typing briskly. The American grinned. "Mr. Markham, I could murder for coffee." Flushing, Markham slapped the cardboard cup onto the desk in front of him, spilling it. "You're most kind, Mr. Markham. Miss Parker tells me you're going down to your Juliet Sevens territory." "Did she?" "And I'd like to hitch a ride." "Would you?" "So's we get the hassle out of the system good and quick, may we just establish some minor points. If you had a problem getting out of bed, that is not a concern of mine. If you have a problem with working weekends, I don't, because I work every weekend, okay? You have been tasked as my liaison, and I think us going down to Juliet Sevens territory is a good idea, and a smile helps to start the day." Littlebaum spoke with the same quiet, relaxed tone with which he had laid out the notion of the tethered goat. The image had stayed with Markham through the night. Littlebaum swung his shoes off the desk and reached for the coffee. Markham said shrilly, "If that's what you want, that's what you'll get." He headed back to his cubicle for his coat, and the American trailed behind him. "She is, Mr. Markham, a very fine young woman, a very attractive young woman. Ah, day 3. The American had paused in front of the door, and the smile rippled at his face. "I believe that we've 4 days remaining. He will move, and very soon. He will want to strike as soon as is practical. I assume by now he or his collaborators will have gone close for reconnaissance, and he will already know that the target is protected. That will not deter him, only delay him. Don't get a comfortable, dangerous illusion into your head, Mr. Markham, that he will see the protection and back off. He has the spirit of Alamut, where it was all about blind obedience and discipline. Let me tell you a story about old times at Alamut." Markham snatched up his briefcase, shrugged into his coat, slammed the door shut behind him. He went fast and sourly towards the corridor. The American was at his shoulder. In the time of the old man of the mountain, Hassan-i Sabah, Alamut was visited by King Henry of Champagne. That was a big, prestigious visit. Hassan-i Sabah needed to put on a show that would impress the king with the dedication of the Fidais. The show he put on was the Death Leap. Centuries later, Marco Polo on his travels heard about it and chronicled it. Hassan-i Sabah had some of his people walk to a cliff top, a high cliff, then jump off to their deaths. They weren't pushed, they were volunteers. That's obedience, and that's discipline. I'm telling you, Mr. Markham, so you understand better the commitment of your opposition. They just walked off the cliff because that's what they'd been told to do. He held his hand out and felt the beat of the rain. Vahid Hussein's arm was at full stretch. In his fingers was one of the last pieces of chewed rabbit meat. The bird watched him. The rain made a spray of jeweled colours on its collar feathers and on its back. It was beside his hand, and he saw the wild suspicion in its eyes. He thought the suspicion fought with its exhaustion and hunger. Each time it hopped closer, he could see the darkening flesh of the wound under the wing, and knew the bird would die unless he could clean it. He made small sounds, slight whistling noises, the cries he had heard long before in a far-away marshland, like a hen bird to chicks. The beak of the bird, with the power to rip at his hand, was beside his fingers, and the chewed meat. He saw the talons that could gouge his flesh. He had woken and crawled from his bramble den. The bird had been watching him, and he had taken comfort from it. Once again he had skirted the marsh, cut through the old covert, into Hoist Covert, and crossed the river. For a final time he had gone over the ground he would use at the end of that day. He had approached the house from the side, and had found a tree in a garden under which the grass was covered with a carpet of blown-away blossom. He had sat motionless in the tree for an hour. From it he could see the back and the side of the house, across 3 gardens. He saw the soft light in the hut, and the curtained black windows. He watched the policemen, backlit when they opened the door of the hut, emerge and walk the perimeter of the garden, and he saw the guns they carried. The car cruised past every 20 minutes, as regular as if a clock timed it. That night he would return in the darkness at the end of the day, and he would use the rifle. The Harrier, in a darting movement, took the chewed meat from his fingers. He could have wept with happiness. There was caked blood and yellow mucus on the wound. Carefully, as if he moved forward on a target, Vahid Hussein took another scrap of meat with his free hand, chewed on it, and laid it on his wrist. The bird flapped, jumped. He felt its talons strike into his arm, and then the prick of the beak as it took the chewed meat from his wrist. The bird perched on his arm, and with great gentleness he stroked the wet feathers on the crown of its head.